Chapter 54 of White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 54. The People are Given Liberty. Whenever, in intervals of mild benevolence, or yielding to mere politic dictates, kings and commodores relax the yoke of servitude, they should see to it well that the concessions seem not too sudden or unqualified. For, in the commoner's estimation, that might argue feebleness or fear. Hence it was, perhaps, that, though noble Jack had carried the day captive in his audience at the mast, yet more than 36 hours elapsed ere anything official was heard of the liberty his shipmates so earnestly coveted. Some of the people began to growl and grumble. "It's turned out all gammon, Jack," said one. "Blast the Commodore," cried another. "He bamboozled you, Jack." "Lay on your oars a while," answered Jack, "and we shall see. We've struck for liberty, and liberty we'll have. I'm your tribune, boys. I'm your Rienzi. The Commodore must keep his word." Next day, about breakfast time, a mighty whistling and piping was heard at the main hatchway, and presently the boatswain's voice was heard. "D'ye hear there, fore and aft? All you starboard quarter watch, get ready to go ashore on liberty." In a paroxysm of delight, a young mizzen-topman, standing by at the time, whipped the tarpaulin from his head, and smashed it like a pancake on the deck. "Liberty!" he shouted, leaping down into the berth-deck after his bag. At the appointed hour, the quarter-watch mustered round the capstan, at which stood our First Lord of the Treasury and Paymaster-General, the Purser, with several goodly buckskin bags of dollars piled up on the capstan. He helped us all round to half a handful or so, and then the boats were manned, and, like so many Esterhazys, we were pulled ashore by our shipmates. All their lives, lords may live in listless state, but give the commoners a holiday, and they outlord the Commodore himself. The ship's company were divided into 4 sections or quarter watches, only one of which were on shore at a time, the rest remaining to garrison the frigate, the term of liberty for each being 24 hours. With Jack Chase and a few other discreet and gentlemanly topmen, I went ashore on the first day with the first quarter watch. Our own little party had a charming time. We saw many fine sights, fell in, as all sailors must, with dashing adventures. But though not a few good chapters might be written on this head, I must again forbear. For in this book I have nothing to do with the shore further than to glance at it now and then from the water. My man-of-war world alone must supply me with the staple of my matter. I have taken an oath to keep afloat to the last letter of my narrative. Had they all been as punctual as Jack Chase's party, the whole quarter-watch of liberty-men had been safe on board the frigate at the expiration of the 24 hours. But this was not the case, and during the entire day succeeding, the midshipmen and others were engaged in ferreting them out of their hiding-places on shore, and bringing them off in scattered detachments to the ship. They came in all imaginable stages of intoxication, some with blackened eyes and broken heads, some still more severely injured, having been stabbed in frays with the Portuguese soldiers. Others, unharmed, were immediately dropped on the gun-deck, between the guns, where they lay snoring for the rest of the day. As a considerable degree of license is invariably permitted to man-of-war's men just off liberty, and as man-of-war's men well know this to be the case, they occasionally avail themselves of the privilege to talk very frankly to the officers when they first cross the gangway, taking care, meanwhile, to reel about very industriously, so that there shall be no doubt about their being seriously intoxicated, and altogether non compos for the time. And though but few of them have cause to feign intoxication, yet some individuals may be suspected of enacting a studied part upon these occasions. Indeed, judging by certain symptoms, even when really inebriated, some of the sailors must have previously determined upon their conduct, just as some persons who, before taking the exhilarating gas, secretly make up their minds to perform certain mad feats while under its influence, which feats consequently come to pass precisely as if the actors were not accountable for them. For several days, while the other quarter watches were given liberty, the Neversink presented a sad scene. She was more like a madhouse than a frigate. The gun-deck resounded with frantic fights, shouts, and songs. All visitors from shore were kept at a cable's length. These scenes, however, are nothing to those which have repeatedly been enacted in American men of war upon other stations. But the custom of introducing women on board in harbor is now pretty much discontinued, both in the English and American Navy, unless a ship, commanded by some dissolute captain, happens to lie in some faraway outlandish port in the Pacific or Indian Ocean. The British line of battleship Royal George, which in 1782 sunk at her anchors at Spithead, carried down 300 English women among the 1,000 souls that were drowned on that memorable morning. When, at last, after all the mad tumult and contention of liberty, the reaction came, our frigate presented a very different scene. The men looked jaded and wan, lethargic and lazy, and many an old mariner, with hand upon abdomen, called upon the flagstaff to witness that there were more hot coppers in the Neversink than those in the ship's galley. Such are the lamentable effects of suddenly and completely releasing the people of a man of war from arbitrary discipline. It shows that, to such, liberty, at first, must be administered in small and moderate quantities, increasing with the patient's capacity to make good use of it. Of course, while we lay in Rio, our officers frequently went ashore for pleasure and, as a general thing, conducted themselves with propriety. But it is a sad thing to say that as for Lieutenant Mad Jack, he enjoyed himself so delightfully for 3 consecutive days in the town, that upon returning to the ship he sent his card to the surgeon, with his compliments, begging him to drop into his state-room the first time he happened to pass that way in the ward-room. But one of our surgeon's mates, a young medico of fine family but slender fortune, must have created by far the strongest impression among the hidalgos of Rio. He had read Don Quixote, and, instead of curing him of his quixotism, as it ought to have done, it only made him still more quixotic. Indeed, there are some natures concerning whose moral maladies the grand maxim of Mr. Similia similibus curantur hominum does not hold true, since, with them, like cures not like, but only aggravates like. Though, on the other hand, so incurable are the moral maladies of such persons that the antagonist maxim, contraria contraris curantar, often proves equally false. Of a warm tropical day, this surgeon's mate must needs go ashore in his blue cloth boat-cloak, wearing it with a gallant Spanish toss over his cavalier shoulder. By noon he perspired very freely, but then his cloak attracted all eyes, and that was huge satisfaction. Nevertheless, his being knock-kneed and spavined of one leg sorely impaired the effect of this hidalgo cloak, which, by the way, was somewhat rusty in front, where his chin rubbed against it, and a good deal bedraggled all over, from his having used it as a counterpane off Cape Horn. As for the midshipmen, there was no knowing what their mammas would have said to their conduct in Rio. 3 of them drank a good deal too much, and when they came on board, the captain ordered them to be sewed up in their hammocks, to cut short their obstreperous capers till sober. This shows how unwise it is to allow children, yet in their teens, to wander so far from home. It more especially illustrates the folly of giving them long holidays in a foreign land, full of seductive dissipation. Port for men, claret for boys, cried Dr. Johnson. Even so, men only should drink the strong drink of travel, boys should still be kept on milk and water at home. Middies, you may despise your mother's leading strings, but they are the man-ropes, my lads, by which many youngsters have steadied the giddiness of youth and saved themselves from lamentable falls. And middies, know this, that as infants, being too early put on their feet, grow up bandy-legged and curtailed of their fair proportions, even so, my dear middies, does it morally prove with some of you, who prematurely are sent off to sea. These admonitions are solely addressed to the more diminutive class of midshipmen, those under 5 feet high, and under 7 stone in weight. Truly, the records of the steerages of men of war are full of most melancholy examples of early dissipation, disease, disgrace, and death. Answer, ye shades of fine boys, who in the soils of all climes, the round world over, far away sleep from your homes. Mothers of men, if your hearts have been cast down when your boys have fallen in the way of temptations ashore, how much more bursting your grief did you know that those boys were far from your arms, cabined and cribbed in by all manner of iniquities. But this some of you cannot believe. It is, perhaps, well that it is so. But hold them fast. All those who have not yet weighed their anchors for the Navy, round and round, hitch over hitch, bind your leading strings on them, and clenching a ring-bolt into your chimney-jam, moor your boys fast to that best of harbors, the hearthstone. But if youth be giddy, old age is stayed, even as young saplings, in the litheness of their limbs, tossed to their roots in the fresh morning air. But, stiff and unyielding with age, mossy trunks never bend. With pride and pleasure be it said that, as for our old Commodore, though he might treat himself to as many liberty days as he pleased, yet throughout our stay in Rio, he conducted himself with the utmost discretion. But he was an old, old man, physically a very small man. His spine was as an unlocked musket barrel, not only attenuated, but destitute of a solitary cartridge, and his ribs were as the ribs of a weasel. Besides, he was Commodore of the fleet, supreme lord of the commons in blue. It beseemed him, therefore, to erect himself into an ensample of virtue, and show the gun-deck what virtue was. But alas, when virtue sits high aloft on a frigate's poop, when virtue is crowned in the cabin a Commodore, when virtue rules by compulsion, and domineers over vice as a slave, then virtue, though her mandates be outwardly observed, bears little interior sway. To be efficacious, virtue must come down from aloft, even as our blessed Redeemer came down to redeem our whole man-of-war world, to that end mixing with its sailors and sinners as equals. End of Chapter 54. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 55 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 55. Midshipmen Entering the Navy Early. The allusion in the preceding chapter to the early age at which some of the midshipmen enter the Navy suggests some thoughts relative to more important considerations. A very general modern impression seems to be that in order to learn the profession of a sea officer, a boy can hardly be sent to sea too early. To a certain extent, this may be a mistake. Other professions, involving a knowledge of technicalities and things restricted to one particular field of action, are frequently mastered by men who begin after the age of 21, or even at a later period of life. It was only about the middle of the 17th century that the British military and naval services were kept distinct. Previous to that epoch, the King's officers commanded indifferently either by sea or by land. Robert Blake, perhaps one of the most accomplished and certainly one of the most successful admirals that ever hoisted a flag, was more than half a century old, 51 years, before he entered the naval service, or had aught to do, professionally, with a ship. He was of a studious turn, and, after leaving Oxford, resided quietly on his estate, a country gentleman, till his 42nd year, soon after which he became connected with the Parliamentary army. The historian Clarendon says of him, "He was the first man that made it manifest that the science (seamanship) might be attained in less time than was imagined." And doubtless it was to his shore sympathies that the well-known humanity and kindness which Blake evinced in his intercourse with the sailors is, in a large degree, to be imputed. Midshipmen sent into the Navy at a very early age are exposed to the passive reception of all the prejudices of the quarter-deck in favor of ancient usages, however useless or pernicious. Those prejudices grow up with them, and solidify with their very bones. As they rise in rank, they naturally carry them up, whence the inveterate repugnance of many commodores and captains to the slightest innovations in the service, however salutary they may appear to landsmen. It is hardly to be doubted that, in matters connected with the general welfare of the Navy, Government has paid rather too much deference to the opinions of the officers of the Navy, considering them as men almost born to the service, and therefore far better qualified to judge concerning any and all questions touching it than people on shore. But in a nation under a liberal constitution, it must ever be unwise to make too distinct and peculiar the profession of either branch of its military men. True, in a country like ours, nothing is at present to be apprehended of their gaining political rule, but not a little is to be apprehended concerning their perpetuating or creating abuses among their subordinates, unless civilians have full cognizance of their administrative affairs, and account themselves competent to the complete overlooking and ordering them. We do wrong when we in any way contribute to the prevailing mystification that has been thrown about the internal affairs of the National Sea Service. Hitherto, those affairs have been regarded even by some high state functionaries as things beyond their insight, altogether too technical and mysterious to be fully comprehended by landsmen. And this it is that has perpetuated in the Navy many evils that otherwise would have been abolished in the general amelioration of other things. The Army is sometimes remodeled, but the Navy goes down from generation to generation almost untouched and unquestioned, as if its code were infallible, and itself a piece of perfection that no statesman could improve. When a Secretary of the Navy ventures to innovate upon its established customs, you hear some of the Navy officers say, "What does this landsman know about our affairs? Did he ever head a watch? He does not know starboard from larboard, girt line from backstay." While we deferentially and cheerfully leave to Navy officers the sole conduct of making and shortening sail, tacking ship, and performing other nautical manoeuvres, as may seem to them best, let us beware of abandoning to their discretion those general municipal regulations touching the well-being of the great body of men before the mast. Let us beware of being too much influenced by their opinions in matters where it is but natural to suppose that their long-established prejudices are enlisted. End of Chapter 55. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 56 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 56. A Shore Emperor on Board a Man of War. While we lay in Rio, we sometimes had company from shore, but an unforeseen honor awaited us. One day, the young Emperor Don Pedro II and suite, making a circuit of the harbor and visiting all the men of war in rotation, at last condescendingly visited the Neversink. He came in a splendid barge rowed by 30 African slaves, who, after the Brazilian manner, in concert rose upright to their oars at every stroke, then sank backward again to their seats with a simultaneous groan. He reclined under a canopy of yellow silk, looped with tassels of green, the national colors. At the stern waved the Brazilian flag, bearing a large diamond figure in the center, emblematical, perhaps, of the mines of precious stones in the interior, or, it may be, a magnified portrait of the famous Portuguese diamond itself, which was found in Brazil, in the district of Tejuco, on the banks of the Rio Belmonte. We gave them a grand salute, which almost made the ship's live oak knees knock together with the tremendous concussions. We manned the yards, and went through a long ceremonial of paying the Emperor homage. Republicans are often more courteous to royalty than royalists themselves, but doubtless this springs from a noble magnanimity. At the gangway, the Emperor was received by our Commodore in person, arrayed in his most resplendent coat and finest French epaulets. His servant had devoted himself to polishing every button that morning with rotten stone and rags. Your sea air is a sworn foe to metallic glosses, whence it comes that the swords of sea officers have, of late, so rusted in their scabbards that they are with difficulty drawn. It was a fine sight to see this Emperor and Commodore complimenting each other. Both were chapeaux de bras, and both continually waved them. By instinct, the Emperor knew that the venerable personage before him was as much a monarch afloat as he himself was ashore. Did not our Commodore carry the sword of state by his side? For though not borne before him, it must have been a sword of state, since it looked far too lustrous to have been his fighting sword. That was naught but a limber steel blade, with a plain, serviceable handle, like the handle of a slaughter-house knife. Who ever saw a star when the noon sun was in sight? But you seldom see a king without satellites. In the suite of the youthful Emperor came a princely train, so brilliant with gems that they seemed just emerged from the mines of the Rio Belmonte. You have seen cones of crystallized salt? Just so flashed these Portuguese barons, marquises, viscounts, and counts. Were it not for their titles, and being seen in the train of their lord, you would have sworn they were eldest sons of jewelers all, who had run away with their fathers' cases on their backs. Contrasted with these lamp-lusters of barons of Brazil, how waned the gold lace of our barons of the frigate, the officers of the gun-room. And compared with the long, jewel-hilted rapiers of the marquises, the little dirks of our cadets of noble houses, the middies, looked like gilded tenpenny nails in their girdles. But there they stood, Commodore and Emperor, lieutenants and marquises, middies and pages. The brazen band on the poop struck up, the marine guard presented arms, and high aloft, looking down on this scene, all the people vigorously hurrahed. A topman next to me on the main royal yard removed his hat, and diligently manipulated his head in honor of the event. But he was so far out of sight in the clouds that this ceremony went for nothing. A great pity it was that, in addition to all these honors, that admirer of Portuguese literature, Viscount Strangford of Great Britain, who, I believe, once went out ambassador extraordinary to the Brazils, it was a pity that he was not present on this occasion to yield his tribute of a stanza to Braganza. For our royal visitor was an undoubted Braganza, allied to nearly all the great families of Europe. His grandfather, John VI., had been King of Portugal. His own sister, Maria, was now its queen. He was, indeed, a distinguished young gentleman, entitled to high consideration, and that consideration was most cheerfully accorded him. He wore a green dress coat with one regal morning star at the breast, and white pantaloons. In his chapeau was a single bright golden-hued feather of the imperial toucan fowl, a magnificent, omnivorous, broad-billed banded bird of prey, a native of Brazil. Its perch is on the loftiest trees, whence it looks down upon all humbler fowls, and, hawk-like, flies at their throats. The toucan once formed part of the savage regalia of the Indian caciques of the country, and upon the establishment of the empire was symbolically retained by the Portuguese sovereigns. His Imperial Majesty was yet in his youth, rather corpulent if anything, with a carefree, pleasant face, and a polite, indifferent, and easy address. His manners, indeed, were entirely unexceptionable. Now here, thought I, is a very fine lad, with very fine prospects before him. He is supreme emperor of all these Brazils. He has no stormy night watches to stand. He can lay abed of mornings just as long as he pleases. Any gentleman in Rio would be proud of his personal acquaintance, and the prettiest girl in all South America would deem herself honored with the least glance from the acutest angle of his eye. Yes, this young emperor will have a fine time of his life, even so long as he condescends to exist. Everyone jumps to obey him, and see, as I live, there is an old nobleman in his suit. The Marquis de Carty, they call him, old enough to be his grandfather, who, in the hot sun, is standing bareheaded before him, while the emperor carries his hat on his head. "I suppose that old gentleman now," said a young New England tar beside me, "would consider it a great honor to put on his Royal Majesty's boots. And yet, White Jacket, if yonder emperor and I were to strip and jump overboard for a bath, it would be hard telling which was of the blood royal when we should once be in the water. Look you, Don Pedro II," he added, "how do you come to be emperor? Tell me that. You cannot pull as many pounds as I on the main topsail halyards. You are not as tall as I. Your nose is a pug, and mine is a cutwater. And how do you come to be a brigand, with that thin pair of spars? A brigand, indeed!" "Braganza, you mean," said I, willing to correct the rhetoric of so fierce a republican, and by so doing chastise his censoriousness. "Braganza bragger it is," he replied, "and a bragger indeed. See that feather in his cap? See how he struts in that coat? He may well wear a green one, top-mates. He's a green-looking swab at the best." "Hush, Jonathan," said I. "There's the first duff looking up. Be still. The emperor will hear you." And I put my hand on his mouth. "Take your hand away, White Jacket," he cried. "There's no law up aloft here. I say, you emperor, you greenhorn in the green coat there, look you can't raise a pair of whiskers yet. And see what a pair of homeward bounders I have on my jowls. Don Pedro, eh? What's that, after all, but plain Peter? Reckoned a shabby name in my country. Damn me, White Jacket, I wouldn't call my dog Peter." "Clap a stopper in your jaw-tackle, will you?" cried Ringbolt, the sailor on the other side of him. "You'll be getting us all into darbies for this." "I won't trice up my red rag for nobody," retorted Jonathan. "So you had better take a round turn with yours, Ringbolt, and let me alone, or I'll fetch you such a swat over your figurehead, you'll think a long-wharf truck-horse kicked you with all four shoes on one hoof. You emperor, you counter-jumping son of a gun, cock your weather eye up aloft here, and see your betters. I say, top-mates, he ain't any emperor at all. I'm the rightful emperor. Yes, by the Commodore's boots, they stole me out of my cradle here in the Palace of Rio, and put that greenhorn in my place. I, you timberhead, you, I'm Don Pedro II, and by good rights you ought to be a main-topman here, with your fist in a tar bucket. Look you, I say, that crown of yours ought to be on my head, or if you don't believe that, just heave it into the ring once, and see who's the best man." "What's this hurrah's nest here aloft?" cried Jack Chase, coming up the t'gallant rigging from the topsail yard. "Can't you behave yourself, royal yardman, when an emperor's on board?" "It's this here Jonathan," answered Ringbolt. "He's been blackguarding the young nob in the green coat there. He says Don Pedro stole that hat." "How?" "Crown, he means, noble Jack," said a topman. "Jonathan don't call himself an emperor, does he?" asked Jack. "Yes," cried Jonathan. "That greenhorn standing there by the Commodore is sailing under false colors. He's an impostor, I say. He wears my crown." "Ha, ha!" laughed Jack, now seeing into the joke, and willing to humor it. "Though I'm born a Briton, boys, yet by the mast these Dom Pedros are all Perkin Warbecks. But I say, Jonathan, my lad, don't pipe your eye now about the loss of your crown, for look you, we all wear crowns, from our cradles to our graves, and though in double darbies in the brig, the Commodore himself can't unking us." "A riddle, noble Jack." "Not a bit. Every man who has a sole to his foot has a crown to his head. Here's mine." And so saying, Jack, removing his tarpaulin, exhibited a bald spot just about the bigness of a crown piece on the summit of his curly and classical head. End of Chapter 56. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 57 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 57. The Emperor Reviews the People at Quarters. I begged their Royal Highnesses' pardons all round, but I had almost forgotten to chronicle the fact that with the Emperor came several other royal princes, kings for aught we knew, since it was just after the celebration of the nuptials of a younger sister of the Brazilian monarch to some European royalty. Indeed, the Emperor and his suite formed a sort of bridal party, only the bride herself was absent. The first reception over, the smoke of the cannonading salute having cleared away, and the martial outburst of the brass band having also rolled off to leeward, the people were called down from the yards, and the drum beat to quarters. To quarters we went, and there we stood up by our iron bulldogs, while our royal and noble visitors promenaded along the batteries, breaking out into frequent exclamations at our warlike array, the extreme neatness of our garments, and, above all, the extraordinary polish of the bright work about the great guns, and the marvellous whiteness of the decks. "Que gusto!" cried a marquis, with several dry goods, samples of ribbon, tallied with bright buttons, hanging from his breast. "Que gloria!" cried a crooked, coffee-colored vicomte, spreading both palms. "Que alegria!" cried a little count, mincingly circumnavigating a shot-box. "Que contentamento é o meu!" cried the Emperor himself, complacently folding his royal arms and serenely gazing along our ranks. Pleasure, glory, and joy, this was the burden of the three noble courtiers, and very pleasing, indeed, was the simple rendering of Don Pedro's imperial remark. "Aye, aye," growled a grim rammer and sponger behind me, "it's all devilish fine for you nobs to look at, but what would you say if you had to holystone the deck yourselves, and wear out your elbows in polishing this cursed old iron, besides getting a dozen at the gangway if you dropped a grease spot on deck in your mess? Aye, aye, devilish fine for you, but devilish dull for us." In due time the drums beat the retreat, and the ship's company scattered over the decks. Some of the officers now assumed the part of cicerones, to show the distinguished strangers the bowels of the frigate, concerning which several of them showed a good deal of intelligent curiosity. A guard of honor, detached from the Marine Corps, accompanied them, and they made the circuit of the berth deck, where, at a judicious distance, the Emperor peeped down into the cable tier, a very subterranean vault. The captain of the main hold, who there presided, made a polite bow in the twilight, and respectfully expressed a desire for his Royal Majesty to step down and honor him with a call. But with his handkerchief to his imperial nose, his Majesty declined. The party then commenced the ascent to the spar deck, which, from so great a depth in a frigate, is something like getting up to the top of Bunker Hill Monument from the basement. While a crowd of people was gathered about the forward part of the booms, a sudden cry was heard from below. A lieutenant came running forward to learn the cause, when an old sheet-anchorman, standing by, after touching his hat, hitched up his waistbands, and replied, "I don't know, sir, but I'm thinking as how one of them 'ere kings has been tumbling down the hatchway." And something like this it turned out. In ascending one of the narrow ladders leading from the berth deck to the gun deck, the most noble Marquis of Silva, in the act of elevating the imperial coat-tails so as to protect them from rubbing against the newly painted combings of the hatchway, this noble Marquis's sword, being an uncommonly long one, had caught between his legs, and tripped him, head over heels, down into the fore-passage. "Onde ides?" "Where are you going?" said his royal master, tranquilly peeping down toward the falling Marquis. "And what did you let go of my coat-tails for?" he suddenly added, in a passion, glancing round at the same time, to see if they had suffered from the unfaithfulness of his train-bearer. "Oh, Lord!" sighed the captain of the foretop, "who would be a Marquis of Silva?" Upon being assisted to the spar deck, the unfortunate Marquis was found to have escaped without serious harm. But from the marked coolness of his royal master, when the Marquis drew near to apologize for his awkwardness, it was plain that he was condemned to languish for a time under the royal displeasure. Shortly after, the imperial party withdrew, under another grand national salute. End of Chapter 57. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 58 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 58. A quarter-deck officer before the mast. As we were somewhat short-handed while we lay in Rio, we received a small draft of men from a United States sloop of war, whose 3 years' term of service would expire about the time of our arrival in America. Under guard of an armed lieutenant and 4 midshipmen, they came on board in the afternoon. They were immediately mustered in the starboard gangway, that Mr. Bridewell, our first lieutenant, might take down their names and assign them their stations. They stood in a mute and solemn row. The officer advanced, with his memorandum book and pencil. My casual friend Shakings, the holder, happened to be by at the time. Touching my arm, he said, "White Jacket, this here reminds me of Sing Sing, when a draft of fellows and darbies came on from the state prison at Auburn for a change of scene like, you know." After taking down 4 or 5 names, Mr. Bridewell accosted the next man, a rather good-looking person, but from his haggard cheek and sunken eye, he seemed to have been in the sad habit, all his life, of sitting up rather late at night, and though all sailors do certainly keep late hours enough, standing watches at midnight, yet there is no small difference between keeping late hours at sea and keeping late hours ashore. "What's your name?" asked the officer of this rather rakish-looking recruit. "Mandeville, sir," said the man, courteously touching his cap. "You must remember me, sir," he added, in a low, confidential tone, strangely dashed with servility. "We sailed together once in the old Macedonian, sir. I wore an epaulet then. We had the same state-room, you know, sir. I'm your old chum, Mandeville, sir," and he again touched his cap. "I remember an officer by that name," said the First Lieutenant, emphatically, "and I know you, fellow. But I know you henceforth for a common sailor. I can show no favoritism here. If you ever violate the ship's rules, you shall be flogged like any other seaman. I place you in the foretop. Go forward to your duty." It seemed this Mandeville had entered the Navy when very young, and had risen to be a lieutenant, as he said, but brandy had been his bane. One night, when he had the deck of a line-of-battle ship in the Mediterranean, he was seized with a fit of mania a potu, and being out of his senses for the time, went below and turned into his berth, leaving the deck without a commanding officer. For this unpardonable offence he was broken. Having no fortune, and no other profession than the sea, upon his disgrace, he entered the merchant service as a chief mate. But his love of strong drink still pursuing him, he was again cashiered at sea, and degraded before the mast by the captain. After this, in a state of intoxication, he re-entered the Navy at Pensacola as a common sailor. But all these lessons, so biting bitter to learn, could not cure him of his sin. He had hardly been a week on board the Neversink when he was found intoxicated with smuggled spirits. They lashed him to the gratings, and ignominiously scourged him under the eye of his old friend and comrade, the First Lieutenant. This took place while we lay in port, which reminds me of the circumstance that when punishment is about to be inflicted in harbor, all strangers are ordered ashore, and the sentries at the side have it in strict charge to wave off all boats drawing near. End of Chapter 58. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 59 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 59. A Man-of-war button divides two brothers. The conduct of Mandeville in claiming the acquaintance of the First Lieutenant under such disreputable circumstances was strongly contrasted by the behavior of another person on board, placed for a time in a somewhat similar situation. Among the genteel youths of the after-guard was a lad of about 16, a very handsome young fellow with starry eyes, curly hair of a golden color, and a bright, sunshiny complexion. He must have been the son of some goldsmith. He was one of the few sailors, not in the maintop, whom I used to single out for occasional conversation. After several friendly interviews, he became quite frank, and communicated certain portions of his history. There is some charm in the sea which induces most persons to be very communicative concerning themselves. We had lain in Rio but a day, when I observed that this lad, whom I shall here call Frank, wore an unwonted expression of sadness mixed with apprehension. I questioned him as to the cause, but he chose to conceal it. Not 3 days after, he abruptly accosted me on the gun-deck, where I happened to be taking a promenade. "I can't keep it to myself any more," he said. "I must have a confidant, or I shall go mad." "What is the matter?" said I, in alarm. "Matter enough. Look at this," and he handed me a torn half-sheet of an old New York Herald, putting his finger upon a particular word in a particular paragraph. It was the announcement of the sailing from the Brooklyn Navy Yard of a United States store ship with provisions for the squadron in Rio. It was upon a particular name in the list of officers and midshipmen that Frank's fingers was placed. "That is my own brother," said he. "He must have got a reefer's warrant since I left home. Now, White Jacket, what's to be done? I have calculated that the store ship may be expected here every day. My brother will then see me, he an officer, and I a miserable sailor, that any moment may be flogged at the gangway, before his very eyes. Heavens, White Jacket, what shall I do? Would you run? Do you think there is any chance to desert? I won't see him, by heaven, with this sailor's frock on, and he with the anchor button." "Why, Frank," said I do not really see sufficient cause for this fit you are in. Your brother is an officer, very good, and you are nothing but a sailor, but that is no disgrace. If he comes on board here, go up to him and take him by the hand. Believe me, he will be glad enough to see you." Frank started from his desponding attitude, and fixing his eyes full upon mine, with clasped hands, exclaimed, "White Jacket, I have been from home nearly 3 years. In that time I have never heard one word from my family, and though God knows how I love them, yet I swear to you, that though my brother can tell me whether my sisters are still alive, yet, rather than accost him in this lined frock, I would go 10 centuries without hearing one syllable from home." Amazed at his earnestness, and hardly able to account for it altogether, I stood silent a moment, then said, "Why, Frank, this midshipman is your own brother, you say. Now, do you really think that your own flesh and blood is going to give himself airs over you, simply because he sports large brass buttons on his coat? Never believe it. If he does, he can be no brother, and ought to be hanged. That's all." "Don't say that again," said Frank resentfully. "My brother is a noble-hearted fellow. I love him as I do myself. You don't understand me, White Jacket. Don't you see that when my brother arrives he must consort more or less with our chuckle-headed reefers on board here? There's that namby-pamby Miss Nancy of a white-face, Stribbles, who, the other day, when Mad Jack's back was turned, ordered me to hand him the spy-glass as if he were a commodore. Do you suppose, now, I want my brother to see me a lackey abroad here? By heaven, it is enough to drive one distracted. What's to be done?" he cried fiercely. Much more passed between us, but all my philosophy was in vain, and at last Frank departed, his head hanging down in despondency. For several days after, whenever the quartermaster reported a sail entering the harbor, Frank was foremost in the rigging to observe it. At length, one afternoon, a vessel drawing near was reported to be the long-expected store-ship. I looked round for Frank on the spar-deck, but he was nowhere to be seen. He must have been below, gazing out of a port-hole. The vessel was hailed from our poop, and came to anchor within a biscuit's toss of our batteries. That evening I heard that Frank had ineffectually endeavored to get removed from his place as an oarsman in the first cutter, a boat which, from its size, is generally employed with the launch in carrying ship stores. When I thought that, the very next day, perhaps, this boat would be plying between the store-ship and our frigate, I was at no loss to account for Frank's attempts to get rid of his oar, and felt heartily grieved at their failure. Next morning, the bugler called away the first cutter's crew, and Frank entered the boat with his hat slouched over his eyes. Upon his return, I was all eagerness to learn what had happened, and, as the communication of his feelings was a grateful relief, he poured his whole story into my ear. It seemed that, with his comrades, he mounted the store-ship's side and hurried forward to the forecastle. Then, turning anxiously toward the quarter-deck, he spied 2 midshipmen leaning against the bulwarks, conversing. One was the officer of his boat. Was the other his brother? No. He was too tall, too large. Thank heaven, it was not him. And perhaps his brother had not sailed from home, after all. There might have been some mistake. But suddenly the strange midshipman laughed aloud, and that laugh Frank had heard 1,000 times before. It was a free, hearty laugh, a brother's laugh, but it carried a pang to the heart of poor Frank. He was now ordered down to the main deck to assist in removing the stores. The boat being loaded, he was ordered into her, when, looking toward the gangway, he perceived the 2 midshipmen lounging upon each side of it, so that no one could pass them without brushing their persons. But again, pulling his hat over his eyes, Frank, darting between them, gained his oar. "How my heart thumped," he said, "when I actually felt him so near me! But I wouldn't look at him. No, I'd have died first." To Frank's great relief, the store-ship at last moved further up the bay, and it fortunately happened that he saw no more of his brother while in Rio, and while there he never in any way made himself known to him. End of Chapter 59. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 60 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 60. A Man-of-War's Man Shot At. There was a seaman belonging to the foretop, a messmate, though not a topmate of mine, and no favorite of the captain's, who, for certain venial transgressions, had been prohibited from going ashore on liberty when the ship's company went. Enraged at the deprivation, for he had not touched earth in upward of a year, he, some nights after, lowered himself overboard with the view of gaining a canoe, attached by a rope to a Dutch galliot some cable's lengths distant. In this canoe he proposed paddling himself ashore. Not being a very expert swimmer, the commotion he made in the water attracted the ear of the sentry on that side of the ship, who, turning about in his walk, perceived the faint white spot where the fugitive was swimming in the frigate's shadow. He hailed it, but no reply. "Give the word, or I fire!" Not a word was heard. The next instant there was a red flash, and, before it had completely ceased illuminating the night, the white spot was changed into crimson. Some of the officers, returning from a party at the beach of the Flamingoes, happened to be drawing near the ship in one of her cutters. They saw the flash, and the bounding body it revealed. In a moment the topman was dragged into the boat, a handkerchief was used for a tourniquet, and the wounded fugitive was soon on board the frigate, when the surgeon being called, the necessary attentions were rendered. Now, it appeared that at the moment the sentry fired, the topman, in order to elude discovery, by manifesting the completest quietude, was floating on the water, straight and horizontal, as if reposing on a bed. As he was not far from the ship at the time, and the sentry was considerably elevated above him, pacing his platform on a level with the upper part of the hammock nettings, the ball struck with great force, with a downward obliquity, entering the right thigh just above the knee, and, penetrating some inches, glanced upward along the bone, burying itself somewhere, so that it could not be felt by outward manipulation. There was no dusky discoloration to mark its internal track, as in the case when a partly spent ball, obliquely hitting after entering the skin, courses on, just beneath the surface, without penetrating further. Nor was there any mark on the opposite part of the thigh, to denote its place, as when a ball forces itself straight through a limb, and lodges, perhaps, close to the skin on the other side. Nothing was visible but a small, ragged puncture, bluish about the edges, as if the rough point of a tenpenny nail had been forced into the flesh and withdrawn. It seemed almost impossible that through so small an aperture a musket bullet could have penetrated. The extreme misery and general prostration of the man, caused by the great effusion of blood, though, strange to say, at first he said he felt no pain from the wound itself, induced the surgeon, very reluctantly, to forego an immediate search for the ball to extract it, as that would have involved the dilating of the wound by the knife, an operation which at that juncture would have been almost certainly attended with fatal results. A day or two, therefore, was permitted to pass while simple dressings were applied. The surgeon of the other American ships of war in harbor occasionally visited the Neversink to examine the patient and, incidentally, to listen to the expositions of our own surgeon, their senior in rank. But Cadwallader Cuticle, who as yet has been but incidentally alluded to, now deserves a chapter by himself. End of Chapter 60. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 61 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 61. The Surgeon of the Fleet. Cadwallader Cuticle, M.D., and honorary member of the most distinguished colleges of surgeons both in Europe and America, was our surgeon of the fleet. Nor was he at all blind to the dignity of his position, to which, indeed, he was rendered peculiarly competent, if the reputation he enjoyed was deserved. He had the name of being the foremost surgeon in the Navy, a gentleman of remarkable science and a veteran practitioner. He was a small, withered man, nearly, perhaps quite, 60 years of age. His chest was shallow, his shoulders bent, his pantaloons hung round skeleton legs, and his face was singularly attenuated. In truth, the corporeal vitality of this man seemed in a good degree to have died out of him. He walked abroad, a curious patchwork of life and death, with a wig, one glass eye, and a set of false teeth, while his voice was husky and thick. But his mind seemed undebilitated, as in youth. It shone out of his remaining eye with basilisk brilliancy. Like most old physicians and surgeons who have seen much service, and have been promoted to high professional place for their scientific attainments, this Cuticle was an enthusiast in his calling. In private, he had once been heard to say, confidentially, that he would rather cut off a man's arm than dismember the wing of the most delicate pheasant. In particular, the department of morbid anatomy was his peculiar love, and in his state-room below he had a most unsightly collection of Parisian casts, in plaster and wax, representing all imaginable malformations of the human members, both organic and induced by disease. Chief among these was a cast, often to be met with in the anatomical museums of Europe, and no doubt an unexaggerated copy of a genuine original. It was the head of an elderly woman, with an aspect singularly gentle and meek, but at the same time wonderfully expressive of a gnawing sorrow never to be relieved. You would almost have thought it the face of some abbess, for some unspeakable crime voluntarily sequestered from human society, and leading a life of agonized penitence without hope, so marvelously sad and tearfully pitiable was this head. But when you first beheld it, no such emotions ever crossed your mind. All your eyes and all your horrified soul were fast fascinated and frozen by the sight of a hideous crumpled horn, like that of a ram, downward growing out from the forehead, and partly shadowing the face. But as you gazed, the freezing fascination of its horribleness gradually waned, and then your whole heart burst with sorrow, as you contemplated those aged features, ashy pale and wan. The horn seemed the mark of a curse for some mysterious sin, conceived and committed before the spirit had entered the flesh. Yet that sin seemed something imposed, and not voluntarily sought. Some sin growing out of the heartless necessities of the predestination of things. Some sin under which the sinner sank in sinless woe. But no pang of pain, not the slightest touch of concern, ever crossed the bosom of Cuticle when he looked on this cast. It was immovably fixed to a bracket against the partition of his state-room, so that it was the first object that greeted his eyes when he opened them from his nightly sleep. Nor was it to hide the face that upon retiring he always hung his navy cap upon the upward curling extremity of the horn, for that obscured it but little. The surgeon's cot-boy, the lad who made up his swinging bed and took care of his room, often told us of the horror he sometimes felt when he would find himself alone in his master's retreat. At times he was seized with the idea that Cuticle was a preternatural being, and once entering his room in the middle watch of the night, he started at finding it enveloped in a thick, bluish vapor, and stifling with the odors of brimstone. Upon hearing a low groan from the smoke, with a wild cry he darted from the place, and, rousing the occupants of the neighboring state-rooms, it was found that the vapor proceeded from smouldering bunches of lucifer matches, which had become ignited through the carelessness of the surgeon. Cuticle, almost dead, was dragged from the suffocating atmosphere, and it was several days ere he completely recovered from its effects. This accident took place immediately over the powder magazine, but as Cuticle, during his sickness, paid dearly enough for transgressing the laws prohibiting combustibles in the gun-room, the captain contented himself with privately remonstrating with him. Well knowing the enthusiasm of the surgeon for all specimens of morbid anatomy, some of the ward-room officers used to play upon his credulity, though in every case Cuticle was not long in discovering their deceptions. Once, when they had some sago pudding for dinner, and Cuticle chanced to be ashore, they made up a neat parcel of this bluish-white, firm, jelly-like preparation, and, placing it in a tin box carefully sealed with wax, they deposited it on the gun-room table, with a note purporting to come from an eminent physician in Rio, connected with the Grand National Museum on the Praça da Clamajao, begging leave to present the scientific Señor Cuticle, with the donor's compliments, an uncommonly fine specimen of a cancer. Descending to the ward-room, Cuticle spied the note, and no sooner read it than, clutching the case, he opened it, and exclaimed, "Beautiful! Splendid! I have never seen a finer specimen of this most interesting disease." "What have you there, Surgeon Cuticle?" said a lieutenant, advancing. "Why, sir, look at it. Did you ever see anything more exquisite?" "Very exquisite, indeed. Let me have a bit of it, will you, Cuticle?" "Let you have a bit of it!" shrieked the surgeon, starting back. "Let you have one of my limbs? I wouldn't mar so large a specimen for $100. But what can you want of it? You are not making collections." "I'm fond of the article," said the lieutenant. "It's a fine, cold relish to bacon or ham. You know, I was in New Zealand last cruise, Cuticle, and got into sad dissipation there among the cannibals. Come, let's have a bit, if it's only a mouthful." "Why, you infernal Feejee," shouted Cuticle, eyeing the other with a confounded expression, "you don't really mean to eat a piece of this cancer?" "Hand it to me, and see whether I will not," was the reply. "In God's name, take it!" cried the surgeon, putting the case into his hands, and then standing with his own uplifted. "Steward!" cried the lieutenant, "the castor, quick! I always use plenty of pepper with this dish, surgeon. It's oystery. Ah, this is really delicious," he added, smacking his lips over a mouthful. "Try it now, surgeon, and you'll never keep such a fine dish as this lying uneaten on your hands as a mere scientific curiosity." Cuticle's whole countenance changed, and slowly walking up to the table, he put his nose close to the tin case, then touched its contents with his finger and tasted it. "Enough!" Buttoning up his coat, in all the tremblings of an old man's rage, he burst from the ward-room, and, calling for a boat, was not seen again for 24 hours. But though, like all other mortals, Cuticle was subject at times to these fits of passion, at least under outrageous provocation, nothing could exceed his coolness when actually employed in his eminent vocation. Surrounded by moans and shrieks, by features distorted with anguish inflicted by himself, he yet maintained a countenance almost supernaturally calm, and unless the intense interest of the operation flushed his wan face with a momentary tinge of professional enthusiasm, he toiled away untouched by the keenest misery coming under a fleet surgeon's eye. Indeed, long habitation to the dissecting-room and the amputation table had made him seemingly impervious to the ordinary emotions of humanity. Yet you could not say that Cuticle was essentially a cruel-hearted man. His apparent heartlessness must have been of a purely scientific origin. It is not to be imagined even that Cuticle would have harmed a fly, unless he could procure a microscope powerful enough to assist him in experimenting on the minute vitals of the creature. But, notwithstanding his marvellous indifference to the sufferings of his patients, and spite even of his enthusiasm in his vocation, not cooled by frosting old age itself, Cuticle, on some occasions, would affect a certain disrelish of his profession, and declaim against the necessity that forced a man of his humanity to perform a surgical operation. Especially was it apt to be thus with him, when the case was one of more than ordinary interest. In discussing it previous to setting about it, he would veil his eagerness under an aspect of great circumspection, curiously marred, however, by continual sallies of unsuppressible impatience. But the knife once in his hand, the compassionless surgeon himself, undisguised, stood before you. Such was Cadwallader Cuticle, our surgeon of the fleet. End of chapter 61. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 62 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 62. A Consultation of Man-of-War Surgeons. It seems customary for the surgeon of the fleet, when any important operation in his department is on the anvil, and there is nothing to absorb professional attention from it, to invite his brother surgeons, if at hand at the time, to a ceremonious consultation upon it. And this, in courtesy, his brother surgeons expect. In pursuance of this custom, then, the surgeons of the neighboring American ships of war were requested to visit the Neversink in a body, to advise concerning the case of the topman, whose situation had now become critical. They assembled on the half-deck, and were soon joined by their respected senior, Cuticle. In a body they bowed as he approached, and accosted him with deferential regard. "Gentlemen," said Cuticle, unostentatiously seating himself on a camp-stool, handed him by his cot-boy, "we have here an extremely interesting case. You have all seen the patient, I believe. At first I had hopes that I should have been able to cut down to the ball and remove it. But the state of the patient forbade. Since then, the inflammation and sloughing of the part has been attended with a copious suppuration, great loss of substance, extreme debility and emaciation. From this, I am convinced that the ball has shattered and deadened the bone, and now lies impacted in the medullary canal. In fact, there can be no doubt that the wound is incurable, and that amputation is the only resource. But, gentlemen, I find myself placed in a very delicate predicament. I assure you I feel no professional anxiety to perform the operation. I desire your advice, and if you will now again visit the patient with me, we can then return here and decide what is best to be done. Once more, let me say that I feel no personal anxiety whatever to use the knife." The assembled surgeons listened to this address with the most serious attention, and, in accordance with their superior's desire, now descended to the sick bay, where the patient was languishing. The examination concluded, they returned to the half-deck, and the consultation was renewed. "Gentlemen," began Cuticle, again seating himself, "you have now just inspected the limb. You have seen that there is no resource but amputation. And now, gentlemen, what do you say? Surgeon Bandage, of the Mohawk, will you express your opinion?" "The wound is a very serious one," said Bandage, a corpulent man with a high German forehead, shaking his head solemnly. "Can anything save him but amputation?" demanded Cuticle. "His constitutional debility is extreme," observed Bandage, "but I have seen more dangerous cases." "Surgeon Wedge, of the Malay," said Cuticle, in a pet, "be pleased to give your opinion, and let it be definitive, I entreat." This was said with a severe glance toward Bandage. "If I thought," began Wedge, a very spare, tall man, elevating himself still higher on his toes, "that the ball had shattered and divided the whole femur, including the greater and lesser trochanter, the linear aspera, the digital fossa, and the intertrochanteric, I should certainly be in favor of amputation. But that, sir, permit me to observe, is not my opinion." "Surgeon Sawyer, of the Buccaneer," said Cuticle, drawing in his thin lower lip with vexation, and turning to a round-faced, florid, frank, sensible-looking man, whose uniform coat very handsomely fitted him, and was adorned with an unusual quantity of gold lace. "Surgeon Sawyer, of the Buccaneer, let us now hear your opinion, if you please. Is not amputation the only resource, sir?" "Excuse me," said Sawyer, "I am decidedly opposed to it; for if hitherto the patient has not been strong enough to undergo the extraction of the ball, I do not see how he can be expected to endure a far more severe operation. As there is no immediate danger of mortification, and you say the ball cannot be reached without making large incisions, I should support him, I think, for the present, with tonics and gentle antiphlogistics, locally applied. On no account would I proceed to amputation until further symptoms are exhibited." "Surgeon Patella, of the Algerine," said Cuticle, in an ill-suppressed passion, abruptly turning round on the person addressed, "will you have the kindness to say whether you do not think that amputation is the only resource?" Now, Patella was the youngest of the company, a modest man, filled with a profound reverence for the science of Cuticle, and desirous of gaining his good opinion, yet not wishing to commit himself altogether by a decided reply, though, like Surgeon Sawyer, in his own mind, he might have been clearly against the operation. "What have you remarked, Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet," said Patella, respectfully hemming, "concerning the dangerous condition of the limb, seems obvious enough. Amputation would certainly be a cure to the wound, but then, as, notwithstanding his present debility, the patient seems to have a strong constitution, he might rally, as it is, and by your scientific treatment, Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet," bowing, "be entirely made whole, without risking an amputation. Still, it is a very critical case, and amputation may be indispensable, and if it is to be performed, there ought to be no delay whatever. That is my view of the case, Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet." "Surgeon Patella, then, gentlemen," said Cuticle, turning round triumphantly, "is clearly of opinion that amputation should be immediately performed. For my own part, individually, I mean, and without respect to the patient, I am sorry to have it so decided. But this settles the question, gentlemen. In my own mind, however, it was settled before. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning the operation will be performed. I shall be happy to see you all on the occasion, and also your juniors," alluding to the absent assistant surgeons. "Good morning, gentlemen. At 10 o'clock, remember." And Cuticle retreated to the wardroom. End of Chapter 62. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 63 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 63. The Operation. Next morning, at the appointed hour, the surgeons arrived in a body. They were accompanied by their juniors, young men ranging in age from 19 years to 30. Like the senior surgeons, these young gentlemen were arrayed in their blue navy uniforms, displaying a profusion of bright buttons and several broad bars of gold lace about the wristbands. As in honor of the occasion, they had put on their best coats. They looked exceedingly brilliant. The whole party immediately descended to the half-deck, where preparations had been made for the operation. A large garrison ensign was stretched across the ship by the mainmast, so as completely to screen the space behind. This space included the whole extent aft to the bulkhead of the Commodore's cabin, at the door of which the marine orderly paced, in plain sight, cutlass in hand. Upon 2 gun-carriages, dragged amidships, the death-board, used for burials at sea, was horizontally placed, covered with an old royal stunsail. Upon this occasion, to do duty as an amputation table, it was widened by an additional plank. 2 match-tubs near by, placed one upon another, at either end supporting another plank, distinct from the table, whereon was exhibited an array of saws and knives of various and peculiar shapes and sizes. Also, a sort of steel, something like the dinner-table implement, together with long needles, crooked at the end for taking up the arteries, and large darning needles, thread, and beeswax for sewing up a wound. At the end, nearest the large table, was a tin basin of water, surrounded by small sponges placed at mathematical intervals. From the long horizontal pole of a great gun-rammer, fixed in its usual place overhead, hung a number of towels, with U.S. marked in the corners. All these arrangements had been made by the surgeon's steward, a person whose important functions in a man of war will, in a future chapter, be entered upon at large. Upon the present occasion, he was bustling about, adjusting and readjusting the knives, needles, and carver, like an over-conscientious butler, fidgeting over a dinner-table just before the convivialists enter. But by far the most striking object to be seen behind the ensign was a human skeleton, whose every joint articulated with wires. By a rivet at the apex of the skull, it hung dangling from a hammock-hook fixed in a beam above. Why this object was here will presently be seen, but why it was placed immediately at the foot of the amputation table, only Surgeon Cuticle can tell. While the final preparations were being made, Cuticle stood conversing with the assembled surgeons and assistant surgeons, his invited guests. "Gentlemen," said he, taking up one of the glittering knives and artistically drawing the steel across it, "Gentlemen, though these scenes are very unpleasant, and in some moods, I may say, repulsive to me, yet how much better for our patient to have the contusions and lacerations of his present wound, with all its dangerous symptoms, converted into a clean incision, free from these objections, and occasioning so much less subsequent anxiety to himself and the surgeon. Yes," he added tenderly, feeling the edge of his knife, "amputation is our only resource. Is it not so, Surgeon Patella?" turning toward that gentleman, as if relying upon some sort of an assent, however clogged with conditions. "Certainly," said Patella. "Amputation is your only resource, Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet. That is, I mean, if you are fully persuaded of its necessity." The other surgeons said nothing, maintaining a somewhat reserved air, as if conscious that they had no positive authority in the case, whatever might be their own private opinions. But they seemed willing to behold, and, if called upon, to assist at the operation, since it could not now be averted. The young men, their assistants, looked very eager, and cast frequent glances of awe upon so distinguished a practitioner as the venerable Cuticle. "They say he can drop a leg in 1 minute and 10 seconds from the moment the knife touches it," whispered one of them to another. "We shall see," was the reply, and the speaker clapped his hand to his fob to see if his watch would be forthcoming when wanted. "Are you all ready here?" demanded Cuticle, now advancing to his steward. "Have not those fellows got through yet?" pointing to 3 men of the carpenter's gang who were placing bits of wood under the gun carriages supporting the central table. "They are just through, sir," respectfully answered the steward, touching his hand to his forehead, as if there were a cap front there. "Bring up the patient, then," said Cuticle. "Young gentlemen," he added, turning to the row of assistant surgeons, "seeing you here reminds me of the classes of students once under my instruction at the Philadelphia College of Physicians and Surgeons. Ah, those were happy days," he sighed, applying the extreme corner of his handkerchief to his glass eye. "Excuse an old man's emotions, young gentlemen, but when I think of the numerous rare cases that then came under my treatment, I cannot but give way to my feelings. The town, the city, the metropolis, young gentlemen, is the place for you students. At least in these dull times of peace, when the Army and Navy furnish no inducements for a youth ambitious of rising in our honorable profession. Take an old man's advice, and if the war now threatening between the States and Mexico should break out, exchange your Navy commissions for commissions in the Army. From having no military marine herself, Mexico has always been backward in furnishing subjects for the amputation tables of foreign navies. The cause of science has languished in her hands. The Army, young gentlemen, is your best school. Depend upon it. You will hardly believe it, Surgeon Bandage," turning to that gentleman, "but this is my first important case of surgery in a nearly 3 years' cruise. I have been almost wholly confined in this ship to doctors' practice prescribing for fevers and fluxes. True, the other day a man fell from the mizzen-top sail-yard, but that was merely an aggravated case of dislocations and bones splintered and broken. No one, sir, could have made an amputation of it, without severely contusing his conscience, and mine, I may say it, gentlemen, without ostentation, is peculiarly susceptible." And so saying, the knife and carver touchingly dropped to his sides, and he stood for a moment fixed in a tender reverie, but a commotion being heard beyond the curtain, he started, and, briskly crossing and recrossing the knife and carver, exclaimed, "Ali, here comes our patient. Surgeons, this side of the table, if you please. Young gentlemen, a little further off, I beg. Steward, take off my coat, so. My neckerchief now. I must be perfectly unencumbered, Surgeon Patella, or I can do nothing whatever." These articles being removed, he snatched off his wig, placing it on the gun-deck capstan, then took out his set of false teeth and placed it by the side of the wig, and lastly, putting his forefinger to the inner angle of his blind eye, spirited out the glass optic with professional dexterity, and deposited that also next to the wig and false teeth. Thus divested of nearly all inorganic appurtenances, what was left of the surgeon slightly shook itself, to see whether anything more could be spared to advantage. "Carpenter's mates," he now cried, "will you never get through with that job?" "Almost through, sir. Just through," they replied, staring round in search of the strange, unearthly voice that addressed them, for the absence of his teeth had not at all improved the conversational tones of the surgeon of the fleet. With natural curiosity, these men had purposely been lingering, to see all they could, But now, having no further excuse, they snatched up their hammers and chisels, and, like the stage-builders decamping from a public meeting at the 11th hour, after just completing the rostrum in time for the first speaker, the carpenter's gang withdrew. The broad ensign now lifted, revealing a glimpse of the crowd of man-of-war's men outside, and the patient, borne in the arms of two of his messmates, entered the place. He was much emaciated, weak as an infant, and every limb visibly trembled, or rather jarred, like the head of a man with the palsy. As if an organic and involuntary apprehension of death had seized the wounded leg, its nervous motions were so violent that one of the messmates was obliged to keep his hand upon it. The topman was immediately stretched upon the table, the attendants steadying his limbs, when, slowly opening his eyes, he glanced about at the glittering knives and saws, the towels and sponges, the armed sentry at the Commodore's cabin door, the row of eager-eyed students, the meagre death's head of a Cuticle, now with his shirt-sleeves rolled up upon his withered arms, and knife in hand, and finally, his eyes settled in horror upon the skeleton, slowly vibrating and jingling before him with the slow, slight roll of the frigate in the water. "I would advise perfect repose of your every limb, my man," said Cuticle, addressing him. "The precision of an operation is often impaired by the inconsiderate restlessness of the patient. But if you consider, my good fellow," he added, in a patronizing and almost sympathetic tone, and slightly pressing his hand on the limb, "if you consider how much better it is to live with 3 limbs than to die with 4, and especially if you but knew to what torments both sailors and soldiers were subjected before the time of Celsus, owing to the lamentable ignorance of surgery then prevailing, you would certainly thank God from the bottom of your heart that your operation has been postponed to the period of this enlightened age, blessed with a Bell, a Brodie, and a Lally. My man, before Celsus's time, such was the general ignorance of our noble science, that, in order to prevent the excessive effusion of blood, it was deemed indispensable to operate with a red-hot knife," making a professional movement toward the thigh, "and pour scalding oil upon the parts," elevating his elbow, as if with a teapot in his hand, "still further to sear them, after amputation had been performed." "He is fainting," said one of his messmates. "Quick, some water." The steward immediately hurried to the topman with the basin. Cuticle took the topman by the wrist, and feeling it awhile, observed, "Don't be alarmed, men," addressing the 2 messmates. "He'll recover presently. This fainting very generally takes place." And he stood for a moment, tranquilly eyeing the patient. Now, the surgeon of the fleet and the topman presented a spectacle which, to a reflecting mind, was better than a churchyard sermon on the mortality of man. Here was a sailor who, 4 days previous, had stood erect, a pillar of life, with an arm like a royal mast, and a thigh like a windlass. But the slightest conceivable finger-touch of a bit of crooked trigger had eventuated in stretching him out more helpless than an hour-old babe with a blasted thigh, utterly drained of its brawn. And who was it that now stood over him like a superior being, and, as if clothed himself with the attributes of immortality, indifferently discoursed of carving up his broken flesh, and thus piecing out his abbreviated days? Who was it that, in capacity of surgeon, seemed enacting the part of a regenerator of life? The withered, shrunken, one-eyed, toothless, hairless Cuticle, with a trunk half dead, a memento mori to behold. And while in those soul-sinking and panic-striking premonitions of speedy death which almost invariably accompany a severe gunshot wound, even with the most intrepid spirits, while thus drooping and dying, this once robust topman's eye was now waning in his head like a Lapland moon being eclipsed in clouds. Cuticle, who for years had still lived in his withered tabernacle of a body, Cuticle, no doubt sharing in the common self-delusion of old age, Cuticle must have felt his hold of life as secure as the grim hug of a grizzly bear. Verily, life is more awful than death, and let no man, Though his live heart beat in him like a cannon, let him not hug his life to himself. For in the predestinated necessities of things, that bounding life of his is not a whit more secure than the life of a man on his deathbed. Today we inhale the air with expanding lungs, and life runs through us like 1,000 Niles. But tomorrow we may collapse in death, and all our veins be dry as the brook Kedron in a drought. "And now, young gentlemen," said Cuticle, turning to the assistant surgeons, "while the patient is coming to, permit me to describe to you the highly interesting operation I am about to perform." "Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet," said Surgeon Bandage, "if you are about to lecture, permit me to present you with your teeth. They will make your discourse more readily understood." And so saying, Bandage, with a bow, placed the 2 semicircles of ivory into Cuticle's hands. "Thank you, Surgeon Bandage," said Cuticle, and slipped the ivory into its place. "In the first place now, young gentlemen, let me direct your attention to the excellent preparation before you. I have had it unpacked from its case and set up here from my state-room, where it occupies the spare berth, and all this for your express benefit, young gentlemen. This skeleton I procured in person from the Hunterian Department of the Royal College of Surgeons in London. It is a masterpiece of art, but we have no time to examine it now. Delicacy forbids that I should amplify at a juncture like this," casting an almost benignant glance toward the patient, now beginning to open his eyes. "But let me point out to you upon this thigh bone," disengaging it from the skeleton, with a gentle twist, "the precise place where I propose to perform the operation. Here, young gentlemen, here is the place. You perceive it is very near the point of articulation with the trunk." "Yes," interposed Surgeon Wedge, rising on his toes, "yes, young gentlemen, the point of articulation with the acetabulum of the os innominatum." "Where's your bell on bones, Dick?" whispered one of the assistants to the student next to him. "Wedge has been spending the whole morning over it, getting out the hard names." "Surgeon Wedge," said Cuticle, looking round severely, "we will dispense with your commentaries, if you please, at present. Now, young gentlemen, you cannot but perceive that the point of operation being so near the trunk and the vitals, it becomes an unusually beautiful one, demanding a steady hand and a true eye, and, after all, the patient may die under my hands. "Quick, steward! Water, water! He's fainting again!" cried the 2 messmates. "Don't be alarmed for your comrade, men," said Cuticle, turning round. "I tell you it is not an uncommon thing for the patient to betray some emotion upon these occasions, most usually manifested by swooning. It is quite natural, it should be so. But we must not delay the operation. Steward, that knife! No, the next one. There, that's it. He is coming to, I think," feeling the topman's wrist. "Are you all ready, sir?" This last observation was addressed to one of the Neversink's assistant surgeons, a tall, lank, cadaverous young man, arrayed in a sort of shroud of white canvas, pinned about his throat, and completely enveloping his person. He was seated on a match-tub, the skeleton swinging near his head, at the foot of the table, in readiness to grasp the limb, as when a plank is being severed by a carpenter and his apprentice. "The sponges, steward," said Cuticle, for the last time taking out his teeth, and drawing up his shirt-sleeves still further. Then, taking the patient by the wrist, "Stand by, now, you messmates. Keep hold of his arms. Pin him down. Steward, put your hand on the artery. I shall commence as soon as his pulse begins to... Now, now." Letting fall the wrist, feeling the thigh carefully, and bowing over it an instant, he drew the fatal knife unerringly across the flesh. As it first touched the part, the row of surgeons simultaneously dropped their eyes to the watches in their hands, while the patient lay, with eyes horribly distended, in a kind of waking trance. Not a breath was heard, but as the quivering flesh parted in a long, lingering gash, a spring of blood welled up between the living walls of the wounds, and 2 thick streams, in opposite directions, coursed down the thigh. The sponges were instantly dipped in the purple pool. Every face present was pinched to a point with suspense. The limb writhed. The man shrieked. His messmates pinioned him, while round and round the leg went the unpitying cut. "The saw," said Cuticle. Instantly it was in his hand. Full of the operation, he was about to apply it, when, looking up and turning to the assistant surgeons, he said, "Would any of you young gentlemen like to apply the saw? A splendid subject." Several volunteered. When selecting one, Cuticle surrendered the instrument to him, saying, "Don't be hurried now, be steady." While the rest of the assistants looked upon their comrade with glances of envy, he went rather timidly to work, and Cuticle, who was earnestly regarding him, suddenly snatched the saw from his hand. "Away, butcher! You disgrace the profession! Look at me!" For a few moments the thrilling, rasping sound was heard, and then the topman seemed parted in twain at the hip, as the leg slowly slid into the arms of the pale, gaunt man in the shroud, who at once made away with it, and tucked it out of sight under one of the guns. "Surgeon Sawyer, now," said Cuticle, courteously turning to the surgeon of the Mohawk, "would you like to take up the arteries? They are quite at your service, sir." "Do, Sawyer, be prevailed upon," said Surgeon Bandage. Sawyer complied, and while, with some modesty, he was conducting the operation, Cuticle, turning to the row of assistants, said, "Young gentlemen, we will now proceed with our illustration. Hand me that bone, steward." And taking the thigh bone in his still bloody hands, and holding it conspicuously before his auditors, the surgeon of the fleet began. "Young gentlemen, you will perceive that precisely at this spot, here, to which I previously directed your attention, at the corresponding spot precisely, the operation has been performed. About here, young gentlemen, here," lifting his hand some inches from the bone, "about here the great artery was. But you noticed that I did not use the tourniquet. I never do. The forefinger of my steward is far better than a tourniquet, being so much more manageable, and leaving the smaller veins uncompressed. But I have been told, young gentlemen, that a certain Señor Signoroni, a surgeon of Seville, has recently invented an admirable substitute for the clumsy, old-fashioned tourniquet. As I understand it, it is something like a pair of calipers, working with a small Archimedes screw, a very clever invention, according to all accounts. For the padded points at the end of the arches," arching his forefinger and thumb, "can be so worked as to approximate in such a way as to— But you don't attend to me, young gentlemen," he added all at once, starting. Being more interested in the active proceedings of Surgeon Sawyer, who was now threading a needle to sew up the overlapping of the stump, the young gentlemen had not sculpted to turn away their attention altogether from the lecturer. A few moments more, and the topman, in a swoon, was removed below into the sick bay. As the curtain settled again after the patient had disappeared, Cuticle, still holding the thigh bone of the skeleton in his ensanguined hands, proceeded with his remarks upon it, and having concluded them, added, "Now, young gentlemen, not the least interesting consequence of this operation will be the finding of the ball, which, in case of non-amputation, might have long eluded the most careful search. That ball, young gentlemen, must have taken a most circuitous route; nor, in cases where the direction is oblique, is this at all unusual. Indeed, the learned Henner gives us a most remarkable, I had almost said an incredible, case of a soldier's neck, where the bullet, entering at the part called Adam's apple— "Yes," said Surgeon Wedge, elevating himself, "the pomum Adami." "Entering the point called Adam's apple," continued Cuticle, severely emphasizing the last two words, "ran completely round the neck, and, emerging at the same hole it had entered, shot the next man in the ranks. It was afterward extracted," says Renner, "from the second man, and pieces of the other's skin were found adhering to it. But examples of foreign substances being received into the body with a ball, young gentlemen, are frequently observed. Being attached to a United States ship at the time, I happened to be near the spot of the Battle of Ayacucho in Peru. The day after the action I saw in the barracks of the wounded a trooper who, having been severely injured in the brain, went crazy, and with his own holster pistol committed suicide in the hospital. The ball drove inward a portion of his woolen nightcap. "In the form of a cul-de-sac, doubtless," said the undaunted Wedge. "For once, Surgeon Wedge, you use the only term that can be employed, and let me avail myself of this opportunity to say to you, young gentlemen, that a man of true science," expanding his shallow chest a little, "uses but few hard words, and those only when none other will answer his purpose, whereas the smatterer in science," slightly glancing toward Wedge, "thinks that by mouthing hard words he proves that he understands hard things. Let this sink deep in your minds, young gentlemen, and, Surgeon Wedge," with a stiff bow, "permit me to submit the reflection to yourself. Well, young gentlemen, the bullet was afterward extracted by pulling upon the external parts of the cul-de-sac, a simple but exceedingly beautiful operation. There is a fine example, somewhat similar, related in Guthrie, but of course you must have met with it in so well-known a work as his treatise upon gunshot wounds. When, upward of 20 years ago, I was with Lord Cochrane, then Admiral of the fleets of this very country," pointing shoreward out of a port-hole, "a sailor of the vessel to which I was attached during the blockade of Bahia had his leg—" But by this time the fidgets had completely taken possession of his auditors, especially of the senior surgeons, and turning upon them abruptly, he added, "But I will not detain you longer, gentlemen," turning round upon all the surgeons. "Your dinners must be waiting you on board your respective ships. But, Surgeon Sawyer, perhaps you may desire to wash your hands before you go. There is the basin, sir. You will find a clean towel on the rammer. For myself, I seldom use them," taking out his handkerchief. "I must leave you now, gentlemen," bowing. "To-morrow at 10 the limb will be upon the table, and I shall be happy to see you all upon the occasion. Who's there?" turning to the curtain, which then rustled. "Please, sir," said the steward, entering, "the patient is dead." "The body also, gentlemen, at 10 precisely," said Cuticle, once more turning round upon his guests. "I predicted that the operation might prove fatal. He was very much run down. Good morning," and Cuticle departed. "He does not surely mean to touch the body?" exclaimed Surgeon Sawyer with much excitement. "Oh, no," said Patella, "that's only his way. He means, doubtless, that it may be inspected previous to being taken ashore for burial." The assemblage of gold-laced surgeons now ascended to the quarter-deck. The second cutter was called away by the bugler, and, one by one, they were dropped aboard of their respective ships. The following evening the messmates of the topman rowed his remains ashore, and buried them in the ever-vernal Protestant cemetery, hard by the beach of the Flamingoes, in plain sight from the bay. End of Chapter 63. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 64 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 64. Man of War Trophies. When the second cutter pulled about among the ships, dropping the surgeons aboard the American men of war here and there, as a pilot-boat distributes her pilots at the mouth of the harbor, she passed several foreign frigates, two of which, an Englishman and a Frenchman, had excited not a little remark on board the Neversink. These vessels often loosed their sails and exercised yards simultaneously with ourselves, as if desirous of comparing the respective efficiency of the crews. When we were nearly ready for sea, the English frigate, weighing her anchor, made all sail with the sea breeze, and began showing off her paces, by gliding about among all the men of war in harbor, and particularly by running down under the Neversink's stern. Every time she drew near, we complimented her by lowering our ensign a little, and invariably she courteously returned the salute. She was inviting us to a sailing match, and it was rumored that, when we should leave the bay, our captain would have no objections to gratify her, for, be it known, the Neversink was accounted the fleetest keeled craft sailing under the American long pennant. Perhaps this was the reason why the stranger challenged us. It may have been that a portion of our crew were the more anxious to race with this frigate, from a little circumstance which a few of them deemed rather galling. Not many cables' length distant from our Commodore's cabin lay the frigate President, with the red cross of St. George flying from her peak. As its name imported, this fine craft was an American-born, but having been captured during the last war with Britain, she now sailed the salt seas as a trophy. Think of it, my gallant countrymen, one and all, down the sea-coast and along the endless banks of the Ohio and Columbia. Think of the twinges we sea-patriots must have felt to behold the live oak of the Floridas and the pines of green Maine built into the oaken walls of old England. But, to some of the sailors, there was a counterbalancing thought, as grateful as the other was galling. And that was, that somewhere, sailing under the stars and stripes, was the frigate Macedonian, a British-born craft which had once sported the battle banner of Britain. It has ever been the custom to spend almost any amount of money in repairing a captured vessel, in order that she may long survive to commemorate the heroism of the conqueror. Thus, in the English Navy, there are many Monsieurs of 74s won from the Gaul. But we Americans can show but few similar trophies, though, no doubt, we would much like to be able to do so. But I never have beheld any of the floating trophies without being reminded of a scene once witnessed in a pioneer village on the western bank of the Mississippi. Not far from this village, where the stumps of aboriginal trees yet stand in the marketplace, some years ago lived a portion of the remnant tribes of the Sioux Indians, who frequently visited the white settlements to purchase trinkets and cloths. One florid crimson evening in July, when the red-hot sun was going down in a blaze, and I was leaning against a corner in my huntsman's frock, lo, there came stalking out of the crimson west a gigantic red man, erect as a pine, with his glittering tomahawk, big as a broad-axe, folded in martial repose across his chest. Moodily wrapped in his blanket, and striding like a king on the stage, he promenaded up and down the rustic streets, exhibiting on the back of his blanket a crowd of human hands, rudely delineated in red. One of them seemed recently drawn. "Who is this warrior?" asked I, "and why marches he here? And for what are these bloody hands?" "The warrior is the red-hot coal," said a pioneer in moccasins by my side. "He marches here to show off his last trophy. Every one of those hands attests a foe scalped by his tomahawk. And he has just emerged from Ben Brown's, the painter, who has sketched the last red hand that you see. For last night this red-hot coal outburned the yellow torch, the chief of a band of the Foxes." Poor savage, thought I. And is this the cause of your lofty gait? Do you straighten yourself to think that you have committed a murder, when a chance-falling stone has often done the same? Is it a proud thing to topple down 6 feet perpendicular of immortal manhood, though that lofty living tower needed perhaps 30 good growing summers to bring it to maturity? Poor savage! And you account it so glorious, do you, to mutilate and destroy what God himself was more than a quarter of a century in building? And yet, fellow Christians, what is the American frigate Macedonian, or the English frigate President, but as 2 bloody red hands painted on this poor savage's blanket? Are there no Moravians in the moon, that not a missionary has yet visited this poor pagan planet of ours, to civilize civilization and Christianize Christendom? End of Chapter 64. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 65 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 65. A Man of War Race. We lay in Rio so long, for what reason the Commodore only knows, that a saying went abroad among the impatient sailors that our frigate would at last ground on the beef bones daily thrown overboard by the cooks. But at last good tidings came. "All hands up, anchor ahoy!" And bright and early in the morning up came our old iron, as the sun rose in the east. The land breezes at Rio, by which alone vessels may emerge from the bay, is ever languid and faint. It comes from gardens of citrons and cloves, spiced with all the spices of the Tropic of Capricorn. And like that old exquisite, Mohammed, who so much loved to snuff perfumes and essences, and used to lounge out of the conservatories of Khadijah, his wife, to give battle to the robust sons of Koresh. Even so, this Rio land breeze comes jaded with sweet-smelling savors, to wrestle with the wild Tartar breezes of the sea. Slowly we dropped and dropped down the bay, glided like a stately swan through the outlet, and were gradually rolled by the smooth, sliding billows broad out upon the deep. Straight in our wake came the tall mainmast of the English fighting frigate, terminating like a steepled cathedral in the bannered cross of the religion of peace. And straight after her came the rainbow banner of France, sporting God's token that no more would he make war on the earth. Both Englishmen and Frenchmen were resolved upon a race, and we Yankees swore by our topsails and royals to sink their blazing banners that night among the southern constellations we should daily be extinguishing behind us in our run to the north. "Aye," said Mad Jack, "St. George's banner shall be as the Southern Cross, out of sight, leagues down the horizon, while our gallant stars, my brave boys, shall burn all alone in the north, like the Great Bear at the pole. Come on, Rainbow and Cross." But the wind was long languid and faint, not yet recovered from its night's dissipation ashore, and noon advanced, with the Sugar-Loaf Pinnacle in sight. Now, it is not with ships as with horses, for though if a horse walk well and fast, it generally furnishes good token that he is not bad at a gallop, yet the ship that in a light breeze is outstripped may sweep the stakes, so soon as a t'gallant breeze enables her to strike into a canter. Thus fared it with us. First, the Englishman glided ahead, and bluffly passed on. Then the Frenchman politely bade us adieu, while the old Neversink lingered behind, railing at the effeminate breeze. At one time all three frigates were irregularly abreast, forming a diagonal line, and so near were all three, that the stately officers on the poops stiffly saluted by touching their caps, though refraining from any further civilities. At this juncture it was a noble sight to behold those fine frigates, with dripping breast-hooks, all rearing and nodding in concert, and to look through their tall spars and wilderness of rigging, that seemed like inextricably entangled gigantic cobwebs against the sky. Towards sundown the ocean pawed its white hoofs to the spur of its helter-skelter rider, a strong blast from the eastward, and, giving three cheers from decks, yards, and tops, we crowded all sail on St. George and St. Denis. But it is harder to overtake than outstrip. Night fell upon us, still in the rear, still where the little boat was, which, at the 11th hour, according to a rabbinical tradition, pushed after the ark of old Noah. It was a misty, cloudy night, and though at first our lookouts kept the chase in dim sight, yet at last so thick became the atmosphere that no sign of a strange spar was to be seen. But the worst of it was that, when last discerned, the Frenchman was broad on our weather bow, and the Englishman gallantly leading his van. The breeze blew fresher and fresher, but, with even our main royal set, we dashed along through a cream-colored ocean of illuminated foam. White Jacket was then in the top, and it was glorious to look down and see our black hull butting the white sea with its broad bows like a ram. "We must beat them with such a breeze, dear Jack," said I to our noble captain of the top. "But the same breeze blows for John Bull, remember," replied Jack, who, being a Briton, perhaps favored the Englishman more than the Neversink. "But how we boom through the billows!" cried Jack, gazing over the top rail. Then, flinging forth his arm, recited, "A slope, and gliding on the leeward side, the bounding vessel cuts the roaring tide." "Camoens, White Jacket, Camoens, did you ever read him? The Lusiad, I mean. It's the man-of-war epic of the world, my lad. Give me Gamma for a Commodore, say I. Noble Gamma! And Michael, White Jacket, did you ever read him? William Julius Michael, Camoens' translator? A disappointed man, though, White Jacket. Besides his version of the Lusiad, he wrote many forgotten things. Did you ever see his ballad of Cumnor Hall? No? Why, it gave Sir Walter Scott the hint of Kenilworth. My father knew Michael when he went to sea on board the old Romney man-of-war. How many great men have been sailors, White Jacket? They say Homer himself was once a tar, even as his hero, Ulysses, was both a sailor and a shipwright. I'll swear Shakespeare was once a captain of the forecastle. Do you mind the first scene in The Tempest, White Jacket? And the world-finder Christopher Columbus was a sailor, and so was Camoens, who went to sea with Gamma, else we had never had the Lusiad, White Jacket. Yes, I've sailed over the very track that Camoens sailed, round the East Cape into the Indian Ocean. I've been in Don Jose's garden, too, in Macao, and bathed my feet in the blessed dew of the walks where Camoens wandered before me. Yes, White Jacket, and I have seen and sat in the cave at the end of the flowery, winding way, where Camoens, according to tradition, composed certain parts of his Lusiad. Aye, Camoens was a sailor once. Then there's Falconer, whose shipwreck will never founder, though he himself, poor fellow, was lost at sea in the Aurora frigate. Old Noah was the first sailor, and St. Paul, too, knew how to box the compass, my lad. Mind you that chapter in Acts? I couldn't spin the yarn better myself. Were you ever in Malta? They called it Melita in the Apostles' day. I have been in Paul's cave there, White Jacket. They say a piece of it is good for a charm against shipwreck, but I never tried it. There's Shelley. He was quite a sailor. Shelley? Poor lad. A Percy, too, but they ought to have let him sleep in his sailor's grave. He was drowned in the Mediterranean, you know, near Leghorn, and not burn his body as they did, as if he had been a bloody Turk. But many people thought him so, White Jacket, because he didn't go to mass, and because he wrote Queen Mab. Trelawney was by at the burning, and he was an ocean rover, too. Aye, and Byron helped put a piece of a keel on the fire, for it was made of bits of a wreck, they say. One wreck burning another. And was not Byron a sailor, an amateur forecastleman, White Jacket? So he was. Else how bid the ocean heave and fall in that grand, majestic way? I say, White Jacket, d'ye mind me? There never was a very great man yet who spent all his life inland. A snuff of the sea, my boy, is inspiration, and having been once out of sight of land has been the making of many a true poet and the blasting of many pretenders. For, d'ye see, there's no gammon about the ocean. It knocks the false keel right off a pretender's bows. It tells him just what he is, and makes him feel it, too. A sailor's life, I say, is the thing to bring us mortals out. What does the blessed Bible say? Don't it say that we main-top men alone see the marvelous sights and wonders? Don't deny the blessed Bible, now. Don't do it. How it rocks up here, my boy, holding on to a shroud. But it only proves what I've been saying. The sea is the place to cradle genius. Heave and fall, old sea. And you also, noble Jack, said I. What are you but a sailor? You're merry, my boy, said Jack, looking up with a glance like that of a sentimental archangel doomed to drag out his eternity in disgrace. But mind you, White Jacket, there are many great men in the world besides commodores and captains. I've that here, White Jacket, touching his forehead, which, under happier skies, perhaps in you, solitary star there, peeping down from those clouds, might have made a Homer of me. But fate is fate, White Jacket, and we Homers who happen to be captains of tops must write our odes in our hearts, and publish them in our heads. But look! The captain's on the poop. It was now midnight, but all the officers were on deck. "Jib boom there!" cried the lieutenant of the watch, going forward and hailing the headmost lookout. "D'ye see anything of those fellows now?" "See nothing, sir." "See nothing, sir," said the lieutenant, approaching the captain, and touching his cap. "Call all hands," roared the captain. "This keel shan't be beat while I stride it." All hands were called, and the hammocks stowed in the nettings for the rest of the night, so that no one could lie between blankets. Now, in order to explain the means adopted by the captain to ensure us the race, it needs to be said of the Neversink that, for some years after being launched, she was accounted one of the slowest vessels in the American Navy. But it chanced upon a time that, being on a cruise in the Mediterranean, she happened to sail out of Port Mahon, in what was then supposed to be very bad trim for the sea. Her bows were rooting in the water, and her stern kicking up its heels in the air. But, wonderful to tell, it was soon discovered that in this comical posture she sailed like a shooting star. She outstripped every vessel on the station. Thenceforward all her captains on all cruises trimmed her by the head, and the Neversink gained the name of a clipper. To return. All hands being called, they were now made use of by Captain Claret as make-weights to trim the ship scientifically to her most approved bearings. Some were sent forward on the spar-deck with 24-pound shot in their hands, and were judiciously scattered about here and there, with strict orders not to budge an inch from their stations, for fear of marring the captain's plans. Others were distributed along the gun and berth decks with similar orders, and, to crown all, several cannonade guns were unshipped from their carriages and swung in their breechings from the beams of the main-deck, so as to impart a sort of vibratory briskness and oscillating buoyancy to the frigate. And thus we 500 make-weights stood out that whole night, some of us exposed to a drenching rain, in order that the Neversink might not be beaten. But the comfort and consolation of all make-weights is as dust in the balance in the estimation of the rulers of our man-of-war world. The long, anxious night at last came to an end, and, with the first peep of day, the lookout on the jib-boom was hailed, but nothing was in sight. At last it was broad day, yet still not a bow was to be seen in our rear, nor a stern in our van. "Where are they?" cried the captain. "Out of sight astern, to be sure, sir," said the officer of the deck. "Out of sight ahead, to be sure, sir," muttered Jack Chase in the top. Precisely thus stood the question. Whether we beat them, or whether they beat us, no mortal can tell to this hour, since we never saw them again. But for one, White Jacket will lay his 2 hands on the bow chasers of the Neversink, and take his ship's oath that we Yankees carried the day. End of Chapter 65. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 66 of White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 66. Fun in a Man of War. After the race, our man-of-war derby, we had many days fine weather, during which we continued running before the trades toward the north. Exhilarated by the thought of being homeward bound, many of the seamen became joyous, and the discipline of the ship, if anything, became a little relaxed. Many pastimes served to while away the dog-watches in particular. These dog-watches, embracing 2 hours in the early part of the evening, form the only authorized playtime for the crews of most ships at sea. Among other diversions at present licensed by authority in the Neversink were those of single-stick, sparring, hammer and anvil, and head-bumping. All these were under the direct patronage of the captain; otherwise, seeing the consequences they sometimes led to, they would undoubtedly have been strictly prohibited. It is a curious coincidence that when a navy captain does not happen to be an admirer of the Fistiana, his crew seldom amuse themselves in that way. Single-stick, as everyone knows, is a delightful pastime which consists in 2 men standing a few feet apart, and rapping each other over the head with long poles. There is a good deal of fun in it, so long as you are not hit; but a hit, in the judgment of discreet persons, spoils the sport completely. When this pastime is practiced by connoisseurs ashore, they wear heavy wired helmets to break the force of the blows. But the only helmets of our tars were those with which nature had furnished them. They played with great gun-rammers. Sparring consists in playing single-stick with bone poles instead of wooden ones. 2 men stand apart and pommel each other with their fists, a hard bunch of knuckles permanently attached to the arms, and made globular, or extended into a palm, at the pleasure of the proprietor, till one of them, finding himself sufficiently thrashed, cries, "Enough!" Hammer and anvil is thus practiced by amateurs. Patient No. 1 gets on all fours, and stays so, while patient No. 2 is taken up by his arms and legs, and his base is swung against the base of patient No. 1, till patient No. 1, with the force of the final blow, is sent flying along the deck. Head-bumping, as patronized by Captain Claret, consists in 2 negroes (whites will not answer) butting at each other like rams. This pastime was an especial favorite with the captain. In the dog-watches, Rosewater and Mayday were repeatedly summoned into the lee waist to tilt at each other, for the benefit of the captain's health. Mayday was a full-blooded bull negro, so the sailors called him, with a skull like an iron tea-kettle, wherefore Mayday much fancied the sport. But Rosewater, he was a slender and rather handsome mulatto, and abhorred the pastime. Nevertheless, the captain must be obeyed. So, at the word, poor Rosewater was fain to put himself in a posture of defence, else Mayday would incontinently have bumped him out of a port-hole into the sea. I used to pity poor Rosewater from the bottom of my heart, but my pity was almost aroused into indignation at a sad sequel to one of these gladiatorial scenes. It seems that, lifted up by the unaffected though verbally unexpressed applause of the captain, Mayday had begun to despise Rosewater as a poltroon, a fellow all brains and no skull; whereas he himself was a great warrior, all skull and no brains. Accordingly, after they had been bumping one evening to the captain's content, Mayday confidentially told Rosewater that he considered him a nigger, which among some blacks is held a great term of reproach. Fired at the insult, Rosewater gave Mayday to understand that he utterly erred, for his mother, a black slave, had been one of the mistresses of a Virginia planter belonging to one of the oldest families in that state. Another insulting remark followed this innocent disclosure. Retort followed retort. In a word, at last they came together in mortal combat. The master-at-arms caught them in the act, and brought them up to the mast. The captain advanced. "Please, sir," said poor Rosewater, "it all came of that 'ere bumping. Mayday here aggrawated me 'bout it." "Master-at-arms," said the captain, "did you see them fighting?" "Aye, sir," said the master-at-arms, touching his cap. "Rig the grating," said the captain. "I'll teach you two men that, though I now and then permit you to play, I will have no fighting. Do your duty, boatswain's mate." And the negroes were flogged. Justice commands that the fact of the captain's not showing any leniency to Mayday, a decided favorite of his, at least while in the ring, should not be passed over. He flogged both culprits in the most impartial manner. As in the matter of the scene at the gangway, shortly after the Cape Horn theatricals, when my attention had been directed to the fact that the officers had shipped their quarter-deck faces upon that occasion, I say, it was seen with what facility a sea-officer assumes his wonted severity of demeanor after a casual relaxation of it. This was especially the case with Captain Claret upon the present occasion. For any landsman to have beheld him in the lee waist of a pleasant dog-watch, with a genial, good-humoured countenance, observing the gladiators in the ring, and now and then indulging in a playful remark, that landsman would have deemed Captain Claret the indulgent father of his crew, perhaps permitting the excess of his kind-heartedness to encroach upon the appropriate dignity of his station. He would have deemed Captain Claret a fine illustration of those too well-known poetical comparisons between a sea-captain and a father, and between a sea-captain and the master of apprentices, instituted by those eminent maritime jurists, the noble Lords Tenterden and Stowell. But surely, if there is anything hateful, it is this shipping of the quarter-deck face after wearing a merry and good-natured one. How can they have the heart? Methinks if but once I smiled upon a man, never mind how much beneath me, I could not bring myself to condemn him to the shocking misery of the lash. Oh, officers all around the world, if this quarter-deck face you wear at all, then never unship it for another, to be merely sported for a moment. Of all insults, the temporary condescension of a master to a slave is the most outrageous and galling. That potentate who most condescends, mark him well, for that potentate, if occasion come, will prove your uttermost tyrant. End of Chapter 66. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 67 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 67. White Jacket arraigned at the mast. When, with 500 others, I made one of the compelled spectators at the scourging of poor Rosewater, I little thought what fate had ordained for myself the next day. Poor mulatto, thought I, one of an oppressed race, they degrade you like a hound. Thank God, I am a white. Yet I had seen whites also scourged. For black or white, all my shipmates were liable to that. Still, there is something in us, somehow, that in the most degraded condition we snatch at a chance to deceive ourselves into a fancied superiority to others, whom we suppose lower in the scale than ourselves. Poor Rosewater, thought I, poor mulatto, Heaven send you a release from your humiliation. To make plain the thing about to be related, it needs to repeat what has somewhere been previously mentioned, that in tacking ship, every seaman in a man of war has a particular station assigned him. what that station is should be made known to him by the first lieutenant, and when the word is passed to tack or wear, it is every seaman's duty to be found at his post. But among the various numbers and stations given to me by the senior lieutenant when I first came on board the frigate, he had altogether omitted informing me of my particular place at those times. And, up to the precise period now written of, I had hardly known that I should have had any special place then at all. For the rest of the men, they seemed to me to catch hold of the first rope that offered, as in a merchantman upon similar occasions. Indeed, I subsequently discovered that such was the state of discipline, in this one particular at least, that very few of the seamen could tell where their proper stations were, at tacking or wearing. "All hands tack ship ahoy!" Such was the announcement made by the boatswain's mates at the hatchways the morning after the hard fate of Rosewater. It was just 8 bells, noon, and springing from my white jacket, which I had spread between the guns for a bed on the main deck, I ran up the ladders, and, as usual, seized hold of the main brace, which 50 hands were streaming along forward. When main topsail haul was given through the trumpet, I pulled at this brace with such heartiness and good will that I almost flattered myself that my instrumentality in getting the frigate round on the other tack deserved a public vote of thanks and a silver tankard from Congress. But something happened to be in the way aloft when the yard swung round. A little confusion ensued, and, with anger on his brow, Captain Claret came forward to see what occasioned it. No one to let go the weather lift of the main yard. The rope was cast off, however, by a hand, and the yards, unobstructed, came round. When the last rope was coiled away, the captain desired to know of the first lieutenant who it might be that was stationed at the weather, then the starboard, main lift. With a vexed expression of countenance, the first lieutenant sent a midshipman for the station bill, when, upon glancing it over, my own name was found put down at the post in question. At the time I was on the gun-deck below, and did not know of these proceedings. But a moment after, I heard the boatswain's mates bawling my name at all the hatchways and along all 3 decks. It was the first time I had ever heard it so sent through the furthest recesses of the ship, and well knowing what this generally betokened to other seamen, my heart jumped to my throat, and I hurriedly asked Flute, the boatswain's mate at the fore hatchway, what was wanted of me. "Captain wants ye at the mast," he replied. "Going to flog ye, I guess." "What for?" "My eyes, you've been chalking your face, ain't ye?" "What am I wanted for?" I repeated. But at that instant my name was again thundered forth by the other boatswain's mate, and Flute hurried me away, hinting that I would soon find out what the captain desired of me. I swallowed down my heart in me as I touched the spar deck, for a single instant balanced myself on my best centre, and then, wholly ignorant of what was going to be alleged against me, advanced to the dread tribunal of the frigate. As I passed through the gangway, I saw the quartermaster rigging the gratings, the boatswain with his green bag of scourges, the master-at-arms ready to help off someone's shirt. Again I made a desperate swallow of my whole soul in me, and found myself standing before Captain Claret. His flushed face obviously showed him in ill humor. Among the group of officers by his side was the first lieutenant, who, as I came aft, eyed me in such a manner that I plainly perceived him to be extremely vexed at me for having been the innocent means of reflecting upon the manner in which he kept up the discipline of the ship. "Why were you not at your station, sir?" asked the captain. "What station do you mean, sir?" said I. It is generally the custom with man-of-war's men to stand obsequiously touching their hat at every sentence they address to the captain. But as this was not obligatory upon me by the Articles of War, I did not do so upon the present occasion, and previously I had never had the dangerous honor of a personal interview with Captain Claret. He quickly noticed my omission of the homage usually rendered him, and instinct told me that, to a certain extent, it set his heart against me. "What station, sir, do you mean?" said I. "You pretend ignorance," he replied. "It will not help you, sir." Glancing at the captain, the First Lieutenant now produced the station bill, and read my name in connection with that of the starboard main-lift. "Captain Claret," said I, "it is the first time I ever heard of my being assigned to that post." "How is this, Mr. Bridewell?" he said, turning to the First Lieutenant, with a fault-finding expression. "It is impossible, sir," said that officer, striving to hide his vexation. "But this man must have known his station." "I have never known it before this moment, Captain Claret," said I. "Do you contradict my officer?" he returned. "I shall flog you." I had now been on board the frigate upward of a year, and remained unscourged. The ship was homeward bound, and in a few weeks, at most, I would be a free man. And now, after making a hermit of myself in some things, in order to avoid the possibility of the scourge, here it was, hanging over me for a thing utterly unforeseen, for a crime of which I was as utterly innocent. But all that was as naught. I saw that my case was hopeless, my solemn disclaimer was thrown in my teeth, and the boatswain's mate stood curling his fingers through the cat. There are times when wild thoughts enter a man's heart, when he seems almost irresponsible for his act and his deed. The captain stood on the weather side of the deck. Sideways, on an unobstructed line with him, was the opening of the lee gangway, where the side ladders are suspended in port. Nothing but a slight bit of sinnate stuff served to rail in this opening, which was cut right down to the level of the captain's feet, showing the far sea beyond. I stood a little to windward of him, and, though he was a large, powerful man, it was certain that a sudden rush against him, along the slanting deck, would infallibly pitch him head foremost into the ocean, though he was so rushed must needs go over with him. My blood seemed clotting in my veins, I felt icy cold at the tips of my fingers, and a dimness was before my eyes. But through that dimness the boatswain's mate, scourge in hand, loomed like a giant, and Captain Claret, and the blue sea seen through the opening at the gangway, showed with an awful vividness. I cannot analyze my heart, though it then stood still within me, but the thing that swayed me to my purpose was not altogether the thought that Captain Claret was about to degrade me, and that I had taken an oath with my soul that he should not. No, I felt my man's manhood so bottomless within me that no word, no blow, no scourge of Captain Claret could cut me deep enough for that. I but swung to an instinct in me, the instinct diffused through all animated nature, the same that prompts even a worm to turn under the heel. Locking souls with him, I meant to drag Captain Claret from this earthly tribunal of his to that of Jehovah, and let him decide between us. No other way could I escape the scourge. Nature has not implanted any power in man that was not meant to be exercised at times, though too often our powers have been abused. The privilege, inborn and inalienable, that every man has of dying himself, and inflicting death upon another, was not given to us without a purpose. These are the last resources of an insulted and unendurable existence. "To the gratings, sir," said Captain Claret. "Do you hear?" My eye was measuring the distance between him and the sea. "Captain Claret," said a voice advancing from the crowd. I turned to see who this might be, that audaciously interposed at a juncture like this. It was the same remarkably handsome and gentlemanly corporal of marines, Colbrook, who has been previously alluded to in the chapter describing killing time in a man of war. "I know that man," said Colbrook, touching his cap, and speaking in a mild, firm, but extremely deferential manner. "And I know that he would not be found absent from his station if he knew where it was." This speech was almost unprecedented. Seldom or never before had a marine dared to speak to the captain of a frigate in behalf of a seaman at the mast. but there was something so unostentatiously commanding in the calm manner of the man that the captain, though astounded, did not in any way reprimand him. The very unusualness of his interference seemed Colbrook's protection. Taking heart, perhaps, from Colbrook's example, Jack Chase interposed, and, in a manly but carefully respectful manner, in substance repeated the corporal's remark, adding that he had never found me wanting in the top. The captain looked from Chase to Colbrook, and from Colbrook to Chase, one the foremost man among the seamen, the other the foremost man among the soldiers, then all round upon the packed and silent crew, and, as if a slave to fate, though supreme captain of a frigate, he turned to the first lieutenant, made some indifferent remark, and saying to me, "You may go," sauntered aft into his cabin; while I, who, in the desperation of my soul, had but just escaped being a murderer and a suicide, almost burst into tears of thanksgiving where I stood. End of Chapter 67. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 68 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 68. A Man-of-War Fountain, and Other Things. Let us forget the scourge and the gangway a while, and jot down in our memories a few little things pertaining to our man-of-war world. I let nothing slip, however small, and feel myself actuated by the same motive which has prompted many worthy old chroniclers to set down the merest trifles concerning things that are destined to pass away entirely from the earth, and which, if not preserved in the nick of time, must infallibly perish from the memories of man. Who knows that this humble narrative may not hereafter prove the history of an obsolete barbarism? Who knows that, when men of war shall be no more, White Jacket may not be quoted to show to the people in the millennium what a man of war was? God hasten the time. Lo, ye years escort it hither, and bless our eyes ere we die. There is no part of a frigate where you will see more going and coming of strangers, and overhear more greetings and gossipings of acquaintances, than in the immediate vicinity of the scuttle-butt, just forward of the main hatchway, on the gun-deck. The scuttle-butt is a goodly round painted cask, standing on end, and with its upper head removed, showing a narrow circular shelf within, where rest a number of tin cups for the accommodation of drinkers. Central within the scuttle-butt itself stands an iron pump, which, connecting with the immense water-tanks in the hold, furnishes an unfailing supply of the much-admired pale ale, first brewed in the brooks of the Garden of Eden, and stamped with the brand of our old father Adam, who never knew what wine was. We are indebted to the old vintner Noah for that. The scuttle-butt is the only fountain in the ship, and here alone can you drink, unless at your meals. Night and day an armed sentry paces before it, bayonet in hand, to see that no water is taken away except according to law. I wonder that they station no sentries at the port-holes to see that no air is breathed, except according to Navy regulations. As 500 men come to drink at this scuttle-butt, as it is often surrounded by officers' servants drawing water for their masters to wash, by the cooks of the range, who hither come to fill their coffee-pots, and by the cooks of the ship's messes to procure water for their duffs, the scuttle-butt may be denominated the town pump of the ship, and would that my fine countryman Hawthorne of Salem had but served on board a man-of-war in his time, that he might give us the reading of a rill from the scuttle-butt. As in all extensive establishments, abbeys, arsenals, colleges, treasuries, metropolitan post offices, and monasteries, there are many snug little niches, wherein are ensconced certain superannuated old pensioner officials; and, more especially, as in most ecclesiastical establishments, a few choice prebendary stalls are to be found, furnished with well-filled mangers and racks. So, in a man-of-war, there are a variety of similar snuggeries for the benefit of decrepit or rheumatic old tars. Chief among these is the office of mastman. There is a stout rail on deck at the base of each mast, where a number of braces, lifts, and buntlines are belayed to the pins. It is the sole duty of the mastman to see that these ropes are always kept clear, to preserve his premises in a state of the greatest attainable neatness, and every Sunday morning to dispose his ropes in neat Flemish coils. The main mastman of the Neversink was a very aged seaman, who well deserved his comfortable berth. He had seen more than half a century of the most active service, and through all had proved himself a good and faithful man. He furnished one of the very rare examples of a sailor in a green old age; for with most sailors old age comes in youth, and hardship and vice carry them on an early bier to the grave. As in the evening of life, and at the close of the day, old Abraham sat at the door of his tent, biding his time to die, so sits our old mastman on the coat of the mast, glancing round him with patriarchal benignity; and that mild expression of his sets off very strangely a face that has been burned almost black by the torrid suns that shone 50 years ago, a face that is seamed with 3 sabre cuts. You would almost think this old mastman had been blown out of Vesuvius to look alone at his scarred, blackened forehead, chin, and cheeks. But gaze down into his eye, and though all the snows of time have drifted higher and higher upon his brow, yet deep down in that eye you behold an infantile, sinless look, the same that answered the glance of this old man's mother when first she cried for the babe to be laid by her side. That look is the fadeless, ever infantile immortality within. The Lord Nelsons of the sea, though but barons in the state, yet oftentimes prove more potent than their royal masters, and at such scenes as Trafalgar, dethroning this emperor and reinstating that, enact on the ocean the proud part of mighty Richard Neville, the king-making earl of the land. And as Richard Neville entrenched himself in his moated old man-of-war castle of Warwick, which, underground, was traversed with vaults, hewn out of the solid rock, and intricate as the wards of the old keys of Calais surrendered to Edward III. Even so do these King Commodores house themselves in their water-rimmed, cannon-sentried frigates, oaken dug, deck under deck, as cell under cell. And as the old middle-aged warders of Warwick every night at curfew patrolled the battlements, and dove down into the vaults to see that all lights were extinguished, even so do the master-at-arms and ship's corporals of a frigate preamble all the decks of a man-of-war, blowing out all tapers but those burning in the legalized battle-lanterns. Yea, in these things, so potent is the authority of these sea-wardens, that, though almost the lowest subalterns in the ship, yet should they find the senior lieutenant himself sitting up late in his state-room, reading Bowditch's Navigator, or Danton on gunpowder and firearms, they would infallibly blow the light out under his very nose, nor durst that Grand Vizier resent the indignity. But, unwittingly, I have ennobled, by grand historical comparisons, this prying, pettifogging, Irish informer of a master-at-arms. You have seen some slim, slipshod housekeeper at midnight ferreting over a rambling old house in the country, startling at fancied witches and ghosts, yet intent on seeing every door bolted, every smouldering ember in the fireplaces smothered, every loitering domestic abed, and every light made dark? This is the master-at-arms, taking his night rounds in a frigate. It may be thought that but little is seen of the Commodore in these chapters, and that, since he so seldom appears on the stage, he cannot be so august a personage after all. But the mightiest potentates keep the most behind the veil. You might tarry in Constantinople a month, and never catch a glimpse of the Sultan. The Grand Lama of Tibet, according to some accounts, is never beheld by the people. But if anyone doubts the majesty of a Commodore, let him know that, according to 42 of the Articles of War, he is invested with a prerogative which, according to monarchical jurists, is inseparable from the throne, the plenary pardoning power. He may pardon all offenses committed in the squadron under his command. But this prerogative is only his while at sea, or on a foreign station, a circumstance peculiarly significant of the great difference between the stately absolutism of a Commodore enthroned on his poop in a foreign harbor, and an unlaced Commodore negligently reclining in an easy-chair in the bosom of his family at home. End of Chapter 68. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 69 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 69. Prayers at the Guns. The training days, or general quarters, now and then taking place in our frigate, have already been described; also the Sunday devotions on the half-deck. But nothing has yet been said concerning the daily morning and evening quarters, when the men silently stand at their guns, and the chaplain simply offers up a prayer. Let us now enlarge upon this matter. We have plenty of time; the occasion invites; for, behold, the homeward-bound Neversink bowls along over a jubilant sea. Shortly after breakfast the drum beats to quarters, and among 500 men, scattered over all 3 decks, and engaged in all manner of ways, that sudden rolling march is magical as the monitory sound to which every good Mussulman at sunset drops to the ground whatsoever his hands might have found to do, and, throughout all Turkey, the people in concert kneel toward their holy Mecca. The sailors run to and fro, some up the deck-ladders, some down, to gain their respective stations in the shortest possible time. In 3 minutes all is composed. One by one, the various officers stationed over the separate divisions of the ship then approach the First Lieutenant on the quarter-deck, and report their respective men at their quarters. It is curious to watch their countenances at this time. A profound silence prevails, and, emerging through the hatchway from one of the lower decks, a slender young officer appears, hugging his sword to his thigh, and advances through the long lanes of sailors at their guns, his serious eye all the time fixed upon the First Lieutenant's, his polar star. Sometimes he essays a stately and graduated step, an erect and martial bearing, and seems full of the vast national importance of what he is about to communicate. But when at last he gains his destination, you are amazed to perceive that all he has to say is imparted by a Freemason touch of his cap, and a bow. He then turns and makes off to his division, perhaps passing several brother lieutenants, all bound on the same errand he himself has just achieved. For about 5 minutes these officers are coming and going, bringing in thrilling intelligence from all quarters of the frigate, most stoically received, however, by the First Lieutenant. With his legs apart, so as to give a broad foundation for the superstructure of his dignity, This gentleman stands stiff as a pike-staff on the quarter-deck. One hand holds his sabre, an appurtenance altogether unnecessary at the time, and which he accordingly tucks, point backward, under his arm, like an umbrella, on a sunshiny day. The other hand is continually bobbing up and down to the leather front of his cap, in response to the reports and salute of his subordinates, to whom he never deigns to vouchsafe a syllable, merely going through the motions of accepting their news, without bestowing thanks for their pains. This continual touching of caps between officers on board a man-of-war is the reason why you invariably notice that the glazed fronts of their caps look jaded, lackluster, and worn. Sometimes slightly oleaginous, though in other respects the cap may appear glossy and fresh. But as for the First Lieutenant, he ought to have extra pay allowed to him, on account of his extraordinary outlays in cap fronts; for he it is to whom, all day long, reports of various kinds are incessantly being made by the junior lieutenants, and no report is made by them, however trivial, but caps are touched on the occasion. It is obvious that these individual salutes must be greatly multiplied and aggregated upon the senior lieutenant, who must return them all. Indeed, when a subordinate officer is first promoted to that rank, he generally complains of the same exhaustion about the shoulder and elbow that Lafayette mourned over, when, in visiting America, he did little else but shake the sturdy hands of patriotic farmers from sunrise to sunset. The various officers of divisions having presented their respects and made good their return to their stations, the First Lieutenant turns round and, marching aft, endeavors to catch the eye of the Captain, in order to touch his own cap to that personage, and thereby, without adding a word of explanation, communicate the fact of all hands being at their guns. He is a sort of retort, or receiver-general, to concentrate the whole sum of the information imparted to him, and discharge it upon his superior at one touch of his cap front. But sometimes the Captain feels out of sorts, or in ill humor, or is pleased to be somewhat capricious, or has a fancy to show a touch of his omnipotent supremacy; or, peradventure, it has so happened that the First Lieutenant has, in some way, piqued or offended him, and he is not unwilling to show a slight specimen of his dominion over him, even before the eyes of all hands. At all events, only by some one of these suppositions can the singular circumstance be accounted for, that frequently Captain Claret would pertinaciously promenade up and down the poop, purposely averting his eye from the First Lieutenant, who would stand below, in the most awkward suspense, waiting the first wink from his superior's eye. "Now I have him," he must have said to himself, as the Captain would turn toward him in his walk. "Now's my time," and up would go his hand to his cap. But alas, the Captain was off again, and the men at the guns would cast sly winks at each other, as the embarrassed Lieutenant would bite his lips with suppressed vexation. Upon some occasions, this scene would be repeated several times, till at last Captain Claret, thinking that in the eyes of all hands his dignity must by this time be pretty well bolstered, would stalk towards his subordinate, looking him full in the eyes; whereupon up goes his hand to the cap front, and the Captain, nodding his acceptance of the report, descends from his perch to the quarter-deck. By this time the stately Commodore slowly emerges from his cabin, and soon stands leaning alone against the brass rails of the after hatchway. In passing him, the Captain makes a profound salutation, which his superior returns, in token that the Captain is at perfect liberty to proceed with the ceremonies of the hour. Marching on, Captain Claret at last halts near the mainmast, at the head of a group of the ward-room officers, and by the side of the Chaplain. At a sign from his finger, the brass band strikes up the Portuguese hymn. This over, from Commodore to hammock-boy, all hands uncover, and the Chaplain reads a prayer. Upon its conclusion, the drum beats the retreat, and the ship's company disappear from the guns. At sea or in harbor, this ceremony is repeated every morning and evening. By those stationed on the quarter-deck, the chaplain is distinctly heard, but the quarter-deck gun division embraces but a tenth part of the ship's company, many of whom are below, on the main deck, where not one syllable of the prayer can be heard. This seemed a great misfortune, for I well knew myself how blessed and soothing it was to mingle twice every day in these peaceful devotions, and, with the Commodore and Captain and smallest boy, unite in acknowledging Almighty God. There was also a touch of the temporary equality of the church about it, exceedingly grateful to a man-of-war's man like me. My carronade gun happened to be directly opposite the brass railing against which the Commodore invariably leaned at prayers. Brought so close together, twice every day, for more than a year, we could not but become intimately acquainted with each other's faces. To this fortunate circumstance it is to be ascribed, that some time after reaching home, we were able to recognize each other when we chanced to meet in Washington, at a ball given by the Russian minister, the Baron de Bodisco. And though, while on board the frigate, the Commodore never in any manner personally addressed me, nor did I him, yet, at the minister's social entertainment, we there became exceedingly chatty. Nor did I fail to observe, among that crowd of foreign dignitaries and magnates from all parts of America, that my worthy friend did not appear so exalted as when leaning, in solitary state, against the brass railing of the Neversink's quarter-deck. Like many other gentlemen, he appeared to the best advantage, and was treated with the most deference in the bosom of his home, the frigate. Our morning and evening quarters were agreeably diversified for some weeks by a little circumstance, which, to some of us at least, always seemed very pleasing. At Callao, half of the Commodore's cabin had been hospitably yielded to the family of a certain aristocratic-looking magnate, who was going ambassador from Peru to the court of the Brazils at Rio. This dignified diplomatist sported a long, twirling mustache that almost enveloped his mouth. The sailors said he looked like a rat with his teeth through a bunch of oakum, or a St. Iago monkey peeping through a prickly pear bush. He was accompanied by a very beautiful wife, and a still more beautiful little daughter, about 6 years old. Between this dark-eyed little gipsy and our chaplain, there soon sprung up a cordial love and good feeling, so much so that they were seldom apart. And whenever the drum beat to quarters, and the sailors were hurrying to their stations, this little señorita would outrun them all to gain her own quarters at the capstan, where she would stand by the chaplain's side, grasping his hand and looking up archly in his face. It was a sweet relief from the domineering sternness of our martial discipline, a sternness not relaxed even at our devotions before the altar of the common God of Commodore and cabin boy, to see that lovely little girl standing among the 32-pounders, and now and then casting a wandering, commiserating glance at the array of grim seamen around her. End of Chapter 69. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 70 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 70. Monthly Muster Round the Capstan. Besides general quarters, and the regular morning and evening quarters for prayers on board the Neversink, on the first Sunday of every month we had a grand muster round the capstan, when we passed in solemn review before the captain and officers, who closely scanned our frocks and trousers to see whether they were according to the Navy cut. In some ships, every man is required to bring his bag and hammock along for inspection. This ceremony requires its chief solemnity, and to a novice is rendered even terrible by the reading of the Articles of War by the captain's clerk before the assembled ship's company, who, in testimony of their enforced reverence for the code, stand bareheaded till the last sentence is pronounced. To a mere amateur reader, the quiet perusal of these Articles of War would be attended with some nervous emotions. Imagine, then, what my feelings must have been, when, with my hat deferentially in my hand, I stood before my lord and master, Captain Claret, and heard these articles read as the law and gospel, the infallible, unappealable dispensation and code, whereby I lived and moved, and had my being on board of the United States ship Neversink. Of some 20 offences, made penal, that a seaman may commit, and which are specified in this code, 13 are punishable by death. Shall suffer death. This was the burden of nearly every article read by the captain's clerk, for he seemed to have been instructed to omit the longer articles, and only present those which were brief and to the point. Shall suffer death. The repeated announcement falls on your ear like the intermitting discharge of artillery. After it has been repeated again and again, you listen to the reader as he deliberately begins a new paragraph. You hear him reciting the involved but comprehensive and clear arrangement of the sentence, detailing all possible particulars of the offence described, and you breathlessly await whether that clause also is going to be concluded by the discharge of the terrible minute-gun, when, lo, it again booms on your ear, shall suffer death. No reservations, no contingencies, not the remotest promise of pardon or reprieve, not a glimpse of commutation of the sentence, all hope and consolation is shut out. Shall suffer death. That is the simple fact for you to digest, and it is a tougher morsel, believe White Jacket when he says it, than a 42-pound cannon ball. But there is a glimmering of an alternative to the sailor who infringes these articles. Some of them thus terminates, shall suffer death, or such punishment as a court-martial shall adjudge. But hints this at a penalty still more serious? Perhaps it means death, or worse punishment. Your honors of the Spanish Inquisition, Loyola, and Torquemada, produce, reverend gentlemen, your most secret code, and match these Articles of War, if you can. Jack Ketch, you also are experienced in these things. Thou most benevolent of mortals, who standest by us and hangest round our necks when all the rest of this world are against us, tell us, hangman, what punishment is this, horribly hinted at as being worse than death? Is it upon an empty stomach to read the Articles of War every morning for the term of one's natural life? Or is it to be imprisoned in a cell, with its walls papered from floor to ceiling, with printed copies, in italics, of these Articles of War? But it needs not to dilate upon the pure, bubbling milk of human kindness and Christian charity, and forgiveness of injuries which pervade this charming document, so thoroughly imbued as a Christian code with the benignant spirit of the Sermon on the Mount. But as it is very nearly alike in the foremost states of Christendom, and as it is nationally set forth by those states, it indirectly becomes an index to the true condition of the present civilization of the world. As, month after month, I would stand bareheaded among my shipmates and hear this document read, I have thought to myself, well, well, White Jacket, You are in a sad box indeed. But prick your ears, there goes another minute-gun. It admonishes you to take all bad usage in good part, and never to join in any public meeting that may be held on the gun-deck for a redress of grievances. Listen. Article 13. If any person in the Navy shall make, or attempt to make, any mutinous assembly, he shall, on conviction thereof by a court-martial, suffer death. Bless me, White Jacket, are you a great gun yourself, that you so recoil to the extremity of your breechings at that discharge? But give ear again. Here goes another minute-gun. It indirectly admonishes you to receive the grossest insult, and stand still under it. Article 14. No private in the Navy shall disobey the lawful orders of his superior officer, or strike him, or draw, or offer to draw, or raise any weapon against him while in the execution of the duties of his office, on pain of death. Do not hang back there by the bulwarks, White Jacket. Come up to the mark once more, for here goes still another minute-gun, which admonishes you never to be caught napping. Part of Article 20. If any person in the Navy shall sleep upon his watch, he shall suffer death. Murderous. But then, in time of peace, they do not enforce these bloodthirsty laws? Do they not, indeed? What happened to those 3 sailors on board an American armed vessel a few years ago, quite within your memory, White Jacket? Yea, while you yourself were yet serving on board this very frigate, the Neversink. What happened to those 3 Americans, White Jacket, those 3 sailors, even as you, who once were alive, but now are dead? Shall suffer death. Those were the 3 words that hung those 3 sailors. Have a care, then, have a care, lest you come to a sad end, even the end of a rope, lest, with a black and blue throat, you turn a dumb diver after pearl shells, put to bed forever, and tucked in your own hammock, at the bottom of the sea. And there you will lie, White Jacket, while hostile navies are playing cannon-ball billiards over your grave. By the mainmast, then, in a time of profound peace, I am subject to the cutthroat martial law, and when my own brother, who happens to be dwelling ashore, and does not serve his country as I am now doing, when he is at liberty to call personally upon the President of the United States, and express his disapprobation of the whole national administration, here am I, liable at any time to be run up at the yard-arm, with a necklace made by no jeweler round my neck. A hard case, truly, White Jacket, but it cannot be helped. Yes, you live under this same martial law. Does not everything around you din the fact in your ears? Twice every day do you not jump to your quarters at the sound of a drum? Every morning, in port, are you not roused from your hammock by the reveille, and sent to it again at nightfall by the tattoo? Every Sunday, are you not commanded in the mere matter of the very dress you shall wear through that blessed day? Can your shipmates so much as drink their tot of grog? Nay, can they even drink but a cup of water at the scuttlebutt without an armed sentry standing over them? Does not every officer wear a sword instead of a cane? You live and move among 24-pounders. White Jacket, the very cannon-balls are deemed an ornament around you, serving to embellish the hatchways, and should you come to die at sea, White Jacket, still 2 cannon-balls would bear you company when you would be committed to the deep. Yea, by all methods and devices and inventions, you are momentarily admonished of the fact that you live under the articles of war, and by virtue of them it is, White Jacket, that, without a hearing and without a trial, you may, at a wink from the captain, be condemned to the scourge. Speak you true? Then let me fly. Nay, White Jacket, the landless horizon hoops you in. Some tempest, then, surge all the sea against us. Hidden reefs and rocks, arise and dash the ships to chips. I was not born a serf, and will not live a slave. Quick, corkscrew whirlpool, suck us down, world's end whelm us. Nay, White Jacket, though this frigate laid her broken bones upon the Antarctic shores of Palmer's Land, though not 2 planks adhered, though all her guns were spiked by swordfish blades, and at her yawning hatchways mouth-yawning sharks swam in and out, yet should you escape the wreck and scramble to the beach, this martial law would meet you still, and snatch you by the throat. Hark! Article 42, part of Section 3. In all cases where the crews of the ships or vessels of the United States shall be separated from their vessels by the latter being wrecked, lost, or destroyed, all the command, power, and authority given to the officers of such ships or vessels shall remain, and be in full force, as effectually as if such ship or vessel were not so wrecked, lost, or destroyed. Hear you that, White Jacket? I tell you there is no escape. Afloat or wrecked, the martial law relaxes not its gripe. And though, by that self-same warrant, for some offence therein set down, you were indeed to suffer death, even then the martial law might hunt you straight through the other world, and out again at its other end, following you through all eternity, like an endless thread on the inevitable track of its own point, passing unnumbered needles through. End of Chapter 70. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 71 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 71. The Genealogy of the Articles of War. As the Articles of War form the ark and constitution of the penal laws of the American Navy, in all sobriety and earnestness, it may be well to glance at their origin. Whence came they? And how is it that one arm of the national defenses of a republic comes to be ruled by a Turkish code, whose every section almost, like each of the tubes of a revolving pistol, fires nothing short of death into the heart of an offender? How comes it that, by virtue of a law solemnly ratified by a Congress of freemen, the representatives of freemen, thousands of Americans are subjected to the most despotic usages, and from the dockyards of a republic absolute monarchies are launched, with the glorious stars and stripes for an ensign? By what unparalleled anomaly, by what monstrous grafting of tyranny upon freedom, did these Articles of War ever come to be so much as heard of in the American Navy? Whence came they? They cannot be the indigenous growth of those political institutions which are based upon that arch-democrat Thomas Jefferson's Declaration of Independence. No. They are an importation from abroad, even from Britain, whose laws we Americans hurled off as tyrannical, and yet retain the most tyrannical of all. But we stop not here, for these Articles of War had their congenial origin in a period of the history of Britain when the Puritan Republic had yielded to a monarchy restored, when a hangman Judge Jeffreys sentenced a world's champion like Algernon Sidney to the block. When one of a race by some deemed accursed of God, even a Stuart was on the throne. And a Stuart also was at the head of the Navy, as Lord High Admiral. One, the son of a king beheaded for encroachments upon the rights of his people, and the other, his own brother, afterward a king, James II., who was hurled from the throne for his tyranny. This is the origin of the Articles of War, and it carries with it an unmistakable clue to their despotism. Footnote: the first naval Articles of War in the English language were passed in the 13th year of the reign of Charles II, under the title of An Act for Establishing Articles and Orders for the Regulating and Better Government of His Majesty's Navies, Ships of War, and Forces by Sea. This act was repealed, and, so far as concerned the officers, a modification of it, substituted in the 22nd year of the reign of George II, shortly after the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, just 1 century ago. This last act, it is believed, comprises in substance the Articles of War at this day in force in the British Navy. It is not a little curious, nor without meaning, that neither of these acts explicitly empowers an officer to inflict the lash. It would almost seem as if, in this case, the British lawgivers were willing to leave such a stigma out of an organic statute, and bestow the power of the lash in some less solemn, and perhaps less public manner. Indeed, the only broad enactments directly sanctioning naval scourging at sea are to be found in the United States Statute Book and in the sea laws of the absolute monarch Louis le Grand of France. Taking for their basis the above-mentioned British Naval Code, and engrafting upon it the positive scourging laws, which Britain was loath to recognize as organic statutes, our American lawgivers, in the year 1800, framed the Articles of War now governing the American Navy. They may be found in the second volume of the United States Statutes at Large, under Chapter 33, an Act for the Better Government of the Navy of the United States. For reference to the latter, Les Ordonnances de la Marine, vide Curtis's Treatise on the Rights and Duties of Merchant Seamen, according to the General Maritime Law, Part 2, Section C.1. End of footnote. Nor is it a dumb thing that the men who, in democratic Cromwell's time, first proved to the nations the toughness of the British oak and the hardihood of the British sailor, that in Cromwell's time, whose fleets struck terror into the cruisers of France, Spain, Portugal, and Holland, and the corsairs of Algiers and the Levant; in Cromwell's time, when Robert Blake swept the narrow seas of all the keels of a Dutch admiral who insultingly carried a broom at his foremast, it is not a dumb thing that, at a period deemed so glorious to the British Navy, these Articles of War were unknown. Nevertheless, it is granted that some laws or other must have governed Blake's sailors at that period, but they must have been far less severe than those laid down in the written code which superseded them, since, according to the father-in-law of James II., the historian of the rebellion, the English Navy, prior to the enforcement of the new code, was full of officers and sailors who, of all men, were the most republican. Moreover, the same author informs us that the first work undertaken by his respected son-in-law, then Duke of York, upon entering on the duties of Lord High Admiral, was to have a grand rechristening of the men of war, which still carried on their sterns names too democratic to suit his high Tory ears. But if these Articles of War were unknown in Blake's time, and also during the most brilliant period of Admiral Benbow's career, what inference must follow? that such tyrannical ordinances are not indispensable, even during war, to the highest possible efficiency of a military marine. End of Chapter 71. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 72 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 72. Herein are the good ordinances of the sea, which wise men who voyaged round the world gave to our ancestors, and which constitute the books of the science of good customs. The Consulate of the Sea. The present usages of the American Navy are such that, though there is no government enactment to that effect, yet, in many respects, its commanders seem virtually invested with the power to observe or violate, as seems to them fit, several of the Articles of War. According to Article 15, no person in the Navy shall quarrel with any other person in the Navy, nor use provoking or reproachful words, gestures, or menaces, on pain of such punishment as a court-martial shall adjudge. Provoking or reproachful words? Officers of the Navy, answer me. Have you not, many of you, 1,000 times violated this law, and addressed to men whose tongues were tied by this very article, language which no landsman would ever hearken to without flying at the throat of his insulter? I know that worse words than you ever used are to be heard addressed by a merchant captain to his crew, but the merchant captain does not live under this 15th Article of War. Not to make an example of him, nor to gratify any personal feeling, but to furnish one certain illustration of what is here asserted, I honestly declare that Captain Claret of the Neversink repeatedly violated this law in his own proper person. According to Article 3, no officer or other person in the Navy shall be guilty of oppression, fraud, profane swearing, drunkenness, or any other scandalous conduct. Again, let me ask you, officers of the Navy, whether many of you have not repeatedly, and in more than one particular, violated this law. And here, again, as a certain illustration, I must once more cite Captain Claret as an offender, especially in the matter of profane swearing. I must also cite 4 of the lieutenants, some 8 of the midshipmen, and nearly all the seamen. Additional articles might be quoted that are habitually violated by the officers, while nearly all those exclusively referring to the sailors are unscrupulously enforced. Yet those articles by which the sailor is scourged at the gangway are not one whit more laws than those other articles, binding upon the officers, that have become obsolete from immemorial disuse; while still other articles, to which the sailors alone are obnoxious, are observed or violated at the caprice of the captain. Now, if it be not so much the severity as the certainty of punishment that deters from transgression, how fatal to all proper reverence for the enactments of Congress must be this disregard of its statutes. Still more, this violation of the law, on the part of the officers, in many cases involves oppression to the sailor. But throughout the whole naval code, which so hems in the mariner by law upon law, and which invests the captain with so much judicial and administrative authority over him, in most cases entirely discretionary, not one solitary clause is to be found which in any way provides means for a seaman deeming himself aggrieved to obtain redress. Indeed, both the written and unwritten laws of the American Navy are as destitute of individual guarantees to the mass of seamen as the statute book of the despotic empire of Russia. Who put this great gulf between the American captain and the American sailor? Or is the captain a creature of like passions with ourselves? Or is he an infallible archangel, incapable of the shadow of error? Or has a sailor no mark of humanity, no attribute of manhood, that, bound hand and foot, he is cast into an American frigate shorn of all rights and defenses, while the notorious lawlessness of the commander has passed into a proverb familiar to man-of-war's men: "The law was not made for the captain." Indeed, he may almost be said to put off the citizen when he touches his quarter-deck, and, almost exempt from the law of the land himself, he comes down upon others with a judicial severity unknown on the national soil. With the Articles of War in one hand, and the cat-o'-nine-tails in the other, he stands an undignified parody upon Mohammed enforcing Moslemism with the sword and the Koran. The concluding sections of the Articles of War treat of the naval courts-martial before which officers are tried for serious offenses as well as the seamen. The oath administered to members of these courts, which sometimes sit upon matters of life and death, explicitly enjoins that the members shall not at any time divulge the vote or opinion of any particular member of the court, unless required so to do before a court of justice in due course of law. Here, then, is a Council of 10, and a star-chamber indeed. Remember, also, that though the sailor is sometimes tried for his life before a tribunal like this, in no case do his fellow sailors, his peers, form part of the court. Yet that a man should be tried by his peers is the fundamental principle of all civilized jurisprudence. And not only tried by his peers, but his peers must be unanimous to render a verdict, whereas in a court-martial the concurrence of a majority of conventional and social superiors is all that is requisite. In the English Navy, it is said, they had a law which authorized the sailor to appeal, if he chose, from the decision of the captain, even in a comparatively trivial case, to the higher tribunal of a court-martial. It was an English seaman who related this to me. When I said that such a law must be a fatal clog to the exercise of the penal power in the captain, he, in substance, told me the following story. A topman, guilty of drunkenness, being sent to the gratings and the scourge about to be inflicted, he turned round and demanded a court-martial. The captain smiled and ordered him to be taken down and put into the brig. There he was kept in irons some weeks, when, despairing of being liberated, he offered to compromise at 24 lashes. "Sick of your bargain, then, are you?" said the captain. "No, no, a court-martial you demanded, and a court-martial you shall have." Being at last tried before the bar of quarter-deck officers, he was condemned to 200 lashes. What for? For his having been drunk? No. For his having had the insolence to appeal from an authority, in maintaining which the men who tried and condemned him had so strong a sympathetic interest. Whether this story be wholly true or not, or whether the particular law involved prevails, or ever did prevail, in the English Navy, the thing, nevertheless, illustrates the ideas that man-of-war's men themselves have touching the tribunals in question. What can be expected from a court whose deeds are done in the darkness of the recluse courts of the Spanish Inquisition, when that darkness is solemnized by an oath on the Bible, when an oligarchy of epaulets sits upon the bench, and a plebeian topman, without a jury, stands judicially naked at the bar. In view of these things, and especially in view of the fact that, in several cases, the degree of punishment inflicted upon a man-of-war's man is absolutely left to the discretion of the court, what shame should American legislators take to themselves, that with perfect truth we may apply to the entire body of the American man-of-war's men that infallible principle of Sir Edward Coke: it is one of the genuine marks of servitude to have the law either concealed or precarious. But still better may we subscribe to the saying of Sir Matthew Hale, in his History of the Common Law, that the martial law, being based upon no settled principles, is, in truth and reality, no law, but something indulged rather than allowed as a law. I know it may be said that the whole nature of this naval code is purposely adapted to the war exigencies of the Navy. But waiving the grave question that might be raised concerning the moral, not judicial, lawfulness of this arbitrary code, even in time of war, be it asked, why it is in force during a time of peace? The United States has now existed as a nation upward of 70 years, and in all that time the alleged necessity for the operation of the naval code, in cases deemed capital, has only existed during a period of 2 or 3 years at most. Some may urge that the severest operations of the code are tacitly made dull in time of peace, but though with respect to several of the articles this holds true, yet at any time any and all of them may be legally enforced. Nor have there been wanting recent instances illustrating the spirit of this code, even in cases where the letter of the code was not altogether observed. The well-known case of a United States brig furnishes a memorable example, which at any moment may be repeated. 3 men, in a time of peace, were then hung at the yard-arm, merely because, in the captain's judgment, it became necessary to hang them. To this day, the question of their complete guilt is socially discussed. How shall we characterize such a deed? Says Blackstone, "If any one that hath commission of martial authority doth, in time of peace, hang or otherwise execute any man by color of martial law, this is murder, for it is against Magna Carta." Commentaries, section B.1 and C.13. Magna Carta. We moderns, who may be landsmen, may justly boast of civil immunities not possessed by our forefathers, but our remoter forefathers, who happen to be mariners, may straighten themselves even in their ashes to think that their lawgivers were wiser and more humane in their generation than our lawgivers in ours. Compare the sea laws of our Navy with the Roman and Rhodian ocean ordinances. Compare them with the Consulate of the Sea. Compare them with the laws of the Hansa towns. Compare them with the ancient Weisbury laws. In the last we find that they were ocean democrats in those days. If he strikes, he ought to receive blow for blow. Thus speak out the Weisbury laws concerning a Gothland sea captain. In final reference to all that has been said in previous chapters touching the severity and usualness of the laws of the American Navy, and the large authority vested in its commanding officers, be it here observed that White Jacket is not unaware of the fact that the responsibility of an officer commanding at sea, whether in the merchant service or the national marine, is unparalleled by that of any other relation in which man may stand to man. Nor is he unmindful that both wisdom and humanity dictate that, from the peculiarity of his position, a sea officer in command should be clothed with a degree of authority and discretion inadmissible in any master ashore. But at the same time, these principles, recognized by all writers on maritime law, have undoubtedly furnished warrant for clothing modern sea commanders and naval courts-martial with powers which exceed the due limits of reason and necessity. Nor is this the only instance where right and salutary principles, in themselves almost self-evident and infallible, have been advanced in justification of things which in themselves are just as self-evidently wrong and pernicious. Be it here, once and for all, understood that no sentimental and theoretic love for the common sailor, no romantic belief in that peculiar noble-heartedness and exaggerated generosity of disposition fictitiously imputed to him in novels, and no prevailing desire to gain the reputation of being his friend, have actuated me in anything I have said, in any part of this work, touching the gross oppression under which I know that the sailors suffer. Indifferent as to who may be the parties concerned, I but desire to see wrong things righted, and equal justice administered to all. Nor, as has been elsewhere hinted, is the general ignorance or depravity of any race of men to be alleged as an apology for tyranny over them. On the contrary, it cannot admit of a reasonable doubt, in any unbiased mind conversant with the interior life of a man of war, that most of the sailor iniquities practiced therein are indirectly to be ascribed to the morally debasing effects of the unjust, despotic, and degrading laws under which the man-of-war's man lives. End of Chapter 72. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 73 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 73. Night and Day, Gambling in a Man of War. Mention has been made that the game of draughts or checkers was permitted to be played on board the Neversink. At the present time, while there was little or no shipwork to be done, and all hands, in high spirits, were sailing homeward over the warm, smooth sea of the tropics, so numerous became the players scattered about the decks, that our first lieutenant used, ironically, to say that it was a pity they were not tessellated with squares of white and black marble, for the express benefit and convenience of the players. Had this gentleman had his way, our checkerboards would very soon have been pitched out of the ports. But the captain, usually lenient in some things, permitted them, and so Mr. Bridewell was fain to hold his peace. But although this one game was allowable in the frigate, all kinds of gambling were strictly interdicted, under the penalty of the gangway, nor were cards or dice tolerated in any way whatever. This regulation was indispensable, for of all human beings, man-of-war's men are perhaps the most inclined to gambling. The reason must be obvious to any one who reflects upon their condition on shipboard. And gambling, the most mischievous of vices anywhere, in a man-of-war operates still more perniciously than on shore. But quite as often as the law against smuggling spirits is transgressed by the unscrupulous sailors, the statutes against cards and dice are evaded. Sable night, which, since the beginning of the world, has winked and looked on at so many deeds of iniquity, night is the time usually selected for their operations by man-of-war gamblers. The place pitched upon is generally the berth-deck, where the hammocks are swung, and which is lighted so stintedly as not to disturb the sleeping seamen with any obtruding glare. In so spacious an area, the 2 lanterns swinging from the stanchions diffuse a subdued illumination, like a night taper in the apartment of some invalid. Owing to their position, also, these lanterns are far from shedding an impartial light, however dim, but fling long angular rays here and there, like burglars' dark lanterns in the 50-acre vaults of the West India Docks on the Thames. It may well be imagined, therefore, how well adapted is this mysterious and subterranean hall of Eblis to the clandestine proceedings of gamblers, especially as the hammocks not only hang thickly, but many of them swing very low, within 2 feet of the floor, thus forming innumerable little canvas glens, grottos, nooks, corners, and crannies, where a good deal of wickedness may be practiced by the wary with considerable impunity. Now, the master-at-arms, assisted by his mates, the ship's corporals, reigns supreme in these bowels of the ship. Throughout the night these policemen relieve each other at standing guard over the premises, and, except when the watches are called, they sit in the midst of a profound silence, only invaded by trumpeters' snores, or the ramblings of some old sheet-anchorman in his sleep. The 2 ship's corporals went among the sailors by the names of Legs and Pounce. Pounce had been a policeman, it was said, in Liverpool; Legs, a turnkey attached to the Tombs in New York. Hence their education eminently fitted them for their stations, and Bland, the master-at-arms, ravished with their dexterity in prying out offenders, used to call them his 2 right hands. When man-of-war's men desire to gamble, they appoint the hour, and select some certain corner, in some certain shadow, behind some certain hammock. They then contribute a small sum toward a joint fund, to be invested in a bribe for some argus-eyed shipmate, who shall play the part of a spy upon the master-at-arms and corporals, while the gaming is in progress. In 9 cases out of 10, these arrangements are so cunning and comprehensive, that the gamblers, eluding all vigilance, conclude their game unmolested. But now and then, seduced into unwariness, or perhaps from parsimony, being unwilling to employ the services of a spy, they are suddenly lighted upon by the constables, remorselessly collared, and dragged into the brig, there to await a dozen lashes in the morning. Several times at midnight I have been startled out of a sound sleep by a sudden violent rush under my hammock, caused by the abrupt breaking up of some nest of gamblers, who have scattered in all directions, brushing under the tiers of swinging pallets, and setting them all in a rocking commotion. It is, however, while laying in port that gambling most thrives in a man-of-war. Then the men frequently practice their dark deeds in the light of the day, and the additional guards which, at such times, they deem indispensable, are not unworthy of note. More especially, their extra precautions in engaging the services of several spies necessitate a considerable expenditure, so that, in port, the diversion of gambling rises to the dignity of a nabob luxury. During the day, the master-at-arms and his corporals are continually prowling about on all 3 decks, eager to spy out iniquities. At one time, for example, you see Legs switching his magisterial rattan, and lurking round the foremast on the spar-deck. The next moment, perhaps, he is 3 decks down, out of sight, prowling among the cable tiers. Just so with his master, and Pounce his coadjutor. They are here, there, and everywhere seemingly gifted with ubiquity. In order successfully to carry on their proceedings by day, the gamblers must see to it that each of these constables is relentlessly dogged wherever he goes, so that, in case of his approach toward the spot where themselves are engaged, they may be warned of the fact in time to make good their escape. Accordingly, light and active scouts are selected to follow the constable about. From their youthful alertness and activity, the boys of the mizzen-top are generally chosen for this purpose. But this is not all. On board of most men of war, there is a set of sly, knavish foxes among the crew, destitute of every principle of honor, and on a par with Irish informers. In man-of-war parlance, they come under the denomination of fancy-men and white mice. They are called fancy-men because, from their zeal in craftily reporting offenders, they are presumed to be regarded with high favor by some of the officers. Though it is seldom that these informers can be certainly individualized, so secret and subtle are they in laying their information, yet certain of the crew, and especially certain of the marines, are invariably suspected to be fancy-men and white mice, and are accordingly more or less hated by their comrades. Now, in addition to having an eye on the master-at-arms and his aids, the day gamblers must see to it that every person suspected of being a white mouse or fancy man is likewise dogged wherever he goes. Additional scouts are retained constantly to snuff at their trail, but the mysteries of man-of-war vice are wonderful, and it is now to be recorded that, from long habit and observation and familiarity with the guardo moves and manoeuvres of a frigate, the master-at-arms and his aids can almost invariably tell when any gambling is going on by day, though in the crowded vessel, abounding in decks, tops, dark places, and outlandish corners of all sorts, they may not be able to pounce upon the identical spot where the gamblers are hidden. During the period that Bland was suspended from his office as master-at-arms, a person who, among the sailors, went by the name of Sneak, having been long suspected to have been a white mouse, was put in Bland's place. He proved a hang-dog, sidelong catch-thief, but gifted with a marvelous perseverance in ferreting out culprits, following in their track like an inevitable Cuba bloodhound, with his noiseless nose. When disconcerted, however, you sometimes heard his bay. "The muffled dice are somewhere around," Sneak would say to his aids. "There are them 3 chaps there, been dogging me about for the last half-hour. I say, Pounce, has any one been scouting around you this morning?" "4 on 'em," says Pounce. "I knowed it. I knowed the muffled dice was rattling." "Legs," says the master-at-arms to his other aid, "Legs, how is it with you? Any spies?" "10 on 'em," says Legs. "There's one on 'em now, that fellow stitching a hat." "Hello, you, sir," cried the master-at-arms. "Top your boom and sail large now. If I see you about me again, I'll have you up to the mast." "What am I doing now?" says the hat-stitcher, with a face as long as a rope walk. "Can't a feller be working here without being 'spected of Tom Cox's traverse, up one ladder and down the other?" "Oh, I know the moves, sir. I have been on board a guardo. Top your boom, I say, and be off, or I'll have you hauled up and riveted in a clinch, both fore-tacks over the main-yard, and no bloody knife to cut the seizing. Sheer, or I'll pitch into you like a shin of beef into a beggar's wallet." It is often observable that in vessels of all kinds, the men who talk the most sailor lingo are the least sailor-like in reality. You may sometimes hear even marines jerk out more salt phrases than the captain of the forecastle himself. On the other hand, when not actively engaged in his vocation, you would take the best specimen of a seaman for a landsman. When you see a fellow yawning about the docks like a homeward-bound Indiaman, a long Commodore's pennant of black ribbon flying from his masthead, and fetching up at a grog-shop with a slew of his hull, as if an admiral were coming alongside a 3-decker in his barge, you may put that man down for what man-of-war's men call a damn-my-eyes tar, that is, a humbug. And many damn-my-eyes humbugs there are in this man-of-war world of ours. End of Chapter 73. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 74 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 74. The Maintop at Night. The whole of our run from Rio to the line was one delightful yachting, so far as fine weather and the ship's sailing were concerned. It was especially pleasant when our quarter-watch lounged in the maintop, diverting ourselves in many agreeable ways. Removed from the immediate presence of the officers, we there harmlessly enjoyed ourselves more than in any other part of the ship. By day, many of us were very industrious, making hats or mending our clothes. But by night we became more romantically inclined. Often Jack Chase, an enthusiastic admirer of sea scenery, would direct our attention to the moonlight on the waves by fine snatches from his catalogue of poets. I shall never forget the lyric air with which one morning, at dawn of day, when all the east was flushed with red and gold, he stood leaning against the topmast shrouds, and, stretching his bold hand over the sea, exclaimed, "Here comes Aurora, topmates, see!" And in a liquid, long, lingering tone he recited the lines: "With gentle hand, as seeming oft to pause, the purple curtains of the morn she draws." Commodore Camoens, White Jacket, but bear a hand there, we must rig out that stunsail boom, the wind is shifting. From our lofty perch of a moonlight night, the frigate itself was a glorious sight. She was going large before the wind, her stunsails set on both sides, so that the canvas on the mainmast and foremast presented the appearance of majestic, tapering pyramids, more than 100 feet broad at the base, and terminating in the clouds with the light copestone of the royals. That immense area of snow-white canvas sliding along the sea was indeed a magnificent spectacle. The 3 shrouded masts looked like the apparitions of 3 gigantic Turkish emirs striding over the ocean. Nor, at times, was the sound of music wanting, to augment the poetry of the scene. The whole band would be assembled on the poop, regaling the officers, and incidentally ourselves, with their fine old airs. To these, some of us would occasionally dance in the top, which was almost as large as an ordinary-sized parlor. When the instrumental melody of the band was not to be had, our nightingales mustered their voices, and gave us a song. Upon these occasions, Jack Chase was often called out, and regaled us, in his own free and noble style, with the Spanish ladies, a favorite thing with British man-of-war's men, and many other salt-sea ballads and ditties, including "Sir Patrick Spens was the best sailor that ever sailed the sea," also, "And 3 times around spun our gallant ship, 3 times around spun she, 3 times around spun our gallant ship, and she went to the bottom of the sea, the sea, the sea, the sea, and she went to the bottom of the sea." These songs would be varied by sundry yarns and twisters of the topmen, and it was at these times that I always endeavored to draw out the oldest Tritons into narratives of the war service they had seen. There were but few of them, it is true, who had been in action, but that only made their narratives the more valuable. There was an old negro, who went by the name of Tawney, a sheet anchorman, whom we often invited into our top of tranquil nights, to hear him discourse. He was a staid and sober seaman, very intelligent, with a fine, frank bearing, one of the best men in the ship, and held in high estimation by every one. It seems that during the last war between England and America, he had, with several others, been impressed upon the high seas out of a New England merchantman. The ship that impressed him was an English frigate, the Macedonian, afterward taken by the Neversink, the ship in which we were sailing. It was the Holy Sabbath, according to Tawney, and as the Briton bore down on the American, her men at their quarters, Tawney and his countrymen, who happened to be stationed at the quarter-deck battery, respectfully accosted the captain, an old man by the name of Carden, as he passed them in his rapid promenade, his spy-glass under his arm. Again they assured him that they were not Englishmen, and that it was a most bitter thing to lift their hands against the flag of that country which harbored the mothers that bore them. They conjured him to release them from their guns, and allow them to remain neutral during the conflict. But when a ship of any nation is running into action, it is no time for argument, small time for justice, and not much time for humanity. Snatching a pistol from the belt of a boarder standing by, the captain leveled it at the heads of the three sailors, and commanded them instantly to their quarters, under penalty of being shot on the spot. So, side by side with his country's foes, Tawney and his companions toiled at the guns and fought out the fight to the last, with the exception of one of them who was killed at his post by one of his own country's balls. At length, having lost her fore and main-top masts, and her mizzen-mast having been shot away to the deck, and her fore-yard lying in two pieces on her shattered forecastle, and in 100 places having been hulled with round shot, the English frigate was reduced to the last extremity. Captain Carden ordered his signal quartermaster to strike the flag. Tawney was one of those who, at last, helped pull him on board the Neversink. As he touched the deck, Carden saluted Decatur, the hostile commander, and offered his sword, but it was courteously declined. Perhaps the victor remembered the dinner parties that he and the Englishmen had enjoyed together in Norfolk, just previous to the breaking out of hostilities, and while both were in command of the very frigates now crippled on the sea. The Macedonian, it seems, had gone into Norfolk with dispatches. Then they had laughed and joked over their wine, and a wager of a beaver hat was said to have been made between them upon the event of the hostile meeting of their ships. Gazing upon the heavy batteries before him, Carden said to Decatur, "This is a 74, not a frigate. No wonder the day is yours." This remark was founded upon the Neversink's superiority in guns. The Neversink's main-deck batteries then consisted, as now, of 24-pounders, the Macedonian's of only 18s. In all, the Neversink numbered 54 guns and 450 men; the Macedonian 49 guns and 300 men. A very great disparity, which, united to the other circumstances of this action, deprives the victory of all claims to glory beyond those that might be set up by a river horse getting the better of a seal. But if Tawney spoke truth, and he was a truth-telling man, this fact seemed counterbalanced by a circumstance he related. When the guns of the Englishmen were examined, after the engagement, in more than one instance the wad was found rammed against the cartridge, without intercepting the ball. And though, in a frantic sea-fight, such a thing might be imputed to hurry and remissness, yet Tawney, a stickler for his tribe, always ascribed it to quite a different and less honorable cause. But, Even granting the cause he assigned to have been the true one, it does not involve anything inimical to the general valor displayed by the British crew. Yet, from all that may be learned from candid persons who have been in sea fights, there can be but little doubt that on board of all ships, of whatever nation, in time of action, no very small number of the men are exceedingly nervous, to say the least, at the guns, ramming and sponging at a venture. And what special patriotic interest could an impressed man, for instance, take in a fight into which he had been dragged from the arms of his wife? Or is it to be wondered at that impressed English seamen have not scrupled, in time of war, to cripple the arm that has enslaved them? During the same general war which prevailed at and previous to the period of the frigate action here spoken of, a British flag officer, in writing to the Admiralty, said, "Everything appears to be quiet in the fleet; but, in preparing for battle last week, several of the guns in the after part of the ship were found to be spiked; that is to say, rendered useless." Who had spiked them? The dissatisfied seamen? Is it altogether improbable, then, that the guns to which Tawney referred were manned by men who purposely refrained from making them tell on the foe; that in this one action the victory America gained was partly won for her by the sulky insubordination of the enemy himself? During this same period of general war, it was frequently the case that the guns of English armed ships were found in the mornings with their breechings cut overnight. This maiming of the guns, and for the time incapacitating them, was only to be imputed to that secret spirit of hatred to the service which induced the spiking above referred to. But even in cases where no deep-seated dissatisfaction was presumed to prevail among the crew, and where a seaman in time of action, impelled by pure fear, shirked from his gun, it seems but flying in the face of Him who made such a seaman what he constitutionally was, to so coward upon his back, and degrade and agonize the already trembling wretch in numberless other ways. Nor seems it a practice warranted by the Sermon on the Mount, for the officer of a battery, in time of battle, to stand over the men with his drawn sword, as was done in the Macedonian, and run through on the spot the first seaman who showed a semblance of fear. Tawney told me that he distinctly heard this order given by the English captain to his officers of divisions. Were the secret history of all sea fights written, the laurels of sea heroes would turn to ashes on their brows. And how nationally disgraceful, in every conceivable point of view, is the fourth of our American Articles of War. If any person in the Navy shall pusillanimously cry for quarter, he shall suffer death. Thus, with death before his face from the foe, and death behind his back from his countrymen, the best valor of a man-of-war's man can never assume the merit of a noble spontaneousness. In this, as in every other case, the Articles of War hold out no reward for good conduct, but only compel the sailor to fight like a hired murderer for his pay, by digging his grave before his eyes if he hesitates. But this Article 4 is open to still graver objections. Courage is the most common and vulgar of the virtues, the only one shared with us by the beasts of the field, the one most apt, by excess, to run into viciousness. And since nature generally takes away with one hand to counterbalance her gifts with the other, excessive animal courage, in many cases, only finds room in a character vacated of loftier things. But in a naval officer, animal courage is exalted to the loftiest merit, and often procures him a distinguished command. Hence, if some brainless bravo be captain of a frigate in action, he may fight her against invincible odds, and seek to crown himself with the glory of the shambles, by permitting his hopeless crew to be butchered before his eyes, while at the same time that crew must consent to be slaughtered by the foe, under penalty of being murdered by the law. Look at the engagement between the American frigate Essex with the two English cruisers, the Phoebe and Cherub, off the Bay of Valparaiso during the late war. It is admitted on all hands that the American captain continued to fight his crippled ship against a greatly superior force; and when, at last, it became physically impossible that he could ever be otherwise than vanquished in the end, and when, from peculiarly unfortunate circumstances, his men merely stood up to their nearly useless batteries to be dismembered and blown to pieces by the incessant fire of the enemy's long guns. Nor, by thus continuing to fight, did this American frigate, one iota, promote the true interests of her country. I seek not to underrate any reputation which the American captain may have gained by this battle. He was a brave man. That no sailor will deny. But the whole world is made up of brave men. Yet I would not be at all understood as impugning his special good name. Nevertheless, it is not to be doubted that if there were any common-sense sailors at the guns of the Essex, however valiant they may have been, those common-sense sailors must have greatly preferred to strike their flag, when they saw the day was fairly lost, than postpone that inevitable act till there were few American arms left to assist in hauling it down. Yet, had these men, under these circumstances, pusillanimously cried for quarter, by the 4th Article of War, they might have been legally hung. According to the negro Tawney, when the captain of the Macedonian, seeing that the Neversink had his vessel completely in her power, gave the word to strike the flag, one of his officers, a man hated by the seamen for his tyranny, howled out the most terrific remonstrances, swearing that, for his part, he would not give up, but was for sinking the Macedonian alongside the enemy. Had he been captain, doubtless he would have done so, thereby gaining the name of a hero in his world, but what would they have called him in the next? But as the whole matter of war is a thing that smites common sense and Christianity in the face, so everything connected with it is utterly foolish, unchristian, barbarous, brutal, and savoring of the Fiji Islands, cannibalism, saltpetre, and the devil. It is generally the case in a man of war, when she strikes her flag, that all discipline is at an end, and the men for a time are ungovernable. This was so on board of the English frigate. The spirit-room was broken open, and buckets of grog were passed along the decks, where many of the wounded were lying between the guns. These mariners seized the buckets, and, spite of all remonstrances, gulped down the burning spirits, till, as Tawney said, the blood suddenly spurted out of their wounds, and they fell dead to the deck. The negro had many more stories to tell of this fight, and frequently he would escort me along our main-deck batteries, still mounting the same guns used in the battle, pointing out their ineffaceable indentations and scars. Coated over with the accumulated paint of more than 30 years, they were almost invisible to a casual eye, but Tawney knew them all by heart, for he had returned home in the Neversink, and had beheld these scars shortly after the engagement. One afternoon I was walking with him along the gun-deck, when he paused abreast of the mainmast. "This part of the ship," said he, "we called the slaughter-house on board the Macedonian. Here the men fell, 5 and 6 at a time. An enemy always directs its shot here, in order to hurl over the mast, if possible. The beams and carlines overhead in the Macedonian slaughter-house were spattered with blood and brains. About the hatchways it looked like a butcher's stall, bits of human flesh sticking in the ring-bolts. A pig that ran about the decks escaped unharmed, but his hide was so clotted with blood from rooting among the pools of gore, that when the ship struck, the sailors hove the animal overboard, swearing that it would be rank cannibalism to eat him. Another quadruped, a goat, lost its forelegs in this fight. The sailors who were killed, according to the usual custom, were ordered to be thrown overboard as soon as they fell, no doubt, as the negroes said, that the sight of so many corpses lying around might not appall the survivors at the guns. Among other instances, he related the following: a shot entering one of the port-holes dashed dead 2/3 of a gun's crew. The captain of the next gun, dropping his lock-string, which he had just pulled, turned over the heap of bodies to see who they were, when, perceiving an old messmate who had sailed with him in many cruises, he burst into tears, and, taking the corpse up in his arms, and going with it to the side, held it over the water a moment, and, eyeing it, cried, "O God, Tom, your prayers over that thing." "Overboard with it, and down to your gun!" roared a wounded lieutenant. The order was obeyed, and the heart-stricken sailor returned to his post. Tawney's recitals were enough to snap this man-of-war world's sword in its scabbard. And thinking of all the cruel carnal glory wrought out by naval heroes in scenes like these, I asked myself whether, indeed, that was a glorious coffin in which Lord Nelson was entombed, a coffin presented to him during life by Captain Hallowell. It had been dug out of the mainmost of the French line of battleship L'Orient, which, burning up with British fire, destroyed hundreds of Frenchmen at the Battle of the Nile. Peace to Lord Nelson where he sleeps in his mouldering mast; but rather would I be urned in the trunk of some green tree, and even in death have the vital sap circulating round me, giving of my dead body to the living foliage that shaded my peaceful tomb. End of Chapter 74. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 75 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 75. Sink, Burn, and Destroy. Printed Admiralty Orders in Time of War. Among innumerable yarns and twisters reeled off in our main-top during our pleasant run to the north, none could match those of Jack Chase, our captain. Never was there better company than ever glorious Jack. The things which most men only read of, or dream about, he had seen and experienced. He had been a dashing smuggler in his day, and could tell of a long 9-pounder rammed home with wads of French silks, of cartridges stuffed with the finest gunpowder tea, of canister shot full of West India sweetmeats, of sailor frocks and trousers quilted inside with costly laces, and table legs, hollow as musket barrels, compactly stowed with rare drugs and spices. He could tell of a wicked widow, too, a beautiful receiver of smuggled goods upon the English coast, who smiled so sweetly upon the smugglers when they sold her silks and laces, cheap as tape and ginghams. She called them gallant fellows, hearts of game, and bade them bring her more. He could tell of desperate fights with his British Majesty's cutters, in midnight coves upon a stormy coast; of the capture of a reckless band and their being drafted on board a man of war; of their swearing that their chief was slain; of a writ of habeas corpus sent on board for one of them for a debt, a reserved and handsome man, and his going ashore, strongly suspected of being the slaughtered captain, and this a successful scheme for his escape. But more than all, Jack could tell of the battle of Navarino, for he had been a captain of one of the main-deck guns on board Admiral Codrington's flagship, the Asia. Were mine the style of stout old Chapman's Homer, even then I would scarce venture to give noble Jack's own version of this fight, wherein, on the 20th of October, A.D. 1827, 32 sail of Englishmen, Frenchmen, and Russians attacked and vanquished in the Levant an Ottoman fleet of 3 ships of the line, 25 frigates, and a swarm of fire-ships and hornet-craft. "We bayed to be at them," said Jack, "and when we did open fire, we were like dolphin among the flying fish. Every man take his bird, was the cry, when we trained our guns. And those guns all smoked like rows of Dutch pipe bowls, my hearties. My guns' crew carried small flags in their bosoms, to nail to the mast in case the ship's colours were shot away. Stripped to the waistbands, we fought like skinned tigers, and bowled down the Turkish frigates like ninepins. Among their shrouds, swarming thick with small-arm men, like flights of pigeons lighted on pine-trees, our marines sent their leaden peas and gooseberries like a shower of hailstones in Labrador. It was a stormy time, my hearties. The blasted Turks pitched into the old Asia's hull a whole quarry of marble shot, each ball 150 pounds. They knocked 3 port-holes into one. But we gave them better than they sent up. Up and at them, my bull-dog, said I, patting my gun on the breech. Tear open hatchways in their Moslem sides. White Jacket, my lad, you ought to have been there. The bay was covered with masts and yards, as I have seen a raft of snags in the Arkansas River. Showers of burned rice and olives from the exploding foe fell upon us like manna in the wilderness. Allah! Allah! Mohammed! Mohammed! split the air. Some cried it out from the Turkish port-holes, others shrieked it forth from the drowning waters, their top-knots floating on their shaven skulls, like black snakes on half-tide rocks. By those top-knots they believed that their prophet would drag them up to paradise, but they sank 50 fathoms, my hearties, to the bottom of the bay. "Ain't the bloody Hometons going to strike yet?" cried my first loader, a Guernseyman, thrusting his neck out of the port-hole and looking at the Turkish line of battleship near by. That instant his head blew by me like a bursting Paysan shot, and the flag of Neb Knowles himself was hauled down forever. We dragged his hull to one side, and avenged him with the cooper's anvil, which, endways, we rammed home. A messmate shoved in the dead man's bloody Scotch cap for the wad, and sent it flying into the line of battleship. By the God of War, boys, we hardly left enough of that craft to boil a pot of water with. It was a hard day's work, a sad day's work, my hearties. That night, when all was over, I slept sound enough, with a box of canister shot for my pillow. But you ought to have seen the boat-load of Turkish flags one of our captains carried home. He swore to dress his father's orchard in colours with them, just as our spars are dressed for a gala day. "Though you tormented the Turks at Navarino, noble Jack, yet you come off yourself with only the loss of a splinter, it seems," said a topman, glancing at our captain's maimed hand. "Yes, but I and one of the lieutenants had a narrower escape than that. A shot struck the side of my port-hole, and sent the splinters right and left. One took off my hat-rim clean to my brow. Another razed the lieutenant's left boot by slicing off the heel. A third shot killed my powder-monkey without touching him." "How, Jack?" "It whizzed the poor babe dead. He was seated on a cheese of wads at the time, and after the dust of the powdered bulwarks had blown away, I noticed he yet sat still, his eyes wide open. 'My little hero!' cried I, and I clapped him on the back. But he fell on his face at my feet. I touched his heart, and found he was dead. There was not a little finger mark on him." Silence now fell upon the listeners for a time, broken at last by the second captain of the top. "Noble Jack, I know you never brag, but tell us what you did yourself that day." "Why, my hearties, I did not do quite as much as my gun. But I flatter myself it was that gun that brought down the Turkish admiral's mainmast, and the stump left wasn't long enough to make a wooden leg for Lord Nelson." "How? But I thought by the way you pull a lock-string on board here, and look along the sight, that you can steer a shot about right, hey, Jack?" "It was the Admiral of the Fleet, God Almighty, who directed the shot that dismasted the Turkish admiral," said Jack. "I only pointed the gun." "But how did you feel, Jack, when the musket ball carried away one of your hooks there?" "Feel? Only a finger the lighter. I have 7 more left, besides thumbs, and they did good service, too, in the torn rigging the day after the fight. For you must know, my hearties, that the hardest work comes after the guns are run in. 3 days I helped work, with one hand, in the rigging, in the same trousers that I wore in the action. The blood had dried and stiffened. They looked like glazed red morocco. Now, this Jack Chase had a heart in him like a mastodon's. I have seen him weep when a man has been flogged at the gangway. Yet, in relating the story of the battle of Navarino, he plainly showed that he held the God of the blessed Bible to have been the British Commodore in the Levant, on the bloody 20th of October, A.D. 1827. And thus it would seem that war almost makes blasphemers of the best of men, and brings them all down to the Fiji standard of humanity. Some man-of-war's men have confessed to me that, as a battle has raged more and more, their hearts have hardened in infernal harmony, and, like their own guns, they have fought without a thought. Soldier or sailor, the fighting man is but a fiend, and the staff and body-guard of the devil musters many a baton. But war at times is inevitable. Must the national honor be trampled under foot by an insolent foe? Say on, but know you this, and lay it to heart, war-voting bench of bishops, that He, on whom we believe, Himself has enjoined us to turn the left cheek if the right be smitten. Never mind what follows. That passage you cannot expunge from the Bible. That passage is as binding upon us as any other. That passage embodies the soul and substance of the Christian faith. Without it, Christianity were like any other faith. And that passage will yet, by the blessing of God, turn the world. But in some things we must turn Quakers first. But though, unlike most scenes of carnage, which have proved useless murders of men, Admiral Codrington's victory undoubtedly achieved the emancipation of Greece, and terminated the Turkish atrocities in that tomahawked state, yet who shall lift his hand and swear that a divine providence led the van of the combined fleets of England, France, and Russia at the battle of Navarino? For if this be so, then it led the van against the Church's own elect, the persecuted Waldenses of Switzerland, and kindled the Smithfield fires in Bloody Mary's time. But all events are mixed in a fusion indistinguishable. What we call fate is even heartless and impartial, not a fiend to kindle bigot flames, nor a philanthropist to espouse the cause of Greece. We may fret, fume, and fight, but the thing called fate everlastingly sustains an armed neutrality. Yet, though all this be so, nevertheless, in our own hearts we mould the whole world's hereafters, and in our own hearts we fashion our own gods. Each mortal casts his vote for whom he will, to rule the worlds. I have a voice that helps to shape eternity, and my volitions stir the orbits of the furthest suns. In two senses we are precisely what we worship. Ourselves our fate. End of chapter 75. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 76 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 76. The Chains. When wearied with the tumult and occasional contention of the gun-deck of our frigate, I have often retreated to a port-hole, and calmed myself down by gazing broad off upon a placid sea. After the battle-din of the last 2 chapters, let us now do the like, and, in the sequestered forechains of the Neversink, tranquilize ourselves if we may. Notwithstanding the domestic communism to which the seamen in a man of war are condemned, and the publicity in which actions, the most diffident and retiring in their nature, must be performed, there is yet an odd corner or two where you may sometimes steal away, and, for a few moments, almost be private. Chief among these places is the chains, to which I would sometimes hie during our pleasant homeward-bound glide over those pensive tropical latitudes. After hearing my fill of the wild yarns of our top, here would I recline, if not disturbed, serenely concocting information into wisdom. The chains designates the small platform outside of the hull, at the base of the large shrouds leading down from the 3 mastheads to the bulwarks. At present they seem to be getting out of vogue among merchant vessels, along with the fine, old-fashioned quarter-galleries, little turret-like appurtenances which, in the days of the old admirals, set off the angles of an armed ship's stern. Here a naval officer might lounge away an hour after action, smoking a cigar, to drive out of his whiskers the villainous smoke of the gunpowder. The picturesque, delightful stern gallery, also a broad balcony overhanging the sea, and entered from the captain's cabin much as you might enter a bower from a lady's chamber. This charming balcony, where, sailing over summer seas in the days of the old Peruvian viceroys, the Spanish cavalier Mendana of Lima made love to the Lady Isabella as they voyaged in quest of the Solomon Islands, the fabulous Ophir, the grand Cyclades. And the Lady Isabella at sunset blushed like the Orient, and gazed down to the goldfish and silver-hued flying fish that wove the woof and warp of their wakes in bright, scaly tartans and plaids underneath where the lady reclined. This charming balcony, exquisite retreat, has been cut away by vandalic innovations. Aye, that claw-footed old gallery is no longer in fashion, in Commodore's eyes is no longer genteel. Out on all furniture fashions but those that are past. Give me my grandfather's old armchair, planted upon 4 carved frogs, as the Hindoos fabled the world to be supported upon 4 tortoises. Give me his cane, with the gold-loaded top, a cane that, like the musket of General Washington's father and the broadsword of William Wallace, would break down the back of the switch-carrying dandies of these spindle-shanked days. Give me his broad-breasted vest, coming bravely down over the hips, and furnished with 2 strong boxes of pockets to keep guineas in. Toss this toppling cylinder of a beaver overboard, and give me my grandfather's gallant, gable-ended cocked hat. But though the quarter-galleries and the stern-gallery of a man of war are departed, yet the chains still linger. Nor can there be imagined a more agreeable retreat. The huge blocks and lanyards forming the pedestals of the shrouds divide the chains into numerous little chapels, alcoves, niches, and altars, where you lazily lounge, outside of the ship, though on board. But there are plenty to divide a good thing with you in this man-of-war world. Often, when snugly seated in one of these little alcoves, gazing off to the horizon, and thinking of Cathay, I have been startled from my repose by some old quarter-gunner, who, having newly painted a parcel of match-tubs, wanted to set them to dry. At other times, one of the tattooing artists would crawl over the bulwarks, followed by his sitter, and then a bare arm or leg would be extended, and the disagreeable business of pricking commence, right under my eyes. Or an eruption of tars with ditty-bags or sea-reticles, and piles of old trousers to mend, would break in upon my seclusion, and, forming a sewing circle, drive me off with their chatter. But once, it was a Sunday afternoon, I was pleasantly reclining in a particularly shady and secluded little niche between two lanyards, when I heard a low, supplicating voice. Peeping through the narrow space between the ropes, I perceived an aged seaman on his knees, his face turned seaward, with closed eyes, buried in prayer. Softly rising, I stole through a porthole, and left the venerable worshipper alone. He was a sheet-anchorman, an earnest Baptist, and was well known in his own part of the ship to be constant in his solitary devotions in the chains. He reminded me of St. Anthony going out into the wilderness to pray. This man was captain of the starboard bow-chaser, one of the two long 24-pounders on the forecastle. In time of action, the command of that iron Thalaba the destroyer would devolve upon him. It would be his business to train it properly, to see it well loaded, the grape and canister rammed home; also to prick the cartridge, take the sight, and give the word for the matchman to apply his wand, bidding a sudden hell to flash forth from the muzzle, in wide combustion and death. Now, this captain of the bow-chaser was an upright old man, a sincere, humble believer, and he but earned his bread in being captain of that gun. But how, with those hands of his begrimed with powder, could he break that other, and most peaceful and penitent bread of the supper? Though in that hallowed sacrament, it seemed, he had often partaken ashore. The omission of this rite in a man-of-war, though there is a chaplain to preside over it, and at least a few communicants to partake, must be ascribed to a sense of religious propriety in the last degree to be commended. Ah, the best righteousness of our man-of-war world seems but an unrealized ideal, after all. And those maxims which, in the hope of bringing about a millennium, we busily teach to the heathen, we Christians ourselves disregard. In view of the whole present social framework of our world, so ill adapted to the practical adoption of the meekness of Christianity, there seems almost some ground for the thought that although our blessed Saviour was full of the wisdom of heaven, yet his gospel seems lacking in the practical wisdom of earth, in a due appreciation of the necessities of nations at times demanding bloody massacres and wars, in a proper estimation of the value of rank, title, and money. But all this only the more crowns the divine consistency of Jesus, since Burnet and the best theologians demonstrate that his nature was not merely human, was not that of a mere man of the world. End of chapter 76. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 77 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 77. The Hospital in a Man of War. After running with a fine steady breeze up to the line, it fell calm, and there we lay, 3 days, enchanted on the sea. We were a most puissant man of war, no doubt, with our 500 men, Commodore and Captain, backed by our long batteries of 32 and 24-pounders. Yet, for all that, there we lay rocking, helpless as an infant in the cradle. Had it only been a gale instead of a calm, gladly would we have charged upon it with our gallant bowsprit, as with a stout lance in rest. But, as with mankind, this serene, passive foe, unresisting and irresistible, lived it out, unconquered to the last. All these 3 days the heat was excessive. The sun drew the tar from the seams of the ship, the awnings were spread fore and aft, the decks were kept constantly sprinkled with water. It was during this period that a sad event occurred, though not an unusual one on shipboard. But in order to prepare for its narration, some account of a part of the ship called the sick bay must needs be presented. The sick bay is that part of a man of war where the invalid seamen are placed. In many respects it answers to a public hospital ashore. As with most frigates, the sick bay of the Neversink was on the berth deck, the 3rd deck from above. It was in the extreme forward part of that deck, embracing the triangular area in the bows of the ship. It was, therefore, a subterranean vault, into which scarce a ray of heaven's glad light ever penetrated, even at noon. In a sea-going frigate that has all her armament and stores on board, the floor of the berth deck is partly below the surface of the water. But in a smooth harbor, some circulation of air is maintained by opening large auger holes in the upper portion of the sides, called airports, not much above the water level. Before going to sea, however, these airports must be closed, caulked, and the seams hermetically sealed with pitch. These places for ventilation being shut, the sick bay is entirely barred against the free, natural admission of fresh air. In the Neversink, a few lungsful were forced down by artificial means. But, as the ordinary wind-sail was the only method adopted, the quantity of fresh air sent down was regulated by the force of the wind. In a calm there was none to be had, while in a severe gale the wind-sail had to be hauled up, on account of the violent draught flowing full upon the cots of the sick. An open-work partition divided our sick bay from the rest of the deck, where the hammocks of the watch were slung. It, therefore, was exposed to all the uproar that ensued upon the watches being relieved. An official, called the surgeon's steward, assisted by subordinates, presided over the place. He was the same individual alluded to as officiating at the amputation of the topman. He was always to be found at his post, by night and by day. This surgeon's steward deserves a description. He was a small, pale, hollow-eyed young man, with that peculiar Lazarus-like expression so often noticed in hospital attendants. Seldom or never did you see him on deck, and when he did emerge into the light of the sun, it was with an abashed look and an uneasy, winking eye. The sun was not made for him. His nervous organization was confounded by the sight of the robust old sea-dogs on the forecastle, and the general tumult of the spar-deck, and he mostly buried himself below in an atmosphere which long habit had made congenial. This young man never indulged in frivolous conversation. He only talked of the surgeon's prescriptions. His every word was a bolus. He never was known to smile, nor did he even look sober in the ordinary way, but his countenance ever wore an aspect of cadaverous resignation to his fate. Strange, that so many of those who would fain minister to our own health should look so much like invalids themselves. Connected with the sick bay, over which the surgeon's steward presided, but removed from it in place, being next door to the counting-room of the purser's steward, was a regular apothecary's shop, of which he kept the key. It was fitted up precisely like an apothecary's on shore, displaying tiers of shelves on all four sides filled with green bottles and gallipots. Beneath were multitudinous drawers bearing incomprehensible gilded inscriptions in abbreviated Latin. He generally opened his shop for an hour or two every morning and evening. There was a Venetian blind in the upper part of the door, which he threw up when inside so as to admit a little air. And there you would see him, with a green shade over his eyes, seated on a stool, and pounding his pestle in a great iron mortar that looked like a howitzer mixing some jalapy compound. A smoky lamp shed a flickering yellow-fever tinge upon his pallid face and the closely packed regiments of gallipots. Several times, when I felt in need of a little medicine, but was not ill enough to report myself to the surgeon at his levees, I would call of a morning upon his steward at the sign of the mortar, and beg him to give me what I wanted; when, without speaking a word, this cadaverous young man would mix me my potion in a tin cup, and hand it out through the little opening in his door, like the boxed-up treasurer giving you your change at the ticket-office of a theatre. But there was a little shelf against the wall of the door, and upon this I would set the tin cup for a while, and survey it; for I never was a Julius Caesar at taking medicine, and to take it in this way, without a single attempt at disguising it, with no counteracting little morsel to hurry down after it, in short, to go to the very apothecary's in person, and there, at the counter, swallow down your dose, as if it were a nice mint julep taken at the bar of a hotel, this was a bitter bolus indeed. But then this pallid young apothecary charged nothing for it, and that was no small satisfaction; for is it not remarkable, to say the least, that a shore apothecary should actually charge you money, round dollars and cents, for giving you a horrible nausea? My tin cup would wait a long time on that little shelf, yet Pills, as the sailors called him, never heeded my lingering, but in sober, silent sadness continued pounding his mortar or folding up his powders, until at last some other customer would appear, and then, in a sudden frenzy of resolution, I would gulp down my sherry cobbler, and carry its unspeakable flavor with me far up into the frigate's main-top. I do not know whether it was the wide roll of the ship, as felt in that giddy perch, that occasioned it, but I always got seasick after taking medicine and going aloft with it. Seldom or never did it do me any lasting good. Now, the surgeon's steward was only a subordinate of Surgeon Cuticle himself, who lived in the ward-room among the lieutenants, sailing-master, chaplain, and purser. The surgeon is, by law, charged with the business of overlooking the general sanitary affairs of the ship. If anything is going on in any of its departments which he judges to be detrimental to the healthfulness of the crew, he has a right to protest against it formally to the captain. When a man is being scourged at the gangway, the surgeon stands by, and if he thinks that the punishment is becoming more than the culprit's constitution can well bear, he has a right to interfere and demand its cessation for the time. But though the Navy regulations nominally vest him with this high discretionary authority over the very Commodore himself, how seldom does he exercise it in cases where humanity demands it? 3 years is a long time to spend in one ship, and to be at swords' points with its captain and lieutenants during such a period must be very unsocial and every way irksome. No otherwise than thus, at least, can the remissness of some surgeons in remonstrating against cruelty be accounted for. Not to speak again of the continual dampness of the decks consequent upon flooding them with salt water, when we were driving near to Cape Horn, it needs only to be mentioned that on board of the Neversink men known to be in consumptions gasped under the scourge of the boatswain's mate, when the surgeon and his 2 attendants stood by and never interposed. But where the unscrupulousness of martial discipline is maintained, it is in vain to attempt softening its rigor by the ordaining of humanitarian laws. Sooner might you tame the grizzly bear of Missouri than humanize a thing so essentially cruel and heartless. But the surgeon has yet other duties to perform. Not a seaman enters the Navy without undergoing a corporal examination to test his soundness in wind and limb. One of the first places into which I was introduced when I first entered on board the Neversink was the sick bay, where I found one of the assistant surgeons seated at a green baize table. It was his turn for visiting the apartment. Having been commanded by the deck officer to report my business to the functionary before me, I accordingly hemmed to attract his attention, and then, catching his eye, politely intimated that I called upon him for the purpose of being accurately laid out and surveyed. "Strip," was the answer, and, rolling up his gold-laced cuff, he proceeded to manipulate me. He punched me in the ribs, smote me across the chest, commanded me to stand on one leg and hold out the other horizontally. He asked me whether any of my family were consumptive, whether I ever felt a tendency to a rush of blood to the head, whether I was gouty, how often I had been bled during my life, how long I had been ashore, how long I had been afloat, with several other questions which have altogether slipped my memory. He concluded his interrogatories with this extraordinary and unwarranted one: "Are you pious?" It was a leading question which somewhat staggered me, but I said not a word. When, feeling of my calves, he looked up and incomprehensibly said, "I am afraid you are not." At length he declared me a sound animal, and wrote a certificate to that effect, with which I returned to the deck. This assistant surgeon turned out to be a very singular character, and when I became more acquainted with him, I ceased to marvel at the curious question with which he had concluded his examination of my person. He was a thin, knock-kneed man, with a sour, saturnine expression, rendered the more peculiar from his shaving his beard so remorselessly that his chin and cheeks always looked blue, as if pinched with cold. His long familiarity with nautical invalids seemed to have filled him full of theological hypos concerning the state of their souls. He was at once the physician and priest of the sick, washing down his boluses with ghostly consolation, and among the sailors went by the name of the Pelican, a fowl whose hanging pouch imparts to it a most chop-fallen, lugubrious expression. The privilege of going off duty and lying by when you are sick is one of the few points in which a man-of-war is far better for the sailor than a merchantman. But, as with every other matter in the Navy, the whole thing is subject to the general discipline of the vessel, and is conducted with a severe, unyielding method and regularity, making no allowances for exceptions to rules. During the half-hour preceding morning quarters, the surgeon of a frigate is to be found in the sick bay, where, after going his rounds among the invalids, he holds a levee for the benefit of all new candidates for the sick list. If, after looking at your tongue and feeling of your pulse, he pronounces you a proper candidate, his secretary puts you down on his books, and you are thenceforth relieved from all duty, and have abundant leisure in which to recover your health. Let the boatswain blow, let the deck officer bellow, let the captain of your gun hunt you up, yet, if it can be answered by your messmates that you are down on the list, you ride it all out with impunity. The Commodore himself has then no authority over you, but you must not be too much elated, for your immunities are only secure while you are immured in the dark hospital below. Should you venture to get a mouthful of fresh air on the spar-deck, and be there discovered by an officer, you will in vain plead your illness, for it is quite impossible, it seems, that any true man-of-war invalid can be hardy enough to crawl up the ladders. Besides, the raw sea air, as they will tell you, is not good for the sick. But, notwithstanding all this, notwithstanding the darkness and closeness of the sick-bay, in which an alleged invalid must be content to shut himself up till the surgeon pronounces him cured, many instances occur, especially in protracted bad weather, where pretended invalids will submit to this dismal hospital durance in order to escape hard work and wet jackets. There is a story told somewhere of the devil taking down the confessions of a woman on a strip of parchment, and being obliged to stretch it longer and longer with his teeth, in order to find room for all the lady had to say. Much thus was it with our purser's steward, who had to lengthen out his manuscript sick list in order to accommodate all the names which were presented to him while we are off the pitch of Cape Horn. What sailors call the Cape Horn fever alarmingly prevailed, though it disappeared altogether when we got into the weather, which, as with many other invalids, was solely to be imputed to the wonder-working effects of an entire change of climate. It seems very strange, but it is really true, that off Cape Horn some sogers of sailors will stand cupping and bleeding and blistering before they will budge. On the other hand, there are cases where a man actually sick and in need of medicine will refuse to go on the sick list, because in that case his allowance of grog must be stopped. On board of every American man-of-war bound for sea, there is a goodly supply of wines and various delicacies put on board, according to law, for the benefit of the sick, whether officers or sailors. And one of the chicken coops is always reserved for the government chickens, destined for a similar purpose. But, on board of the Neversink, the only delicacies given to invalid sailors was a little sago, or arrow root, and they did not get that unless severely ill, but, so far as I could learn, no wine in any quantity was ever prescribed for them, though the government bottles often went into the ward-room for the benefit of indisposed officers. And though the government chicken coop was replenished at every port, yet not 4 pair of drumsticks were ever boiled into broth for sick sailors. Where the chickens went, some one must have known, but, as I cannot vouch for it myself, I will not here back the hearty assertion of the men, which was that the pious Pelican, true to his name, was extremely fond of poultry. I am the still less disposed to believe this scandal, from the continued leanness of the Pelican, which could hardly have been the case did he nourish himself by so nutritious a dish as the drumsticks of fowls, a diet prescribed to pugilists in training. But who can avoid being suspicious of a very suspicious person? Pelican? I rather suspect you still. End of Chapter 77. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 78 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 78. Dismal Times in the Mess. It was on the first day of the long, hot calm which we had on the equator, that a messmate of mine, by the name of Shenly, who had been for some weeks complaining, at length went on the sick list. An old gunner's mate of the mess, Priming, the man with the hare-lip, who, true to his tribe, was charged to the muzzle with bile, and, moreover, rammed home on top of it a wad of sailor superstition. This gunner's mate indulged in some gloomy and savage remarks, strangely tinged with genuine feeling and grief, at the announcement of the sickness of Shenly, coming as it did not long after the almost fatal accident befalling poor Baldy, captain of the mizzen-top, another messmate of ours, and the dreadful fate of the amputated fore-topman whom we buried in Rio, also our messmate. We were cross-legged seated at dinner, between the guns, when the sad news concerning Shenly was first communicated. "I knowed it," said Priming, through his nose. "Blast ye, I told ye so. Poor fellow! But damn me, I knowed it. This comes of having 13 in the mess. I hope he aren't dangerous, men. Poor Shenly! But blast it, it warn't till White Jacket there comed into the mess that these here things began. I don't believe there'll be more nor 3 of us left by the time we strike soundings, men. But how is he now? Have you been down to see him, any on ye? Damn you, you Jonah, I don't see how you can sleep in your hammock, knowing as you do that by making an odd number in the mess, you've been the death of one poor fella, and ruined Baldy for life, and here's poor Shenly keeled up. Blast you and your jacket, say I." "My dear messmate," I cried, "don't blast me any more. For heaven's sake, blast my jacket you may, and I'll join you in that. But don't blast me, for if you do, I shouldn't wonder if I myself was the next man to keel up." "Gunner's mate," said Jack Chase, helping himself to a slice of beef, and sandwiching it between 2 large biscuits. "Gunner's mate, White Jacket there is my particular friend, and I would take it as a particular favor if you would knock off blasting him. It's in bad taste, rude, and unworthy a gentleman." "Take your back away from that 'ere gun carriage, will you now, Jack Chase?" cried Priming in reply, just then Jack happening to lean up against it. "Must I be all the time cleaning after you fellows? Blast you, I spent an hour on that 'ere gun carriage this very morning, but it all comes of White Jacket there. If it warn't for having one too many, there wouldn't be any crowding and jamming in the mess. I'm blessed if we aren't about chock-a-block here. Move further up there. I'm sitting on my leg." "For God's sake, gunner's mate," cried I, "if it will content you, I and my jacket will leave the mess." "I wish you would, and be to ye," he replied. "And if he does, you will mess alone, gunner's mate," said Jack Chase. "That you will," cried all. "And I wish to the Lord you'd let me," growled Priming, irritably rubbing his head with the handle of his sheath-knife. "You are an old bear, gunner's mate," said Jack Chase. "I am an old Turk," he replied, drawing the flat blade of his knife between his teeth, thereby producing a whetting, grating sound. Let him alone, men," said Jack Chase. "Only keep off the tail of a rattlesnake, and he'll not rattle." "Look out he don't bite, though," said Priming, snapping his teeth, and with that he rolled off, growling as he went. Though I did my best to carry off my vexation with an air of indifference, need I say how I cursed my jacket, that it thus seemed the means of fastening on me the murder of one of my shipmates, and the probable murder of 2 more. For, had it not been for my jacket, doubtless I had yet been a member of my old mess, and so have escaped making the luckless odd number among my present companions. All I could say in private to Priming had no effect, though I often took him aside to convince him of the philosophical impossibility of my having been accessory to the misfortunes of Baldy, the buried sailor in Rio, and Shenly. But Priming knew better; nothing could move him; and he ever afterward eyed me as virtuous citizens do some notorious underhand villain going unhung of justice. Jacket, Jacket, thou hast much to answer for, Jacket. End of chapter 78. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 79 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 79. How Man-of-War's Men Die at Sea. Shenly, my sick messmate, was a middle-aged, handsome, intelligent seaman, whom some hard calamity, or perhaps some unfortunate excess, must have driven into the Navy. He told me he had a wife and 2 children in Portsmouth, in the state of New Hampshire. Upon being examined by Cuticle, the surgeon, he was, on purely scientific grounds, reprimanded by that functionary for not having previously appeared before him. He was immediately consigned to one of the invalid cots as a serious case. His complaint was of long standing, a pulmonary one, now attended with general prostration. The same evening he grew so much worse that, according to man-of-war usage, we, his messmates, were officially notified that we must take turns at sitting up with him through the night. We at once made our arrangements, allotting 2 hours for a watch. Not till the 3rd night did my own turn come round. During the day preceding, it was stated at the mess that our poor messmate was run down completely. The surgeon had given him up. At 4 bells, 2 o'clock in the morning, I went down to relieve one of my messmates at the sick man's cot. The profound quietude of the calm pervaded the entire frigate through all her decks. The watch on duty were dozing on the carronade slides, far above the sick bay, and the watch below were fast asleep in their hammocks on the same deck with the invalid. Groping my way under these 200 sleepers, I entered the hospital. A dim lamp was burning on the table, which was screwed down to the floor. This light shed dreary shadows over the whitewashed walls of the place, making it look like a whited sepulchre underground. The windsail had collapsed, and lay motionless on the deck. The low groans of the sick were the only sounds to be heard, and as I advanced, some of them rolled upon me their sleepless, silent, tormented eyes. "Fan him, and keep his forehead wet with this sponge," whispered my messmate, whom I came to relieve, as I drew near to Shenly's cot, "and wash the foam from his mouth. Nothing more can be done for him. If he dies before your watch is out, call the surgeon's steward. He sleeps in that hammock," pointing it out. "Good-bye, good-bye, messmate," he then whispered, stooping over the sick man, and so saying, he left the place. Shenly was lying on his back. His eyes were closed, forming 2 dark blue pits in his face. His breath was coming and going with a slow, long-drawn, mechanical precision. It was the mere foundering hull of a man that was before me, and though it presented the well-known features of my messmate, yet I knew that the living soul of Shenly never more would look out of those eyes. So warm had it been during the day, that the surgeon himself, when visiting the sick bay, had entered it in his shirt-sleeves, and so warm was now the night, that even in the lofty top I had worn but a loose linen frock and trousers. But in this subterranean sick bay, buried in the very bowels of the ship, and at sea cut off from all ventilation, the heat of the night calm was intense. The sweat dripped from me as if I had just emerged from a bath, and stripping myself naked to the waist, I sat by the side of the cot, and with a bit of crumpled paper, put into my hand by the sailor I had relieved, kept fanning the motionless white face before me. I could not help thinking, as I gazed, whether this man's fate had not been accelerated by his confinement in this heated furnace below, and whether many a sick man round me might not soon improve, if but permitted to swing his hammock in the airy vacancies of the half-deck above, open to the port-holes, but reserved for the promenade of the officers. At last the heavy breathing grew more and more irregular, and gradually dying away, left forever the unstirring form of Shenly. Calling the surgeon's steward, he at once told me to rouse the master-at-arms, and 4 or 5 of my messmates. The master-at-arms approached, and immediately demanded the dead man's bag, which was accordingly dragged into the bay. Having been laid on the floor, and washed with a bucket of water, which I drew from the ocean, the body was then dressed in a white frock, trousers, and neckerchief, taken out of the bag. While this was going on, the master-at-arms, standing over the operation with his rattan, and directing myself and messmates, indulged in much discursive levity, intended to manifest his fearlessness of death. Pierre, who had been a chummy of Shenly's, spent much time in tying the neckerchief in an elaborate bow, and affectionately adjusting the white frock and trousers. But the master-at-arms put an end to this by ordering us to carry the body up to the gun-deck. It was placed on the death-board, used for that purpose, and we proceeded with it toward the main hatchway, awkwardly crawling under the tiers of hammocks where the entire watch below was sleeping. As unavoidably we rocked their pallets, the man-of-war's men would cry out against us. Through the mutterings of curses the corpse reached the hatchway. Here the board slipped, and some time was spent in readjusting the body. At length we deposited it on the gun-deck, between 2 guns, and a union-jack being thrown over it for a pall, I was left again to watch by its side. I had not been seated on my shot-box 3 minutes, when the messenger-boy passed me on his way forward. Presently the slow, regular stroke of the ship's great bell was heard, proclaiming through the calm the expiration of the watch. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Poor Shenly, thought I, that sounds like your knell. And here you lie becalmed in the last calm of all. Hardly had the brazen din died away, when the boatswain and his mates mustered round the hatchway, within a yard or 2 of the corpse, and the usual thundering call was given for the watch below to turn out.
"All the starboard watch ahoy! On deck there, below! Wide awake there, sleepers!"
But the dreamless sleeper by my side, who had so often sprung from his hammock at that summons, moved not a limb. The blue sheet over him lay unwrinkled. A messmate of the other watch now came to relieve me, but I told him I chose to remain where I was till daylight came. End of Chapter 79. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 80 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 80. The Last Stitch. Just before daybreak, 2 of the sailmaker's gang drew near, each with a lantern, carrying some canvas, 2 large shot, needles, and twine. I knew their errand, for in men of war the sailmaker is the undertaker. They laid the body on deck, and, after fitting the canvas to it, seated themselves cross-legged like tailors, 1 on each side, and, with their lanterns before them, went to stitching away, as if mending an old sail. Both were old men, with grizzled hair and beard, and shrunken faces. They belonged to that small class of aged seamen who, for their previous long and faithful services, are retained in the Navy more as pensioners upon its merited bounty than anything else. They are set to light and easy duties. "Aren't this the fore-topman, Shenly?" asked the foremost, looking full at the frozen face before him. "Aye, aye, old Ringrope," said the other, drawing his hand far back with a long thread. "I thinks it's him; and he's further aloft now, I hope, than ever he was at the fore-truck. But I only hopes. I'm afeard this ar'n't the last on him. His hull here will soon be going out of sight below hatches, though, old Thrummings," replied Ringrope, placing 2 heavy cannon balls in the foot of the canvas shroud. "I don't know that, old man. I never yet sewed up a shipmate but he spooked me arterward. I tell ye, Ringrope, these 'ere corpses is cunning. You think they sinks deep, but they comes up again as soon as you sails over 'em. They lose the number of their mess, and their messmates sticks the spoons in the rack. But no good, no good, old Ringrope. They aren't dead yet. I tell ye now, 10 best bower anchors wouldn't sink this 'ere topman. He'll be soon coming in the wake of the 39 spooks what spooks me every night in my hammock, just afore the mid-watch is called. Small thanks I gets for my pains, and every one on 'em looks so 'proachful like, with a sailmaker's needle through his nose. I've been thinking, old Ringrope, it's all wrong that 'ere last stitch we takes. Depend on it, they don't like it, none on 'em." I was standing, leaning over a gun, gazing at the 2 old men. The last remark reminded me of a superstitious custom generally practiced by most sea undertakers upon these occasions. I resolved that, if I could help it, it should not take place upon the remains of Shenly. "Thrummings," said I, advancing to the last speaker, "you are right. That last thing you do to the canvas is the very reason, be sure of it, that brings the ghosts after you, as you say. So, don't do it to this poor fellow, I entreat. Try once, now, how it goes not to do it." "What do you say to the youngster, old man?" said Thrummings, holding up his lantern into his comrade's wrinkled face, as if deciphering some ancient parchment. "I'm agin all innowations," said Ringrope. "It's a good old fashion, that last stitch. It keeps 'em snug. You see, youngster? I'm blessed if they could sleep sound, if it wa'n't for that. No, no, Thrummings, no innowations. I won't hear on it. I goes for the last stitch." "S'pose you was going to be sewed up yourself, old Ringrope, would you like the last stitch then? You are an old gun, Ringrope. You can't stand looking out at your port-hole much longer," said Thrummings, as his own palsied hands were quivering over the canvas. "Better say that to yourself, old man," replied Ringrope, stooping close to the light to thread his coarse needle, which trembled in his withered hands like the needle in a compass of a Greenland ship near the pole. "You ain't long for the sarvice. I wish I could give you some of the blood in my veins, old man." "You ain't got near a teaspoonful to spare," said Thrummings. "It will go hard, and I wouldn't want to do it, but I'm afeard I'll have the sewing on you up before long." "Sew me up? Me dead and you alive, old man?" shrieked Ringrope. "Well, I've heard the parson of the old Independence say as how old age was deceitful, but I never seed it so true afore this blessed night. I'm sorry for you, old man, to see you so innocent like, and death all the while turning in and out with you in your hammock, for all the world like a hammock mate." "You lie, old man," cried Thrummings, shaking with rage. "It's you that have death for a hammock mate. It's you that will make a hole in the shot-locker soon." "Take that back," cried Ringrope, huskily leaning far over the corpse, and, needle in hand, menacing his companion with his aguish fist. "Take that back, or I'll throttle your lean bag of wind for ye." "Blast ye, old chaps, ain't ye any more manners than to be fighting over a dead man?" cried one of the sailmaker's mates, coming down from the spar-deck. Bear a hand, and get through with that job." "Only one more stitch to take," muttered Ringrope, creeping near the face. "Drop your palm, then, and let Thrummings take it. Follow me. The foot of the mainsail wants mending. Must do it afore a breeze springs up. D'ye hear, old chap? I say, drop your palm and follow me." At the reiterated command of his superior, Ringrope rose, and, turning to his comrade, said, "I take it all back, Thrummings, and I'm sorry for it, too. But mind ye, take that 'ere last stitch, now. If you don't, there's no tellin' the consikences." As the mate and his man departed, I stole up to Thrummings. "Don't do it. Don't do it now, Thrummings. Depend on it, it's wrong." "Well, youngster, I'll try this here one without it for just this here once, and if, arter that, he don't spook me, I'll be dead again the last stitch as long as my name is Thrummings." So, without mutilation, the remains were replaced between the guns, the Union Jack again thrown over them, and I reseated myself on the shot-box. End of Chapter 80. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 81 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 81. How They Bury a Man of War's Man at Sea. Quarters over in the morning, the boatswain and his 4 mates stood round the main hatchway, and after giving the usual whistle, made the customary announcement, "All hands bury the dead, ahoy!" In a man of war, everything, even to a man's funeral and burial, proceeds with the unrelenting promptitude of the martial code. And whether it is all hands bury the dead, or all hands splice the main brace, the order is given in the same hoarse tones. Both officers and men assembled in the lee waist, and through that bareheaded crowd, the messmates of Shenly brought his body to the same gangway where it had thrice winced under the scourge. But there is something in death that ennobles even a pauper's corpse, and the captain himself stood bareheaded before the remains of a man whom, with his hat on, he had sentenced to the ignominious gratings when alive. "I am the resurrection and the life," solemnly began the chaplain in full canonicals, the prayer book in his hand. "Damn you, off those booms!" roared a boatswain's mate to a crowd of topmen, who had elevated themselves to gain a better view of the scene. "We commit his body to the deep." At the word, Shenly's messmates tilted the board, and the dead sailor sank in the sea. "Look aloft," whispered Jack Chase. "See that bird? It is the spirit of Shenly." Gazing upward, all beheld a snow-white, solitary fowl, which, whence coming no one could tell, had been hovering over the mainmast during the service, and was now sailing far up into the depths of the sky. End of Chapter 81. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 82 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 82. What Remains of a Man of War's Man after his Burial at Sea. Upon examining Shenly's bag, A will was found, scratched in pencil, upon a blank leaf in the middle of his Bible, or, to use the phrase of one of the seamen, in the midships, atween the Bible and Testament, where the Apothecary, Apocrypha, uses to be. The will was comprised in one solitary sentence, exclusive of the dates and signatures. In case I die on the voyage, the purser will please pay over my wages to my wife, who lives in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Besides the testators, there were 2 signatures of witnesses. This last will and testament being shown to the purser, who, it seems, had been a notary or surrogate, or some sort of cozy chamber practitioner in his time, he declared that it must be proved. So the witnesses were called, and after recognizing their hands to the paper, for the purpose of additionally testing their honesty, they were interrogated concerning the day on which they had signed, whether it was Banyan Day or Duff Day, or Swampseed Day. For among the sailors on board a man-of-war, the land terms Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are almost unknown. In place of these they substitute nautical names, some of which are significant of the daily bill of fare at dinner for the week. The 2 witnesses were somewhat puzzled by the attorney-like questions of the purser, till a third party came along, one of the ship's barbers, and declared, of his own knowledge, that Shenly executed the instrument on a shaving day, for the deceased seaman had informed him of the circumstance when he came to have his beard reaped on the morning of the event. In the purser's opinion, this settled the question, and it is to be hoped that the widow duly received her husband's death-earned wages. Shenly was dead and gone, and what was Shenly's epitaph? D.D., opposite his name in the purser's books, in Black's best writing fluid, funeral name and funeral hue, meaning discharged, dead. End of Chapter 82. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 83 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 83. A Man-of-War College. In our man-of-war world, life comes in at one gangway, and death goes overboard at the other. Under the man-of-war scourge, curses mix with tears, and the sigh and the sob furnish the bass to the shrill octave of those who laugh to drown buried griefs of their own. Checkers were played in the waist at the time of Shenly's burial, and as the body plunged, a player swept the board. The bubbles had hardly burst when all hands were piped down by the boatswain, and the old jests were heard again, as if Shenly himself were there to hear. This man-of-war life has not left me unhardened. I cannot stop to weep over Shenly now. That would be false to the life I depict. Wearing no mourning weeds, I resume the task of portraying our man-of-war world. Among the various other vocations, all driven abreast on board of the Neversink, was that of the schoolmaster. There were 2 academies in the frigate. One comprised the apprentice boys, who, upon certain days of the week, were indoctrinated in the mysteries of the primer by an invalid corporal of marines, a slender, wizen-cheeked man, who had received a liberal infant school education. The other school was a far more pretentious affair, a sort of army and navy seminary combined, where mystical mathematical problems were solved by the midshipmen, and great ships of the line were navigated over imaginary shoals by unimaginable observations of the moon and the stars, and learned lectures were delivered upon great guns, small arms, and the curvilinear lines described by bombs in the air. The Professor was the title bestowed upon the erudite gentleman who conducted this seminary, and by that title alone was he known throughout the ship. He was domiciled in the ward-room, and circulated there on a social par with the purser, surgeon, and other non-combatants and Quakers. By being advanced to the dignity of a peerage in the ward-room, science and learning were ennobled in the person of this Professor, even as divinity was honored in the chaplain enjoying the rank of a spiritual peer. Every other afternoon, while at sea, the Professor assembled his pupils on the half-deck, near the long 24-pounders. A bass drumhead was his desk, his pupils forming a semicircle around him, seated on shot-boxes and match-tubs. They were in the jelly of youth, and this learned Professor poured into their susceptible hearts all the gentle gunpowder maxims of war. Presidents of peace societies and superintendents of Sabbath schools, must it not have been a most interesting sight? But the Professor himself was a noteworthy person. A tall, thin, spectacled man, about 40 years old, with a student's stoop in his shoulders, and wearing uncommonly scanty pantaloons, exhibiting an undue proportion of his boots. In early life he had been a cadet in the military academy of West Point, but, becoming very weak-sighted, and thereby in a good manner disqualified for active service in the field, he had declined entering the army, and accepted the office of professor in the Navy. His studies at West Point had thoroughly grounded him in a knowledge of gunnery, and, as he was not a little of a pedant, it was sometimes amusing, when the sailors were at quarters, to hear him criticize their evolutions at the batteries. He would quote Dr. Hutton's tracts on the subject, also, in the original, the French Bombardier, and wind up by Italian passages from the Pratica Manuale dell'Artiglieria. Though not required by the Navy regulations to instruct his scholars in aught but the application of mathematics to navigation, yet besides this, and besides instructing them in the theory of gunnery, he also sought to root them in the theory of frigate and fleet tactics. To be sure, he himself did not know how to splice a rope or furl a sail, and, owing to his partiality for strong coffee, he was apt to be nervous when we fired salutes, yet all this did not prevent him from delivering lectures on cannonading and breaking the enemy's line. He had arrived at his knowledge of tactics by silent, solitary study and earnest meditation in the sequestered retreat of his state-room. His case was somewhat parallel to the Scotchman's, John Clerk, Esquire, of Eldon, who, though he had never been to sea, composed a quarto treatise on fleet-fighting, which to this day remains a text-book, and he also originated a nautical manœuvre, which has given to England many a victory over her foes. Now there was a large blackboard, something like a great gun target, only it was square, which, during the Professor's lectures, was placed upright on the gun-deck, supported behind by 3 boarding pikes. And here he would chalk out diagrams of great fleet engagements, making marks, like the soles of shoes, for the ships, and drawing a dog vane in one corner to denote the assumed direction of the wind. This done, with a cutlass he would point out every spot of interest. Now, young gentlemen, the board before you exhibits the disposition of the British West Indian Squadron under Rodney, when, early on the morning of the 9th of April, in the year of our blessed Lord 1782, he discovered part of the French fleet, commanded by the Comte de Grasse, lying under the north end of the island of Dominica. It was at this juncture that the Admiral gave the signal for the British line to prepare for battle and stand on. D'ye understand, young gentlemen? Well, the British van having nearly fetched up with the centre of the enemy, who, be it remembered, were then on the starboard tack, and Rodney's centre and rear being yet becalmed under the lee of the land, the question I ask you is, what should Rodney now do? "Blaze away, by all means," responded a rather confident reefer who had zealously been observing the diagram. "But, sir, his centre and rear are still becalmed, and his van has not yet closed with the enemy." "Wait till he does, come in range, and then blaze away," said the reefer. Permit me to remark, Mr. Pert, that blaze away is not a strictly technical term, and also permit me to hint, Mr. Pert, that you should consider the subject rather more deeply before you hurry forward your opinion. This rebuke not only abashed Mr. Pert, but for a time intimidated the rest, and the Professor was obliged to proceed, and extricate the British fleet by himself. He concluded by awarding Admiral Rodney the victory, which must have been exceedingly gratifying to the family pride of the surviving relatives and connections of that distinguished hero. "Shall I clean the board, sir?" now asked Mr. Pert, brightening up. "No, sir, not till you have saved that crippled French ship in the corner. That ship, young gentlemen, is the Glorieuse. You perceive she is cut off from her consorts, and the whole British fleet is giving chase to her. Her bowsprit is gone, her rudder is torn away, she has 100 round shot in her hull, and 2/3 of her men are dead or dying. What's to be done? The wind being at northeast by north." "Well, sir," said Mr. Dash, a chivalric young gentleman from Virginia, "I wouldn't strike yet. I'd nail my colors to the main royal-mast, I would, by Jove." "That would not save your ship, sir. Besides, your mainmast has gone by the board." "I think, sir," said Mr. Slim, a diffident youth, "I think, sir, I would haul back the foretopsail." "And why so? Of what service would that be, I should like to know, Mr. Slim?" "I can't tell exactly, but I think it would help her a little," was the timid reply. "Not a whit, sir, not one particle. Besides, you can't haul back your foretopsail. Your foremast is lying across your forecastle." "Haul back the main topsail, then," suggested another. "Can't be done. Your mainmast also has gone by the board." "Mizzen topsail?" meekly suggested little Boat Plug. "Your mizzen-top mast, let me inform you, sir, was shot down in the first of the fight." "Well, sir," cried Mr. Dash, "I'd tack ship anyway, bid 'em good-bye with a broadside, nail my flag to the keel, if there was no other place, and blow my brains out on the poop." "Idle, idle, sir, worse than idle. You are carried away, Mr. Dash, by your ardent Southern temperament. Let me inform you, young gentlemen, that this ship," touching it with his cutlass, "cannot be saved." Then, throwing down his cutlass, "Mr. Pert, have the goodness to hand me one of those cannon balls from the rack." Balancing the iron sphere in one hand, the learned Professor began fingering it with the other, like Columbus illustrating the rotundity of the globe before the Royal Commission of Castilian Ecclesiastics. "Young gentlemen, I resume my remarks on the passage of a shot in vacuo, which remarks were interrupted yesterday by general quarters. After quoting that admirable passage in Spearman's British Gunner, I then laid it down, you remember, that the path of a shot in vacuo describes a parabolic curve. I now add, that agreeably to the method pursued by the illustrious Newton in treating the subject of curvilinear motion, I consider the trajectory or curve described by a moving body in space as consisting of a series of right lines described in successive intervals of time, and constituting the diagonals of parallelograms formed in a vertical plane between the vertical deflections caused by gravity and the production of the line of motion which has been described in each preceding interval of time. This must be obvious, for if you say that the passage in vacuo of this cannon-ball now held in my hand would describe otherwise than a series of right lines, etc., then you are brought to the reductio ad absurdum that the diagonals of parallelograms are
"All hands reef topsail,"
was now thundered forth by the boatswain's mates. The shot fell from the professor's palm. His spectacles dropped on his nose, and the school tumultuously broke up, the pupils scrambling up the ladders with the sailors who had been overhearing the lecture. End of Chapter 83. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 84 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 84. Man of War Barbers. The allusion to one of the ship's barbers in a previous chapter, together with the recollection of how conspicuous a part they enacted in a tragical drama soon to be related, leads me now to introduce them to the reader. Among the numerous artists and professors of polite trades in the Navy, none are held in higher estimation, or drive a more profitable business, than these barbers. And it may well be imagined that the 500 heads of hair and 500 beards of a frigate should furnish no small employment for those to whose faithful care they may be entrusted. As everything connected with the domestic affairs of a man of war comes under the supervision of the martial executive, so certain barbers are formally licensed by the first lieutenant. The better to attend to the profitable duties of their calling, they are exempted from all ship's duty, except that of standing night watches at sea, mustering at quarters, and coming on deck when all hands are called. They are rated as able seamen, or ordinary seamen, and receive their wages as such. But in addition to this, they are liberally recompensed for their professional services. Herein their rate of pay is fixed for every sailor manipulated, so much per quarter, which is charged to the sailor and credited to his barber on the books of the purser. It has been seen that while a man-of-war barber is shaving his customers at so much per chin, his wages as a seaman are still running on, which makes him a sort of sleeping partner of a sailor. Nor are the sailor wages he receives altogether to be reckoned as earnings. Considering the circumstances, however, not much objection can be made to the barbers on this score, but there were instances of men in the Neversink receiving government money in part pay for work done for private individuals. Among these were several accomplished tailors, who nearly the whole cruise sat cross-legged on the half-deck, making coats, pantaloons, and vests for the quarter-deck officers. Some of these men, though knowing little or nothing about sailor duties, and seldom or never performing them, stood upon the ship's books as ordinary seamen, entitled to $10 a month. Why was this? Previous to shipping, they had divulged the fact of their being tailors. True, the officers who employed them upon their wardrobes paid them for their work, but some of them in such a way as to elicit much grumbling from the tailors. At any rate, these makers and menders of clothes did not receive from some of these officers an amount equal to what they could have fairly earned ashore by doing the same work. It was a considerable saving to the officers to have their clothes made on board. The men belonging to the carpenter's gang furnished another case in point. There were some 6 or 8 allotted to this department. All the crews, they were hard at work, At what? Mostly making chests of drawers, canes, little ships and schooners, swifts, and other elaborated trifles, chiefly for the captain. What did the captain pay them for their trouble? Nothing. But the United States government paid them, 2 of them, the mates, at $19 a month, and the rest receiving the pay of able seamen, $12. To return. The regular days upon which the barbers shall exercise their vocation are set down on the ship's calendar, and known as shaving days. On board of the Neversink, these days are Wednesdays and Saturdays, when, immediately after breakfast, the barbers' shops were opened to customers. They were in different parts of the gun-deck, between the long 24-pounders. Their furniture, however, was not very elaborate, hardly equal to the sumptuous appointments of metropolitan barbers. Indeed, it merely consisted of a match-tub, elevated upon a shot-box, as a barber's chair for the patient. No sight-glasses, no hand-mirror, no ewer and basin, no comfortable padded footstool, nothing, in short, that makes a shore shave such a luxury. Nor are the implements of these man-of-war barbers out of keeping with the rude appearance of their shops. Their razors are of the simplest patterns, and, from their jaggedness, would seem better fitted for the preparing and harrowing of the soil than for the ultimate reaping of the crop. But this is no matter for wonder, since so many chins are to be shaven, and a razor case holds but 2 razors. For only 2 razors does a man-of-war barber have, and, like the marine sentries at the gangway in port, these razors go off and on duty in rotation. 1 brush, 2 brushes every chin, and 1 lather lathers them all. No private brushes and boxes, no reservations whatever. As it would be altogether too much trouble for a man-of-war's man to keep his own shaving tools and shave himself at sea, and since, therefore, nearly the whole ship's company patronize the ship's barbers, and as the seamen must be shaven by evening quarters of the days appointed for the business, it may be readily imagined what a scene of bustle and confusion there is when the razors are being applied. First come, first served, is the motto, and often you have to wait for hours together, sticking to your position, like one of an Indian file of merchants' clerks getting letters out of the post-office, ere you have a chance to occupy the pedestal of the match-tub. Often the crowd of quarrelsome candidates wrangle and fight for precedency, while at all times the interval is employed by the garrulous in every variety of ship gossip. As the shaving days are unalterable, they often fall upon days of high seas and tempestuous winds, when the vessel pitches and rolls in a frightful manner. In consequence, many valuable lives are jeopardized from the razor being plied under such untoward circumstances. But these sea barbers pride themselves upon their sea legs, and often you will see them standing over their patients with their feet wide apart, and scientifically swaying their bodies to the motion of the ship, as they flourish their edge tools around the lips, nostrils, and jugular. As I looked upon the practitioner and patient at such times, I could not help thinking that if the sailor had any insurance on his life, it would certainly be deemed forfeited should the president of the company chance to lounge by and behold him in that imminent peril. For myself, I accounted it an excellent preparation for going into a sea-fight, where fortitude in standing up to your gun and running the risk of all splinters comprise part of the practical qualities that make up an efficient man-of-war's man. It remains to be related that these barbers of ours had their labors considerably abridged by a fashion prevailing among many of the crew, of wearing very large whiskers, so that, in most cases, the only parts needing a shave were the upper lip and suburbs of the chin. This had been more or less the custom during the whole 3 years' cruise, but for some time previous to our weathering Cape Horn, very many of the seamen had redoubled their assiduity in cultivating their beards preparatory to their return to America. There they anticipated creating no small impression by their immense and magnificent homeward bounders, so they called the long fly-brushes at their chins. In particular, the more aged sailors, embracing the old guard of sea grenadiers on the forecastle and the begrimed gunner's mates and quarter-gunners, sported most venerable beards of an exceeding length and hoariness, like long trailing moss hanging from the bough of some aged oak. Above all, the captain of the forecastle, old Ushant, a fine specimen of a sea sexagenarian, wore a wide spreading beard, grizzled and gray, that flowed over his breast and often became tangled and knotted with tar. This Ushant, in all weathers, was ever alert at his duty, intrepidly mounting the fore-yard in a gale, his long beard streaming like Neptune's. Off Cape Horn it looked like a miller's, being all over powdered with frost. Sometimes it glittered with minute icicles in the pale, cold, moonlit Patagonian nights. But though he was so active in time of tempest, yet when his duty did not call for exertion, he was a remarkably staid, reserved, silent, and majestic old man, holding himself aloof from noisy revelry, and never participating in the boisterous sports of the crew. He resolutely set his beard against their boyish frolickings, and often held forth like an oracle concerning the vanity thereof. Indeed, at times he was wont to talk philosophy to his ancient companions, the old sheet-anchormen around him, as well as to the hare-brained tenants of the foretop and the giddy lads in the mizzen. Nor was his philosophy to be despised. It abounded in wisdom. For this Ushant was an old man of strong natural sense, who had seen nearly the whole terraqueous globe, and could reason of civilized and savage, of Gentile and Jew, of Christian and Moslem. The long night watches of the sailor are eminently adapted to draw out the reflective faculties of any serious-minded man, however humble or uneducated. Judge, then, what half a century of battling out watches on the ocean must have done for this fine old tar. He was a sort of a sea Socrates in his old age, pouring out his last philosophy and life, as sweet Spenser has it; and I never could look at him, and survey his right reverend beard, without bestowing upon him that title which, in one of his satires, Persius gives to the immortal quaffer of the hemlock, Magister Barbatus, the bearded master. Not a few of the ship's company had also bestowed great pains upon their hair, which some of them, especially the genteel young sailor-bucks of the after-guard, wore over their shoulders like the ringleted cavaliers. Many sailors, with naturally tendril locks, prided themselves upon what they call love-curls, worn at the side of the head just before the ear, a custom peculiar to tars, and which seems to have filled the vacated place of the old-fashioned Lord Rodney queue, which they used to wear some 50 years ago. But there were others of the crew, laboring under the misfortune of long, lank Winnebago locks, carroty bunches of hair, or rebellious bristles of a sandy hue. Ambitious of redundant mops, these still suffered their carrots to grow, spite of all ridicule. They looked like Huns and Scandinavians, and one of them, a young Down-Easter, the unenvied proprietor of a thick crop of inflexible yellow bamboos, went by the name of Peter the Wild Boy, for, like Peter the Wild Boy in France, it was supposed that he must have been caught like a catamount in the pine woods of Maine. But there were many fine flowing heads of hair to counterbalance such sorry exhibitions as Peter's. What with long whiskers and venerable beards, then, of every variety of cut, Charles V's and Aurelians, and endless goatees and imperials, and what with abounding locks, our crew seemed a company of Merovingians or long-haired kings, mixed with savage Lombards or Longobardi, so called from their lengthy beards. End of Chapter 84. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 85 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 85. The Great Massacre of the Beards. The preceding chapter fitly paves the way for the present, wherein it sadly befalls White Jacket to chronicle a calamitous event, which filled the Neversink with long lamentations, that echo through all her decks and tops. After dwelling upon our redundant locks and thrice noble beards, fain would I cease, and let the sequel remain undisclosed, but truth and fidelity forbid. As I now deviously hover and lingeringly skirmish about the frontiers of this melancholy recital, a feeling of sadness comes over me that I cannot withstand. Such a heartless massacre of hair! Such a Bartholomew's Day and Sicilian Vespers of assassinated beards! Ah, who would believe it? With intuitive sympathy, I feel of my own brown beard while I write, and thank my kind stars that each precious hair is forever beyond the reach of the ruthless barbers of a man of war. It needs that this sad and most serious matter should be faithfully detailed. Throughout the cruise, many of the officers had expressed their abhorrence of the impunity with which the most extensive plantations of hair were cultivated under their very noses, and they frowned upon every beard with even greater dislike. They said it was unseamanlike, not ship-shape. In short, it was disgraceful to the Navy. But as Captain Claret said nothing, and as the officers of themselves had no authority to preach a crusade against whiskerandos, the old guard on the forecastle still complacently stroked their beards, and the sweet youths of the after-guard still lovingly threaded their fingers through their curls. Perhaps the captain's generosity in thus far permitting our beards sprung from the fact that he himself wore a small speck of a beard upon his own imperial cheek, which, if rumor said true, was to hide something, as Plutarch relates of the Emperor Adrian. But, to do him justice, as I always have done, the captain's beard did not exceed the limits prescribed by the Navy Department. According to a then recent ordinance at Washington, the beards of both officers and seamen were to be accurately laid out and surveyed, and on no account must come lower than the mouth, so as to correspond with the Army standard, a regulation directly opposed to the theocratical law laid down in the 19th chapter and 27th verse of Leviticus, where it is expressly ordained, "Thou shalt not mar the corners of thy beard." But legislators do not always square their statutes by those of the Bible. At last, when we had crossed the northern tropic, and were standing up to our guns at evening quarters, and when the setting sun, streaming in at the port-holes, lit up every hair, till, to an observer on the quarter-deck, the two long, even lines of beards seemed one dense grove, in that evil hour, it must have been, that a cruel thought entered into the heart of our captain. A pretty set of savages, thought he, am I taking home to America. People will think them all catamounts and Turks. Besides, now that I think of it, it's against the law. It will never do. They must be shaven and shorn, that's flat. There is no knowing, indeed, whether these were the very words in which the captain meditated that night, for it is yet a mooted point among metaphysicians whether we think in words or whether we think in thoughts. But something like the above must have been the captain's cogitations. At any rate, that very evening the ship's company were astounded by an extraordinary announcement made at the main hatchway of the gun-deck by the boatswain's mate there stationed. He was afterwards discovered to have been tipsy at the time. "D'ye hear there, fore and aft? All you that have hair on your heads, shave them off,
and all you that have beards, trim 'em small."
Shave off our Christian heads, and then placing them between our knees, trim small our worship beards? The captain was mad. But directly the boatswain came rushing to the hatchway, and, after soundly rating his tipsy mate, thundered forth a true version of the order that had issued from the quarter-deck. As amended, it ran thus: "D'ye hear there, fore and aft? All you that have long hair, cut it short, and all you that have large whiskers, trim them down, according to the Navy regulations." This was an amendment, to be sure, but what barbarity, after all! What, not 30 days' run from home, and lose our magnificent homeward bounders? The homeward bounders we had been cultivating so long, lose them at one fell swoop? Were the vile barbers of the gun-deck to reap our long, nodding harvests, and expose our innocent chins to the chill air of the Yankee coast, and our viny locks, were they also to be shorn? Was a grand sheep-shearing, such as they annually have at Nantucket, to take place, and our ignoble barbers to carry off the fleece? Captain Claret, in cutting our beards and our hair, you cut us the unkindest cut of all. Were we going into action, Captain Claret, going to fight the foe with our hearts of flame and our arms of steel, then would we gladly offer up our beards to the terrific god of war, and that we would account but a wise precaution against having them tweaked by the foe. Then, Captain Claret, you would but be imitating the example of Alexander, who had his Macedonians all shaven, that in the hour of battle their beards might not be handles to the Persians. But now, Captain Claret, when, after our long, long cruise, we are returning to our homes, tenderly stroking the fine tassels on our chins, and thinking of father or mother, or sister or brother, or daughter or son, to cut off our beards now, the very beards that were frosted white off the pitch of Patagonia, this is too bitterly bad, Captain Claret, and, by heaven, we will not submit. Train your guns inboard. Let the marines fix their bayonets. Let the officers draw their swords. We will not let our beards be reaped. The last insult inflicted upon a vanquished foe in the East. Where are you, sheet-anchormen, captains of the tops, gunners' mates, mariners, all? Muster round the capstan your venerable beards, and while you braid them together in token of brotherhood, cross hands and swear that we will enact over again the mutiny of the Nore, and sooner perish than yield up a hair. The excitement was intense throughout that whole evening. Groups of 10s and 20s were scattered about all the decks, discussing the mandate, and inveighing against its barbarous author. The long area of the gun-deck was something like a populous street of brokers, when some terrible commercial tidings have newly arrived. One and all, they resolved not to succumb, and every man swore to stand by his beard and his neighbor. 24 hours after, at the next evening quarters, the captain's eye was observed to wander along the men at their guns. Not a beard was shaven. When the drum beat the retreat, the boatswain, now attended by all 4 of his mates, to give additional solemnity to the announcement, repeated the previous day's order, and concluded by saying that 24 hours would be given for all to acquiesce. But the second day passed, and at quarters, untouched, every beard bristled on its chin. Forthwith, Captain Claret summoned the midshipmen, who, receiving his orders, hurried to the various divisions of the guns, and communicated them to the lieutenants respectively stationed over divisions. The officer commanding mine turned upon us and said, "Men, if tomorrow night I find any of you with long hair or whiskers of a standard violating the Navy regulations, the names of such offenders shall be put down on the report." The affair had now assumed a most serious aspect. The captain was in earnest. The excitement increased tenfold, and a great many of the older seamen, exasperated to the uttermost, talked about knocking of duty, till the obnoxious mandate was revoked. I thought it impossible that they would seriously think of such a folly, but there is no knowing what a man-of-war's men will sometimes do under provocation. Witness Parker and the Nore. That same night, when the first watch was set, the men in a body drove the 2 boatswain's mates from their stations at the fore and main hatchways, and unshipped the ladders, thus cutting off all communication between the gun and spar decks forward of the main mast. Mad Jack had the trumpet, and no sooner was this incipient mutiny reported to him than he jumped right down among the mob, and fearlessly mingling with them, exclaimed, "What do you mean, men? Don't be fools. This is no way to get what you want. Turn to, my lads, turn to. Boatswain's mate, ship that ladder. So, up you tumble now, my hearties, away you go." His gallant, off-handed, confident manner, recognizing no attempt at mutiny, operated upon the sailors like magic. They tumbled up, as commanded, and for the rest of that night contented themselves with privately fulminating their displeasure against the captain, and publicly emblazoning every anchor button on the coat of admired Mad Jack. Captain Claret happened to be taking a nap in his cabin at the moment of the disturbance, and it was quelled so soon that he knew nothing of it till it was officially reported to him. It was afterward rumored through the ship that he reprimanded Mad Jack for acting as he did. He maintained that he should at once have summoned the marines, and charged upon the mutineers. But if the sayings imputed to the captain were true, he nevertheless refrained from subsequently noticing the disturbance, or attempting to seek out and punish the ringleaders. This was but wise, for there are times when even the most potent governor must wink at transgression in order to preserve the laws inviolate for the future. And great care is to be taken, by timely management, to avert an incontestable act of mutiny, and so prevent men from being roused, by their own consciousness of transgression, into all the fury of an unbounded insurrection. Then, for the time, both soldiers and sailors are irresistible, as even the valor of Caesar was made to know, and the prudence of Germanicus, when their legions rebelled. And not all the concessions of Earl Spencer, as First Lord of the Admiralty, nor the threats and entreaties of Lord Bridport, the Admiral of the Fleet, no, nor his gracious Majesty's plenary pardon in perspective, could prevail upon the Spithead mutineers, when at last fairly lashed up to the mark, to succumb, until deserted by their own messmates, and a handful was left in the breach. Therefore, Mad Jack, you did right, and no one else could have acquitted himself better. By your crafty simplicity, good-natured daring, and off-handed air, as if nothing was happening, you perhaps quelled a very serious affair in the bud, and prevented the disgrace to the American Navy of a tragical mutiny growing out of whiskers, soap-suds, and razors. Think of it, if future historians should devote a long chapter to the great rebellion of the Beards on board the United States ship Neversink. Why, through all time thereafter, barbers would cut down their spiralized poles, and substitute miniature mainmasts for the emblems of their calling. And here is ample scope for some pregnant instruction how that events of vast magnitude in our man-of-war world may originate in the pettiest of trifles. But that is an old theme. We waive it, and proceed. On the morning following, though it was not a regular shaving day, the gun-deck barbers were observed to have their shops open, their match-tub accommodations in readiness, and their razors displayed. With their brushes raising a mighty lather in their tin pots, they stood eyeing the passing throng of seamen, silently inviting them to walk in and be served. In addition to their usual implements, they now flourished at intervals a huge pair of sheep-shears, by way of more forcibly reminding the men of the edict which that day must be obeyed, or woe betide them. For some hours the seamen paced to and fro in no very good humor, vowing not to sacrifice a hair. Beforehand, they denounced that man who should abase himself by compliance. But habituation to discipline is magical, and ere long an old forecastleman was discovered elevated upon a match-tub, while, with a malicious grin, his barber, a fellow who, from his merciless rasping, was called Blueskin, seized him by his long beard, and at one fell stroke cut it off and tossed it out of the port-hole behind him. This forecastleman was ever afterwards known by a significant title, in the main equivalent to that name of reproach fastened upon that Athenian who, in Alexander's time, previous to which all the Greeks sported beards, first submitted to the deprivation of his own. But, spite of all the contempt hurled on our forecastleman, so prudent an example was soon followed. Presently all the barbers were busy. Sad sight, at which any one but a barber or a Tartar would have wept. Beards 3 years old, goatees that would have graced a chamois of the Alps, imperials that Count Darcy would have envied, and love curls and man-of-war ringlets that would have measured, inch for inch, with the longest tresses of the fair one with the golden locks, all went by the board. Captain Claret, how can you rest in your hammock? By this brown beard which now waves from my chin, the illustrious successor to that first young, vigorous beard I yielded to your tyranny. By this manly beard I swear it was barbarous. My noble Captain Jack Chase was indignant. Not even all the special favors he had received from Captain Claret, and the plenary pardon extended to him for his desertion into the Peruvian service, could restrain the expression of his feelings. But in his cooler moments, Jack was a wise man. He at last deemed it but wisdom to succumb. When he went to the barber, he almost drew tears from his eyes. Seating himself mournfully on the match-tub, he looked sideways and said to the barber, who was slithering his sheep-shears in readiness to begin, "My friend, I trust your scissors are consecrated. Let them not touch this beard, if they have yet to be dipped in holy water." Beards are sacred things, barber. Have you no feeling for beards, my friend? Think of it. And mournfully he laid his deep-dyed, russet cheek upon his hand. 2 summers have gone by since my chin has been reaped. I was in Coquimbo then, on the Spanish Main, and when the husbandman was sowing his autumnal grain on the Vega, I started this blessed beard, and when the vine-dressers were trimming their vines in the vineyards, I first trimmed it to the sound of a flute. Ah, barber, have you no heart? This beard has been caressed by the snow-white hand of the lovely Tomasita of Tombez, the Castilian belle of all Lower Peru. Think of that, barber. I have worn it as an officer on the quarter-deck of a Peruvian man-of-war. I have sported it at brilliant fandangos in Lima. I have been alow and aloft with it at sea. Yea, barber, it has streamed like an admiral's pennant at the mast-head of this same gallant frigate, the Neversink. Oh, barber, barber, it stabs me to the heart. Talk not of hauling down your ensigns and standards when vanquished. What is that, barber, to striking the flag that Nature herself has nailed to the mast? Here noble Jack's feelings overcame him. He dropped from the animated attitude into which his enthusiasm had momentarily transported him. His proud head sunk upon his chest, and his long, sad beard almost grazed the deck. "Ay, trail your beards in grief and dishonour, O crew of the Neversink," sighed Jack. "Barber, come closer now. Tell me, my friend, have you obtained absolution for this deed you are about to commit? You have not? Then, barber, I will absolve you. Your hands shall be washed of this sin. It is not you, but another. and though you are about to shear off my manhood, yet, barber, I freely forgive you. Kneel, kneel, barber, that I may bless you, in token that I cherish no malice." So, when this barber, who was the only tender-hearted one of his tribe, had kneeled, been absolved, and then blessed, Jack gave up his beard into his hands, and the barber, clipping it off with a sigh, held it high aloft, and, parodying the style of the boatswain's mates, cried aloud, "D'ye hear, fore and aft? This is the beard of our matchless Jack Chase, the noble captain of this frigate's main-top." End of Chapter 85. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 86 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 86. The Rebels Brought to the Mast. Though many heads of hair were shorn, and many fine beards reaped that day, yet several still held out, and vowed to defend their sacred hair to the last gasp of their breath. These were chiefly old sailors, some of them petty officers, who, presuming upon their age or rank, doubtless thought that, after so many had complied with the captain's commands, they, being but a handful, would be exempted from compliance, and remain a monument of our master's clemency. That same evening, when the drum beat to quarters, the sailors went sullenly to their guns, and the old tars, who still sported their beards, stood up, grim, defying, and motionless, as the rows of sculptured Assyrian kings, who, with their magnificent beards, have recently been exhumed by Layard. When the proper time arrived, their names were taken down by the officers of divisions, and they were afterwards summoned in a body to the mast, where the captain stood ready to receive them. The whole ship's company crowded to the spot, and, amid the breathless multitude, the venerable rebels advanced and unhatted. It was an imposing display. They were old and venerable mariners. Their cheeks had been burned brown in all latitudes, wherever the sun sends a tropical ray. Reverend old tars, one and all, some of them might have been grandsires, with grandchildren in every port round the world. They ought to have commanded the veneration of the most frivolous or magisterial beholder. Even Captain Claret they ought to have humiliated into deference. But a Scythian is touched with no reverential promptings, and as the Roman student well knows, the august senators themselves, seated in the Senate House on the majestic hill of the Capitol, had their holy beards tweaked by the insolent chief of the Goths. Such an array of beards, spade-shaped, hammer-shaped, dagger-shaped, triangular, square, peaked, round, hemispherical, and forked. But chief among them all was old Ushant, the ancient captain of the forecastle. Of a Gothic venerableness, it fell upon his breast like a continual iron-grey storm. Ah, old Ushant, Nestor of the crew! It promoted my longevity to behold you. He was a man-of-war's man of the old Benbow school. He wore a short queue, which the wags of the mizzen-top called his plug of pigtail. About his waist was a broad boarder's belt, which he wore, he said, to brace his mainmast, meaning his backbone, for at times he complained of rheumatic twinges in the spine, consequent upon sleeping on deck, now and then, during the night watches of upward of half a century. His sheath-knife was an antique, a sort of old-fashioned pruning hook. Its handle, a sperm-whale's tooth, was carved all over with ships, cannon, and anchors. It was attached to his neck by a lanyard elaborately worked into rose knots and Turks' heads by his own venerable fingers. Of all the crew, this Ushant was most beloved by my glorious captain, Jack Chase, who one day pointed him out to me as the old man was slowly coming down the rigging from the foretop. "There, White Jacket, isn't that old Chaucer's shipman? A dagger hanging by a lass had he, about his neck, under his arm adown. The hot summer had made his beard all brown. Hardy he is, and wise, I undertake with many a tempest has his beard be shake." From the Canterbury Tales, White Jacket. And must not old Ushant have been living in Chaucer's time, that Chaucer could draw his portrait so well? End of chapter 86. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 87 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 87. Old Ushant at the Gangway. The rebel beards, headed by old Ushant's, streaming like a commodore's bogey, now stood in silence at the mast. "You knew the order," said the captain, eyeing them severely. "What does that hair on your chins?" "Sir," said the captain of the forecastle, "did old Ushant ever refuse doing his duty? Did he ever yet miss his muster? But, sir, old Ushant's beard is his own." "What's that, sir? Master-at-arms, put that man into the brig." "Sir," said the old man, respectfully, "the 3 years for which I shipped are expired, and though I am perhaps bound to work the ship home, yet, as matters are, I think my beard might be allowed me. It is but a few days, Captain Claret." "Put him into the brig," cried the captain. "And now, you old rascals," he added, turning round upon the rest, "I give you 15 minutes to have those beards taken off. If they then remain on your chins, I'll flog you, every mother's son of you, though you were all my godfathers." The band of beards went forward, summoned their barbers, and their glorious pennants were no more. In obedience to orders, they then paraded themselves at the mast, and, addressing the captain, said, "Sir, our muzzle lashings are cast off." Nor is it unworthy of being chronicled that not a single sailor who complied with the general order but refused to sport the vile regulation whiskers prescribed by the Navy Department. No, like heroes, they cried, "Shave me clean, I will not wear a hair, since I cannot wear all." On the morrow, after breakfast, Ushant was taken out of irons, and, with the master-at-arms on one side and an armed sentry on the other, was escorted along the gun-deck and up the ladder to the mainmast. There the captain stood, firm as before. They must have guarded the old man thus to prevent his escape to the shore, something less than 1,000 miles distant at the time. "Well, sir, will you have that beard taken off? You have slept over it a whole night now. What do you say? I don't want to flog an old man like you, Ushant." "My beard is my own, sir," said the old man, lowly. "Will you take it off?" "It is mine, sir," said the old man, tremulously. "Rig the gratings!" roared the captain. "Master-at-arms, strip him! Quartermasters, seize him up! Boatswain's mates, do your duty!" While these executioners were employed, the captain's excitement had a little time to abate; and when, at last, old Ushant was tied up by the arms and legs, and his venerable back was exposed, that back which had bowed at the guns of the frigate Constitution when she captured the Guerrier, the captain seemed to relent. "You are a very old man," he said, "and I am sorry to flog you, but my orders must be obeyed. I will give you one more chance. will you have that beard taken off?" "Captain Claret," said the old man, turning round painfully in his bonds, "you may flog me if you will, but, sir, in this one thing I cannot obey you." "Lay on." "I'll see his backbone," roared the captain in a sudden fury. "By heaven," thrillingly whispered Jack Chase, who stood by, "it's only a halter. I'll strike him." "Better not," said a top mate. "It's death or worse punishment, remember." "There goes the lash," cried Jack. "Look at the old man. By __, I can't stand it. Let me go, men." And with moist eyes, Jack forced his way to one side. "You, boatswain's mate," cried the captain, "you are favoring that man. Lay on soundly, sir, or I'll have your own cat laid soundly on you." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lashes were laid on the back of that heroic old man. He only bowed over his head, and stood as the dying gladiator lies. "Cut him down," said the captain. "And now go and cut your own throat," hoarsely whispered an old sheet anchorman, a messmate of Ushant's. When the master-at-arms advanced with the prisoner's shirt, Ushant waved him off with the dignified air of a Brahmin, saying, "Do you think, master-at-arms, that I am hurt? I will put on my own garment. I am never the worse for it, man, and 'tis no dishonour when he who would dishonour you only dishonours himself." "What says he?" cried the captain. "What says that tarry old philosopher with the smoking back? Tell it to me, sir, if you dare. Sentry, take that man back to the brig. Stop, John Ushant, you have been captain of the forecastle. I break you. And now you go into the brig, there to remain till you consent to have that beard taken off." "My beard is my own," said the old man quietly. "Sentry, I am ready." And back he went into durance between the guns; but after lying some 4 or 5 days in irons, an order came to remove them. But he was still kept confined. Books were allowed him, and he spent much time in reading; but he also spent many hours in braiding his beard, and interweaving with it strips of red bunting, as if he desired to dress out and adorn the thing which had triumphed over all opposition. He remained a prisoner till we arrived in America, but the very moment he heard the chain rattle out of the hawse-hole, and the ship swing to her anchor, he started to his feet, dashed the sentry aside, and gaining the deck, exclaimed, "At home, with my beard!" His term of service having some months previous expired, and the ship being now in harbour, he was beyond the reach of naval law, and the officers durst not molest him. But without unduly availing himself of these circumstances, the old man merely got his bag and hammock together, hired a boat, and throwing himself into the stern, was rowed ashore, amid the unsuppressible cheers of all hands. It was a glorious conquest over the conqueror himself, as well worthy to be celebrated as the Battle of the Nile. Though, as I afterward learned, Ushant was earnestly entreated to put the case into some lawyer's hands, he firmly declined, saying, "I have won the battle, my friends, and I do not care for the prize-money." But even had he complied with these entreaties from precedents in similar cases, it is almost certain that not a sou's worth of satisfaction would have been received. I know not in what frigate you sail now, old Ushant, but heaven protect your storied old beard, in whatever typhoon it may blow. And if ever it must be shorn, old man, may it fare like the royal beard of Henry the First of England, and be clipped by the right reverend hand of some Archbishop of Sees. As for Captain Claret, let it not be supposed that it is here sought to impale him before the world as a cruel, black-hearted man. Such he was not. Nor was he, upon the whole, regarded by his crew with anything like the feelings which man-of-war's men sometimes cherish towards signally tyrannical commanders. In truth, the majority of the Neversink's crew, in previous cruises habituated to flagrant misusage, deemed Captain Claret a lenient officer. In many things he certainly refrained from oppressing them. It has been related what privileges he accorded to the seamen respecting the free playing of checkers, a thing almost unheard of in most American men of war. In the matter of overseeing the men's clothing, also, he was remarkably indulgent, compared with the conduct of other navy captains, who, by sumptuary regulations, oblige their sailors to run up large bills with the purser for clothes. In a word, of whatever acts Captain Claret might have been guilty in the Neversink, perhaps none of them proceeded from any personal organic hard-heartedness. What he was, the usages of the Navy had made him. Had he been a mere landsman, a merchant, say, he would no doubt have been considered a kind-hearted man. There may be some who shall read of this Bartholomew massacre of beards who will yet marvel, perhaps, that the loss of a few hairs, more or less, should provoke such hostility from the sailors, lash them into so frothing a rage, indeed, come near breeding a mutiny. But these circumstances are not without precedent. Not to speak of the riots attended with the loss of life which once occurred in Madrid, in resistance to an arbitrary edict of the king's, seeking to suppress the cloaks of the cavaliers; and not to make mention of other instances that might be quoted, it needs only to point out the rage of the Saxons in the time of William the Conqueror, when that despot commanded the hair on their upper lips to be shaven off, the hereditary mustaches which whole generations had sported. The multitude of the dispirited vanquished were obliged to acquiesce, but many Saxon franklins and gentlemen of spirit, choosing rather to lose their castles than their mustaches, voluntarily deserted their firesides and went into exile. All this is indignantly related by the stout Saxon friar Matthew Paris in his Historia Major, beginning with the Norman Conquest. And that our man-of-war's men were right in desiring to perpetrate their beards as martial appurtenances must seem very plain, when it is considered that, as the beard is the token of manhood, so, in some shape or other, has it ever been held the true badge of a warrior. Bonaparte's grenadiers were stout whiskerandos, and perhaps, in a charge, those fierce whiskers of theirs did as much to appall the foe as the sheen of their bayonets. Most all fighting creatures sport either whiskers or beards. It seems a law of Dame Nature. Witness the boar, the tiger, the cougar, man, the leopard, the ram, the cat, all warriors, and all whiskerandos; whereas the peace-loving tribes have mostly enamel chins. End of chapter 87. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 88 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 88. Flogging Through the Fleet. The flogging of an old man like Ushant, most landsmen will probably regard with abhorrence. But though, from peculiar circumstances, his case occasioned a good deal of indignation among the people of the Neversink, yet, upon its own proper grounds, they did not denounce it. Man-of-war's men are so habituated to what landsmen would deem excessive cruelties, that they are almost reconciled to inferior severities. And here, though the subject of punishment in the Navy has been canvassed in previous chapters, and though the thing is every way a most unpleasant and grievous one to enlarge upon, and though I painfully nerve myself to it while I write, a feeling of duty compels me to enter upon a branch of the subject till now undiscussed. I would not be like the man who, seeing an outcast perishing by the roadside, turned about to his friend, saying, "Let us cross the way. My soul so sickens at this sight that I cannot endure it." There are certain enormities in this man-of-war world that often secure impunity by their very excessiveness. Some ignorant people will refrain from permanently removing the cause of a deadly malaria for fear of the temporary spread of its offensiveness. Let us not be of such. The more repugnant and repelling, the greater the evil. Leaving our women and children behind, let us freely enter this Golgotha. Years ago, there was a punishment inflicted in the English, and I believe in the American Navy, called keel-hauling, a phrase still employed by man-of-war's men when they would express some signal vengeance upon a personal foe. The practice still remains in the French National Marine, though it is by no means resorted to so frequently as in times past. It consists of attaching tackles to the two extremities of the main-yard and passing the rope under the ship's bottom. To one end of this rope the culprit is secured. His own shipmates are then made to run him up and down, first on this side, then on that, now scraping the ship's hull under water, anon hoisted, stunned and breathless, into the air. But though this barbarity is now abolished from the English and American navies, there still remains another practice which, if anything, is even worse than keel-hauling. This remnant of the Middle Ages is known in the Navy as flogging through the fleet. It is never inflicted except by authority of a court-martial upon some trespasser deemed guilty of a flagrant offense. Never, that I know of, has it been inflicted by an American man-of-war on the home station. The reason, probably, is that the officers well know that such a spectacle would raise a mob in any American seaport. By 41 of the Articles of War, a court-martial shall not, for any one offense not capital, inflict a punishment beyond 100 lashes. In cases not capital, this law may be, and has been, quoted in judicial justification of the infliction of more than 100 lashes. Indeed, it would cover 1,000. Thus, one act of a sailor may be construed into the commission of 10 different transgressions, for each of which he may be legally condemned to 100 lashes, to be inflicted without intermission. It will be perceived that in any case deemed capital, a sailor under the above article may legally be flogged to the death. But neither by the Articles of War nor by any other enactment of Congress is there any direct warrant for the extraordinary cruelty of the mode in which punishment is inflicted in cases of flogging through the fleet. But, as in numerous other instances, the incidental aggravations of this penalty are indirectly covered by other clauses in the Articles of War, one of which authorizes the authorities of a ship, in certain indefinite cases, to correct the guilty according to the usages of the sea service. One of these usages is the following: all hands being called to witness punishment in the ship to which the culprit belongs, the sentence of the court-martial condemning him is read, when, with the usual solemnities, a portion of the punishment is inflicted. In order that it shall not lose in severity by the slightest exhaustion in the arm of the executioner, a fresh boatswain's mate is called out at every dozen. As the leading idea is to strike terror into the beholders, the greatest number of lashes is inflicted on board the culprit's own ship, in order to render him the more shocking spectacle to the crews of the other vessels. The first infliction being concluded, the culprit's shirt is thrown over him. He is put into a boat, the Rogue's March being played meanwhile, and rowed to the next ship of the squadron. All hands of that ship are then called to man the rigging, and another portion of the punishment is inflicted by the boatswain's mates of that ship. The bloody shirt is again thrown over the seaman, and thus he is carried through the fleet or squadron till the whole sentence is inflicted. In other cases, the launch, the largest of the boats, is rigged with a platform, like a headsman's scaffold, upon which halberds, something like those used in the English army, are erected. They consist of 2 stout poles, planted upright. Upon the platform stand a lieutenant, a surgeon, a master-at-arms, and the executioners with their cats. They are rowed through the fleet, stopping at each ship, till the whole sentence is inflicted as before. In some cases the attending surgeon has professionally interfered before the last lash has been given, alleging that immediate death must ensue if the remainder should be administered without a respite. But instead of humanely remitting the remaining lashes, in a case like this, the man is generally consigned to his cot for 10 or 12 days, and when the surgeon officially reports him capable of undergoing the rest of the sentence, it is forthwith inflicted. Shylock must have his pound of flesh. To say that after being flogged through the fleet, the prisoner's back is sometimes puffed up like a pillow, or to say that in other cases it looks as if burned black before a roasting fire, or to say that you may track him through the squadron by the blood on the bulwarks of every ship, would only be saying what many seamen have seen. Several weeks, sometimes whole months, elapse before the sailor is sufficiently recovered to resume his duties. During the greater part of that interval he lies in the sick bay, groaning out his days and nights, and unless he has the hide and constitution of a rhinoceros, he never is the man he was before, but, broken and shattered to the marrow of his bones, sinks into death before his time. Instances have occurred where he has expired the day after the punishment. No wonder that the Englishman, Dr. Granville, himself once a surgeon in the Navy, declares in his work on Russia that the barbarian knout itself is not a greater torture to undergo than the Navy cat-o'-nine-tails. Some years ago a fire broke out near the powder magazine in an American national ship, one of the squadron at anchor in the Bay of Naples. The utmost alarm prevailed. A cry went fore and aft that the ship was about to blow up. One of the seamen sprang overboard in a fright. At length the fire was got under, and the man was picked up. He was tried before a court-martial, found guilty of cowardice, and condemned to be flogged through the fleet. In due time the squadron made sail for Algiers, and in that harbor, once haunted by pirates, the punishment was inflicted. The Bay of Naples, though washing the shores of an absolute king, not being deemed a fit place for such an exhibition of American naval law. While the Neversink was in the Pacific, an American sailor, who had deposited a vote for General Harrison for President of the United States, was flogged through the fleet. End of Chapter 88. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 89. Of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 89. The Social State in a Man of War. But the floggings at the gangway and the floggings through the fleet, the stealings, highway robberies, swearings, gamblings, blasphemings, thimble riggings, smugglings, and tipplings of a man of war, which, throughout this narrative, have been here and there sketched from the life, by no means comprise the whole catalogue of evil. One single feature is full of significance. All large ships of war carry soldiers called Marines. In the Neversink there was something less than 50, 2/3 of whom were Irishmen. They were officered by a lieutenant, an orderly sergeant, 2 sergeants, and 2 corporals, with a drummer and fifer. The custom generally is to have a Marine to each gun, which rule usually furnishes the scale for distributing the soldiers in vessels of different force. Our Marines had no other than martial duty to perform, excepting that, at sea, they stood watches like the sailors, and now and then lazily assisted in pulling the ropes, but they never put foot in rigging or hand in tar bucket. On the quarter bills, these men were stationed at none of the great guns. On the station bills, they had no posts at the ropes. What, then, were they for? To serve their country in time of battle? Let us see. When a ship is running into action, her Marines generally lie flat on their faces behind the bulwarks. The sailors are sometimes ordered to do the same. And when the vessel is fairly engaged, they are usually drawn up in the ship's waist, like a company reviewing in the park. At close quarters, their muskets may pick off a seaman or 2 in the rigging, but at long gun distance they must passively stand in their ranks and be decimated at the enemy's leisure. Only in 1 case in 10, that is, when their vessel is attempted to be boarded by a large party, are these Marines of any essential service as fighting men. With their bayonets they are then called upon to repel. If comparatively so useless as soldiers, why have Marines at all in the Navy? Know, then, that what standing armies are to nations, what turnkeys are to jails, these Marines are to the seamen in all large men of war. Their muskets are their keys. With those muskets they stand guard over the fresh water, over the grog when doled, over the provisions when being served out by the master's mate, over the brig or jail, at the Commodore's and Captain's cabin doors, and in port, at both gangways and forecastle. Surely the crowd of sailors, who, besides having so many sea officers over them, are thus additionally guarded by soldiers even when they quench their thirst, surely these man-of-war's men must be desperadoes indeed, or else the naval service must be so tyrannical that the worst is feared from their possible insubordination. Either reason holds good, or both, according to the character of the officers and crew. It must be evident that the man-of-war's man casts but an evil eye on a Marine. To call a man a horse Marine is, among seamen, one of the greatest terms of contempt. But the mutual contempt, and even hatred, subsisting between these 2 bodies of men, both clinging to one keel, both lodged in one household, is held by most Navy officers as the height of the perfection of Navy discipline. It is regarded as the button that caps the uttermost point on their mainmast. Thus they reason. Secure of this antagonism between the Marine and the sailor, we can always rely upon it that if the sailor mutinies, it needs no great incitement for the Marine to thrust his bayonet through his heart. If the Marine revolts, the pike of the sailor is impatient to charge. Checks and balances, blood against blood, that is the cry and the argument. What applies to the relation in which the Marine and sailor stand toward each other, the mutual repulsion implied by a system of checks, will, in degree, apply to nearly the entire interior of a man-of-war's discipline. The whole body of this discipline is emphatically a system of cruel cogs and wheels, systematically grinding up in one common hopper all that might minister to the moral well-being of the crew. It is the same with both officers and men. If a captain have a grudge against a lieutenant, or a lieutenant against a midshipman, how easy to torture him by official treatment, which shall not lay open the superior officer to legal rebuke. And if a midshipman bears a grudge against a sailor, how easy for him, by cunning practices, born of a boyish spite, to have him degraded at the gangway. Through all the endless ramifications of rank and station, in most men of war there runs a sinister vein of bitterness, not exceeded by the fireside hatreds in a family of stepsons ashore. It were sickening to detail all the paltry irritabilities, jealousies, and cabals, the spiteful detractions and animosities that lurk far down and cling to the very kelson of the ship. It is unmanning to think of. The immutable ceremonies and iron etiquette of a man of war, the spiked barriers separating the various grades of rank, the delegated absolutism of authority on all hands, the impossibility, on the part of the common seaman, of appeal from incidental abuses, and many more things that might be enumerated, all tend to beget, in most armed ships, a general social condition which is the precise reverse of what any Christian could desire. And though there are vessels that in some measure furnish exceptions to this, and though in other ships the thing may be glazed over by a guarded, punctilious exterior, almost completely hiding the truth from casual visitors, while the worst facts touching the common sailor are systematically kept in the background, yet it is certain that what has here been said of the domestic interior of a man of war will, in a greater or less degree, apply to most vessels in the Navy. It is not that the officers are so malevolent, nor, altogether, that the man of war's man is so vicious. Some of these evils are unavoidably generated through the operation of the naval code, others are absolutely organic to a Navy establishment, and, like other organic evils, are incurable, except when they dissolve with the body they live in. End of Chapter 89. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 90 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 90. The Manning of Navies. The gallows and the sea refuse nothing, is a very old sea saying, and among all the wondrous prints of Hogarth, there is none remaining more true at the present day than that dramatic boat scene, where, after consorting with harlots and gambling on tombstones, the idle apprentice, with the villainous low forehead, is at last represented as being pushed off to sea, with a ship and a gallows in the distance. But Hogarth should have converted the ship's masts themselves into Tyburn trees, and thus, with the ocean for a background, closed the career of his hero. It would then have had all the dramatic force of the opera of Don Juan, who, after running his impious courses, is swept from our sight in a tornado of devils. For the sea is the true Tophet and bottomless pit of many workers of iniquity. And, as the German mystics feign Gehennas within Gehennas, even so are men of war familiarly known among sailors as floating hells. And as the sea, according to old Fuller, is the stable of brute monsters, gliding hither and thither in unspeakable swarms, even so is it the home of many moral monsters, who fitly divide its empire with the snake, the shark, and the worm. Nor are sailors, and man-of-war's men especially, at all blind to a true sense of these things. Purser rigged and parish damned is the sailor saying in the American Navy, when the tyro first mounts the lined frock and blue jacket, aptly manufactured for him in a state prison ashore. No wonder that, lured by some crimp into a service so galling, and, perhaps, persecuted by a vindictive lieutenant, some repentant sailors have actually jumped into the sea to escape from their fate, or set themselves adrift on the wide ocean on the gratings without compass or rudder. In one case, a young man, after being nearly cut into dog's meat at the gangway, loaded his pockets with shot and walked overboard. Some years ago, I was in a whaling ship lying in a harbor of the Pacific, with 3 French men of war alongside. One dark, moody night, a suppressed cry was heard from the face of the waters, and thinking it was someone drowning, a boat was lowered, when 2 French sailors were picked up, half dead from exhaustion, and nearly throttled by a bundle of their clothes tied fast to their shoulders. In this manner they had attempted their escape from their vessel. When the French officers came in pursuit, these sailors, rallying from their exhaustion, fought like tigers to resist being captured. Though this story concerns a French armed ship, it is not the less applicable, in degree, to those of other nations. Mix with the men in an American armed ship. Mark how many foreigners there are, though it is against the law to enlist them. Nearly 1/3 of the petty officers of the Neversink were born east of the Atlantic. Why is this? Because the same principle that operates in hindering Americans from hiring themselves out as menial domestics also restrains them, in a great measure, from voluntarily assuming a far worse servitude in the Navy. "Sailors wanted for the Navy" is a common announcement along the wharves of our seaports. They are always wanted. It may have been, in part, owing to this scarcity of man-of-war's men, that not many years ago, black slaves were frequently to be found regularly enlisted with the crew of an American frigate, their masters receiving their pay. This was in the teeth of a law of Congress expressly prohibiting slaves in the Navy. This law indirectly means black slaves, nothing being said concerning white ones. But in view of what John Randolph of Roanoke said about the frigate that carried him to Russia, and in view of what most armed vessels actually are at present, the American Navy is not altogether an inappropriate place for hereditary bondmen. Still, the circumstance of their being found in it is of such a nature that to some it may hardly appear credible. The incredulity of such persons, nevertheless, must yield to the fact that on board of the United States ship Neversink, during the present cruise, there was a Virginian slave regularly shipped as a seaman, his owner receiving his wages. Guinea, such was his name among the crew, belonged to the purser, who was a Southern gentleman. He was employed as his body servant. Never did I feel my condition as a man-of-war's man so keenly as when seeing this Guinea freely circulating about the decks in citizen's clothes, and through the influence of his master, almost entirely exempted from the disciplinary degradation of the Caucasian crew. Faring sumptuously in the wardroom, sleek and round, his ebon face fairly polished with content, ever gay and hilarious, ever ready to laugh and joke, that African slave was actually envied by many of the seamen. There were times when I almost envied him myself. Lemsford once envied him outright. "Ah, Guinea," he sighed, "you have peaceful times. You never open the book I read in." One morning, when all hands were called to witness punishment, the purser's slave, as usual, was observed to be hurrying down the ladders toward the wardroom, his face wearing that peculiar pinched blueness which, in the negro, answers to the paleness caused by nervous agitation in the white. "Where are you going, Guinea?" cried the deck officer, a humorous gentleman, who sometimes diverted himself with the purser's slave, and well knew what answer he would now receive from him. "Where are you going, Guinea?" said this officer. "Turn about. Don't you hear the call, sir?" "'Scuse me, massa," said the slave, with a low salutation. "I can't tand it. "I can't, indeed, massa." And so saying, he disappeared beyond the hatchway. He was the only person on board, except the hospital steward and the invalids of the sick bay, who was exempted from being present at the administering of the scourge. Accustomed to light and easy duties from his birth, and so fortunate as to meet with none but gentle masters, Guinea, though a bondman, liable to be saddled with a mortgage, like a horse, Guinea, in India-rubber manacles, enjoyed the liberties of the world. Though his body and sole proprietor, the purser, never in any way individualized me while I served on board the frigate, and never did me a good office of any kind, it was hardly in his power, yet from his pleasant, kind, indulgent manner toward his slave, I always imputed to him a generous heart, and cherished an involuntary friendliness toward him. Upon our arrival home, his treatment of Guinea, under circumstances peculiarly calculated to stir up the resentment of a slave owner, still more augmented my estimation of the purser's good heart. Mention has been made of the number of foreigners in the American Navy. But it is not in the American Navy alone that foreigners bear so large a proportion to the rest of the crew, though in no navy, perhaps, have they ever borne so large a proportion as in our own. According to an English estimate, the foreigners serving in the King's ships at one time amounted to 1/8 of the entire body of seamen. How it is in the French Navy, I cannot with certainty say, but I have repeatedly sailed with English seamen who have served in it. One of the effects of the free introduction of foreigners into any navy cannot be sufficiently deplored. During the period I lived in the Neversink, I was repeatedly struck by the lack of patriotism in many of my shipmates. True, they were mostly foreigners, who unblushingly avowed that, were it not for the difference of pay, they would as lief man the guns of an English ship as though of an American or Frenchman. Nevertheless, it was evident that, as for any high-toned patriotic feeling, there was comparatively very little, hardly any of it, evinced by our sailors as a body. Upon reflection, this was not to be wondered at. From their roving career, and the sundering of all domestic ties, many sailors, all the world over, are like the free companions, who some centuries ago wandered over Europe, ready to fight the battles of any prince who could purchase their swords. The only patriotism is born and nurtured in a stationary home, and upon an immovable hearthstone. But the man-of-war's man, though in his voyagings he weds the two poles and brings both Indies together, yet, let him wander where he will, he carries his one only home along with him. That home is his hammock. Born under a gun and educated on the bowsprit, according to a phrase of his own, the man-of-war man rolls round the world like a billow, ready to mix with any sea, or be sucked down to death in the maelstrom of any war. Yet more, the dread of the general discipline of a man-of-war, the special obnoxiousness of the gangway, the protracted confinement on board ship, with so few liberty days, and the pittance of pay, much less than what can always be had in the merchant service, these things contrive to deter from the navies of all countries by far the majority of their best seamen. This will be obvious when the following statistical facts, taken from Macpherson's Annals of Commerce, are considered. At one period, upon the peace establishment, the number of men employed in the English Navy was 25,000. At the same time, the English merchant service was employing 118,952. But while the necessities of a merchantman render it indispensable that the greater part of her crew be able seamen, the circumstances of a man-of-war admit of her mustering a crowd of landsmen, soldiers, and boys in her service. By a statement of Captain Marryat's in his pamphlet, A.D. 1822, on the abolition of impressment, it appears that, at the close of the Bonaparte wars, a full third of all crews of His Majesty's fleets consisted of landsmen and boys. Far from entering with enthusiasm into the King's ships when their country were menaced, the great body of English seamen, appalled at the discipline of the Navy, adopted unheard-of devices to escape its press-gangs. Some even hid themselves in caves and lonely places inland, fearing to run the risk of seeking a berth in an outward-bound merchantman that might have carried them beyond the sea. In the true narrative of John Nichol, mariner, published in 1822 by Blackwood in Edinburgh and Cadell in London, and which everywhere bears the spontaneous impress of truth, the old sailor, in the most artless, touching, and almost uncomplaining manner, tells of his skulking like a thief for whole years in the country round about Edinburgh to avoid the press-gangs prowling through the land like bandits and burkers. At this time, Bonaparte's wars, according to Steele's list, there were 45 regular press-gang stations in Great Britain. Footnote: besides this domestic kidnapping, British frigates in friendly or neutral harbors, in some instances, pressed into their service foreign sailors of all nations from the public wharves. In certain cases where Americans were concerned, when protections were found upon their persons, these were destroyed, and, to prevent the American consul from claiming his sailor countrymen, the press-gang generally went on shore the night previous to the sailing of the frigate, so that the kidnapped seamen were far out to sea before they could be missed by their friends. These things should be known, for in case the English government again goes to war with its fleets, and should again resort to indiscriminate impressment to man them, it is well that both Englishmen and Americans, that all the world be prepared to put down an iniquity outrageous and insulting to God and man. End of footnote. In a later instance, a large body of British seamen solemnly assembled upon the eve of an anticipated war, and together determined that, in case of its breaking out, they would at once flee to America, to avoid being pressed into the service of their country, a service which degraded her own guardians at the gangway. At another time, long previous to this, according to an English Navy officer, Lieutenant Tomlinson, 3,000 seamen, impelled by the same motive, fled ashore in a panic from the colliers between Yarmouth Roads and the Nore. Elsewhere he says, in speaking of some of the men on board the King's ships, that they were most miserable objects. This remark is perfectly corroborated by other testimony referring to another period. In alluding to the lamented scarcity of good English seamen during the wars of 1808, etc., the author of a pamphlet on naval subjects says that all the best seamen, the steadiest and best behaved men, generally succeeded in avoiding the impress. This writer was, or had been, himself a captain in the British fleet. Now, it may be easily imagined who are the men, and of what moral character they are, who, even at the present day, are willing to enlist as full-grown adults in a service so galling to all shore manhood as the Navy. Hence it comes that the skulkers and scoundrels of all sorts in a man-of-war are chiefly composed, not of regular seamen, but of these dock-lopers of landsmen, men who enter the Navy to draw their grog and murder their time in the notorious idleness of a frigate. But if so idle, why not reduce the number of a man-of-war's crew, and reasonably keep employed the rest? It cannot be done. In the first place, the magnitude of most of these ships requires a large number of hands to brace the heavy yards, hoist the enormous topsails, and weigh the ponderous anchor. And though the occasion for the employment of so many men comes but seldom, it is true, yet when that occasion does come, and come it may at any moment, this multitude of men are indispensable. But besides this, and to crown all, the batteries must be manned. There must be enough men to work all the guns at one time, and thus, in order to have a sufficiency of mortals at hand to sink, burn, and destroy, a man of war, through her vices, hopelessly depraving the volunteer landsmen and ordinary seamen of good habits, who occasionally enlist, must feed at the public cost a multitude of persons who, if they did not find a home in the Navy, would probably fall on the parish, or linger out their days in a prison. Among others, these are the men into whose mouths Dibdin puts his patriotic verses, full of sea chivalry and romance. With an exception in the last line, they might be sung with equal propriety by both English and American man-of-war's men. As for me, in all weathers, all times, tides, and ends, naught's a trouble from duty that springs. For my heart is my Paul's, and my rhinos my friends, and as for my life, it's the King's. To rancor unknown, to no passion a slave, nor unmanly, nor mean, nor a railer, etc. I do not unite with a high critical authority in considering Dibdin's ditties as slang songs, for most of them breathe the very poetry of the ocean. But it is remarkable that those songs, which would lead one to think that man-of-war's men are the most carefree, contented, virtuous, and patriotic of mankind, were composed at a time when the English Navy was principally manned by felons and paupers, as mentioned in a former chapter. Still more, these songs are pervaded by a true Mohammedan sensualism, a reckless acquiescence in fate, and an implicit, unquestioning, dog-like devotion to whoever may be lord and master. Dibdin was a man of genius, but no wonder Dibdin was a government pensioner at £200 per annum. But notwithstanding the iniquities of a man of war, men are to be found in them, at times, so used to a hard life, so drilled and disciplined to servitude, that, with an incomprehensible philosophy, they seem cheerfully to resign themselves to their fate. They have plenty to eat, spirits to drink, clothing to keep them warm, a hammock to sleep in, tobacco to chew, a doctor to medicine them, a parson to pray for them, and, to a penniless castaway, must not all this seem as a luxurious bill of fare? There was on board of the Neversink a foretopman by the name of Landless, who, though his back was cross-barred and platted with the ineffaceable scars of all the floggings accumulated by a reckless tar during a 10 years' service in the Navy, yet he perpetually wore a hilarious face, and, at joke and repartee, was a very Joe Miller. That man, though a sea vagabond, was not created in vain. He enjoyed life with the zest of everlasting adolescence, and, though cribbed in an oaken prison with the turnkey sentries all round him, yet he paced the gun-deck as if it were broad as a prairie, and diversified in landscape as the hills and valleys of the Tyrol. Nothing ever disconcerted him. Nothing could transmute his laugh into anything like a sigh. Those glandular secretions, which in other captives sometimes go to the formation of tears, in him were expectorated from the mouth, tinged with the golden juice of a weed, wherewith he solaced and comforted his ignominious days. "Rum and tobacco," said Landless. "What more does a sailor want?" His favorite song was Dibdin's True English Sailor, beginning, "Jack dances and sings, and is always content. In his vows to his lass, he'll ne'er fail her. His anchor's a trip when his money's all spent, and this is the life of a sailor." But poor Landless danced quite as often at the gangway, under the lash, as in the sailor dance-houses ashore. Another of his songs, also set to the significant tune of "The King, God Bless Him," mustered the following lines among many similar ones. "Oh, when safely landed in Boston or York, oh, how I will tipple and jig it, and toss off my glass while my rhino holds out, in drinking success to our frigate. During the many idle hours when our frigate was lying in harbor, this man was either merrily playing at checkers, or mending his clothes, or snoring like a trumpeter under the lee of the booms. When fast asleep, a national salute from our batteries could hardly move him. Whether ordered to the main truck in a gale, or rolled by the drum to the grog tub, or commanded to walk up to the gratings and be lashed, Landless always obeyed with the same invincible indifference. His advice to a young lad who shipped with us at Valparaiso embodies the pith and marrow of that philosophy which enables some men of war's men to wax jolly in the service. "Shippy," said Landless, taking the pale lad by his neckerchief, as if he had him by the halter. "Shippy, I've seen sarvice with Uncle Sam. I've sailed in many Andrew Millers. Now, take my advice, and steer clear of all trouble. D'ye see? Touch your tile whenever a swab officer speaks to you, and never mind how much they ropes end you. Keep your red rag belayed, for you must know as how they don't fancy sea lawyers. And when the sarving out of slops comes round, stand up to it stiffly. It's only an 'Oh, Lord' or two, and a few 'Oh, my Gods.' That's all. And what then? Why, you sleeps it off in a few nights, and turn out at last all ready for your grog." This Landless was a favorite with the officers, among whom he went by the name of Happy Jack. And it is just such Happy Jacks as Landless that most sea officers profess to admire. A fellow without shame, without a soul, so dead to the least dignity of manhood that he could hardly be called a man. Whereas a seaman who exhibits traits of moral sensitiveness, whose demeanor shows some dignity within, this is the man they, in many cases, instinctively dislike. The reason is, they feel such a man to be a continual reproach to them, as being mentally superior to their power. He has no business in a man of war. They do not want such men. To them, there is an insolence in his manly freedom, contempt in his very carriage. He is unendurable, as an erect, lofty-minded African would be to some slave-driving planter. Let it not be supposed, however, that the remarks in this and the preceding chapter apply to all men of war. There are some vessels blessed with patriarchal, intellectual captains, gentlemanly and brotherly officers, and docile and Christianized crews. The peculiar usages of such vessels insensibly softens the tyrannical rigor of the Articles of War. In them, scourging is unknown. To sail in such ships is hardly to realize that you live under the martial law, or that the evils above mentioned can anywhere exist. And Jack Chase, old Ushant, and several more fine tars that might be added, sufficiently attest that in the Neversink at least, there was more than one noble man-of-war's man who almost redeemed all the rest. Wherever, throughout this narrative, the American Navy, in any of its bearings, has formed the theme of a general discussion, hardly one syllable of admiration for what is accounted illustrious in its achievements has been permitted to escape me. The reason is this. I consider that so far as what is called military renown is concerned, the American Navy needs no eulogist but history. It were superfluous for White Jacket to tell the world what it knows already. The office imposed upon me is of another cast, and though I foresee and feel that it may subject me to the pillory in the hard thoughts of some men, yet supported by what God has given me, I tranquilly abide the event, whatever it may prove. End of Chapter 90. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 91 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 91. Smoking Club in a Man of War, with Scenes on the Gun Deck, drawing near home. There is a fable about a painter moved by Jove to the painting of the head of Medusa. Though the picture was true to life, yet the poor artist sickened at the sight of what his forced pencil had drawn. Thus, borne through my task toward the end, my own soul now sinks at what I myself have portrayed. But let us forget past chapters, if we may, while we paint less repugnant things. Metropolitan gentlemen have their club, provincial gossipers their newsroom, village quidnuncs their barber's shop, the Chinese their opium houses, American Indians their council fire, and even cannibals their Nujona, or talkstone, where they assemble at times to discuss the affairs of the day. Nor is there any government, however despotic, that ventures to deny to the least of its subjects the privilege of a sociable chat. Not the 30 tyrants even, the clubbed post-captains of old Athens, could stop the wagging tongues at the street corners. For chat man must, and by our immortal Bill of Rights, that guarantees us liberty of speech, chat we Yankees will, whether on board a frigate or on board our own terra firma plantations. In men of war, the galley or cookery on the gun deck is the grand center of gossip and news among the sailors. Here crowds assemble to chat away the half-hour elapsing after every meal. The reason why this place and these hours are selected rather than others is this. In the neighborhood of the galley alone, and only after meals, is the man-of-war's man permitted to regale himself with a smoke. A sumptuary edict, truly, that deprived White Jacket, for one, of a luxury to which he had long been attached. For how can the mystical motives, the capricious impulses of a luxurious smoker go and come at the beck of a Commodore's command? No. When I smoke, be it because of my sovereign good pleasure I choose so to do, though at so unseasonable an hour that I send round the town for a brazier of coals. What? Smoke by a sundial? Smoke on compulsion? Make a trade, a business, a vile recurring calling of smoking? And, perhaps, when those sedative fumes have steeped you in the grandest of reveries, and circle over circle solemnly rises some immeasurable dome in your soul, far away, swelling and heaving into the vapor you raise, as if from one Mozart's grandest marches of a temple were rising, like Venus from the sea. At such a time, to have your whole Parthenon tumbled about your ears by the knell of the ship's bell announcing the expiration of the half-hour for smoking. Whip me, ye Furies, toast me in saltpetre, smite me, some thunderbolt, charge upon me, endless squadrons of Mamelukes, devour me, Fijis, but preserve me from a tyranny like this. No. Though I smoked like an Indian summer ere I entered the Neversink, so abhorrent was this sumptuary law that I altogether abandoned the luxury rather than enslave it to a time and a place. Herein did I not right, ancient and honorable old guard of smokers all round the world? But there were others of the crew not so fastidious as myself. After every meal they hied to the galley and solaced their souls with a whiff. Now, a bunch of cigars all banded together is a type and a symbol of the brotherly love between smokers. Likewise, for the time, in a community of pipes is a community of hearts. Nor was it an ill thing for the Indian sachems to circulate their calumet tobacco bowl, even as our own forefathers circulated their punch bowl, in token of peace, charity, and goodwill, friendly feelings, and sympathizing souls. And this it was that made the gossipers of the galley so loving a club, so long as the vapory bond united them. It was a pleasant sight to behold them. Grouped in the recesses between the guns, they chatted and laughed like rows of convivialists in the boxes of some vast dining saloon. Take a Flemish kitchen full of good fellows from Teniers, add a fireside group from Wilkie, throw in a naval sketch from Cruikshank, and then stick a short pipe into every mother's son's mouth, and you have the smoking scene at the galley of the Neversink. Not a few were politicians, and, as there were some thoughts of a war with England at the time, their discussions waxed warm. "I tell you what it is, shippies," cried the old captain of gun No. 1 on the forecastle. "If that 'ere President of ourn don't luff up into the wind by the Battle of the Nile, he'll be getting us into a grand fleet engagement afore the Yankee nation has rammed home her cartridges, let alone blowing the match." "Who talks of luffing?" roared a roistering foretopman. "Keep your Yankee nation large before the wind, say I, till you come plump on the enemy's bows, and then board 'em in the smoke." And with that, there came forth a mighty blast from his pipe. "Who says the old man at the helm of the Yankee nation can't steer his trick as well as George Washington himself?" cried a sheet anchorman. "But they say he's a cold water customer, Bill," cried another, "and sometimes a nights I somehow has a presentation that he's gonna stop our grog." "D'ye hear there, fore and aft?" roared the boatswain's mate at the gangway. "All hands tumble up and 'bout ship." "That's the talk," cried the captain of gun No. 1, as, in obedience to the summons, all hands dropped their pipes and crowded toward the ladders. "And that's what the President must do, go in stays, my lads, and put the Yankee nation on the other tack." But these political discussions by no means supplied the staple of conversation for the gossiping smokers of the galley. The interior affairs of the frigate itself formed their principal theme. Rumors about the private life of the Commodore in his cabin, about the captain in his, about the various officers in the wardroom, about the reefers in the steerage, and their madcap frolickings, and about 1,000 other matters touching the crew themselves, all these, forming the eternally shifting domestic by-play of a man of war, proved inexhaustible topics for our quidnuncs. The animation of these scenes was very much heightened as we drew nearer and nearer our port. It rose to a climax when the frigate was reported to be only 24 hours' sail from the land. What they should do when they landed, how they should invest their wages, what they should eat, what they should drink, and what lass they should marry, these were the topics which absorbed them. "Sink the sea!" cried a forecastleman. "Once more ashore, and you'll never again catch old Boom Bolt afloat. I mean to settle down in a sail loft." "Cable tier pinchers blister all tarpaulin hats," cried a young afterguardsman. "I mean to go back to the counter." "Shipmates, take me by the arms and swab up the lee scuppers with me, but I mean to steer a clam cart before I go again to a ship's wheel. Let the Navy go by the board. To sea again I won't." "Start my soul bolts, mateys, if any more Blue Peters and sailing signals fly at my fore," cried the captain of the head. "My wages will buy a wheelbarrow, if nothing more." "I have taken my last dose of salts," said the captain of the waist, "and after this mean to stick to fresh water. Aye, mateys, 10 of us wasters mean to club together and buy a serving mallet boat, ye see, and if ever we drown, it will be in the raging canal. Blast the sea, shipmates, say I." "Profane not the holy element," said Lemsford, the poet of the gun-deck, leaning over a cannon. "Know ye not, man-of-war's men, that by the Parthian Magi the ocean was held sacred? Did not Tiridates, the Eastern monarch, take an immense land circuit to avoid desecrating the Mediterranean, in order to reach his imperial master Nero, and do homage for his crown?" "What lingo is that?" cried the captain of the waist. "Who's Commodore Tittery-eye?" cried the forecastleman. "Hear me out," resumed Lemsford. "Like Tiridates, I venerate the sea, and venerate it so highly, shipmates, that evermore I shall abstain from crossing it. In that sense, Captain of the Waist, I echo your cry. It was indeed a remarkable fact that 9 men out of every 10 of the Neversink's crew had formed some plan or other to keep themselves ashore for life, or at least on fresh water, after the expiration of the present cruise. With all the experiences of that cruise accumulated in one intense recollection of a moment, with the smell of tar in their nostrils, out of sight of land, with a stout ship underfoot and snuffing the ocean air, with all the things of the sea surrounding them, in their cool, sober moments of reflection, in the silence and solitude of the deep during the long night watches, when all their holy home associations were thronging round their hearts, in the spontaneous piety and devotion of the last hours of so long a voyage, in the fullness and the frankness of their souls, when there was naught to jar the well-poised equilibrium of their judgment. Under all these circumstances, at least 9/10 of a crew of 500 man-of-war's men resolved forever to turn their backs on the sea. But do men ever hate the thing they love? Do men forswear the hearth and the homestead? What, then, must the Navy be? But alas for the man-of-war's man, who, though he may take a Hannibal oath against the service, yet cruise after cruise, and after forswearing it again and again, he is driven back to the spirit-tub and the gun-deck by his old hereditary foe, the ever-devilish god of grog. On this point, let some of the crew of the Neversink be called to the stand. You, Captain of the Waist, and you, seamen of the foretop, and you, afterguards men, and others, how came you here at the guns of the North Carolina, after registering your solemn vows at the galley of the Neversink? They all hang their heads. I know the cause, poor fellows. Perjure yourselves not again. Swear not at all hereafter. Aye, these very tars, the foremost in denouncing the Navy, who had bound themselves by the most tremendous oaths, these very men, not 3 days after getting ashore, were rolling around the streets in penniless drunkenness, and next day many of them were to be found on board of the Guardo, or receiving ship. Thus, in part, is the Navy manned. But what was still more surprising, and tended to impart a new and strange insight into the character of sailors, and overthrow some long-established ideas concerning them as a class, was this: numbers of men who, during the cruise, had passed for exceedingly prudent, nay, parsimonious persons, who would even refuse you a patch or a needleful of thread, and from their stinginess procured the name of ravelings. No sooner were these men fairly adrift in harbor, and under the influence of frequent quaffings, than their 3 years' earned wages flew right and left. They summoned whole boarding-houses of sailors to the bar, and treated them over and over again. Fine fellows! Generous-hearted tars! Seeing this sight, I thought to myself, well, these generous-hearted tars on shore were the greatest curmudgeons afloat. It's the bottle that's generous, not they. Yet the popular conceit concerning a sailor is derived from his behavior ashore. Whereas ashore he is no longer a sailor, but a landsman for the time. A man-of-war's man is only a man-of-war's man at sea, and the sea is the place to learn what he is. But we have seen that a man-of-war is but this old-fashioned world of ours afloat, full of all manner of characters, full of strange contradictions, and though boasting some fine fellows here and there, yet upon the whole charged to the combings of her hatchways with the spirit of Belial and all unrighteousness. End of Chapter 91. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 92 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. by Herman Melville. Chapter 92. The Last of the Jacket. Already has White Jacket chronicled the mishaps and inconveniences, troubles and tribulations of all sorts brought upon him by that unfortunate but indispensable garment of his. But now it befalls him to record how this jacket, for the second and last time, came near proving his shroud. Of a pleasant midnight, our good frigate, now somewhere off the Capes of Virginia, was running on bravely, when the breeze, gradually dying, left us slowly gliding toward our still invisible port. Headed by Jack Chase, the quarter-watch were reclining in the top, talking about the shore delights into which they intended to plunge, while our captain often broke in with allusions to similar conversations when he was on board the English line-of-battle ship, the Asia, drawing nigh to Portsmouth, in England, after the Battle of Navarino. Suddenly an order was given to set the main-top-gallant stunsail, and the halyards not being rove, Jack Chase assigned me to that duty. Now this reeving of the halyards of a main-top-gallant stunsail is a business that eminently demands sharp-sightedness, skill, and celerity. Consider that the end of a line some 200 feet long is to be carried aloft in your teeth, if you please, and dragged far out on the giddiest of yards, and, after being wormed and twisted about through all sorts of intricacies, turning abrupt corners at the abruptest of angles, is to be dropped, clear of all obstructions, in a straight plumb line right down to the deck. In the course of this business there is a multitude of sheave-holes and blocks through which you must pass it. Often the rope is a very tight fit, so as to make it like threading a fine cambric needle with rather coarse thread. Indeed, it is a thing only deftly to be done, even by day. Judge, then, what it must be to be threading cambric needles by night, and at sea, upward of 100 feet aloft in the air. With the end of the line in one hand, I was mounting the top-mast shrouds, when our captain of the top told me that I had better off-jacket. But though it was not a very cold night, I had been reclining so long in the top that I had become somewhat chilly, so I thought best not to comply with the hint. Having reeved the line through all the inferior blocks, I went out with it to the end of the weather-top-gallant yard-arm, and was in the act of leaning over and passing it through the suspended jewel-block there, when the ship gave a plunge in the sudden swells of the calm sea, and pitching me still further over the yard, threw the heavy skirts of my jacket right over my head, completely muffling me. Somehow I thought it was the sail that had flapped, and, under that impression, threw up my hands to drag it from my head, relying upon the sail itself to support me meanwhile. Just then the ship gave another sudden jerk, and, head foremost, I pitched from the yard. I knew where I was, from the rush of the air by my ears, but all else was a nightmare. A bloody film was before my eyes, through which, ghost-like, passed and repassed my father, mother, and sisters. An unutterable nausea oppressed me. I was conscious of gasping. There seemed no breath in my body. It was over 100 feet that I fell, down, down, with lungs collapsed as in death. 10,000 pounds of shot seemed tied to my head, as the irresistible law of gravitation dragged me, head foremost and straight as a die, toward the infallible center of this terraqueous globe. All I had seen and read and heard, and all I had thought and felt in my life, seemed intensified in one fixed idea in my soul. But dense as this idea was, it was made up of atoms. Having fallen from the projecting yard-arm end, I was conscious of a collected satisfaction in feeling that I should not be dashed on the deck, but would sink into the speechless profound of the sea. With the bloody, blind film before my eyes, there was a still stranger hum in my head, as if a hornet were there, and I thought to myself, Great God, this is death? Yet these thoughts were unmixed with alarm. Like frostwork that flashes and shifts its scared hues in the sun, all my braided, blended emotions were in themselves icy cold and calm. So protracted did my fall seem, that I can even now recall the feeling of wondering how much longer it would be, ere all was over and I struck. Time seemed to stand still, and all the world seemed poised on their poles, as I fell, soul-becalmed, through the eddying whirl and swirl of the maelstrom air. At first, as I have said, I must have been precipitated head foremost, but I was conscious, at length, of a swift, flinging motion of my limbs, which involuntarily threw themselves out, so that at last I must have fallen in a heap. This is more likely from the circumstance that when I struck the sea, I felt as if someone had smote me slantingly across the shoulder and along part of my right side. As I gushed into the sea, a thunder-boom sounded in my ear. My soul seemed flying from my mouth. The feeling of death flooded over me with the billows. The blow from the sea must have turned me, so that I sank almost feet foremost through a soft, seething, foamy lull. Some current seemed hurrying me away. In a trance I yielded, and sank deeper down with a glide. Purple and pathless was the deep calm now around me, flecked by summer lightnings in an azure afar. The horrible nausea was gone. The bloody, blind film turned a pale green. I wondered whether I was yet dead or still dying. But of a sudden, some fashionless form brushed my side, some inert, coiled fish of the sea. The thrill of being alive again tingled in my nerves, and the strong shunning of death shocked me through. For one instant, an agonizing revulsion came over me as I found myself utterly sinking. Next moment the force of my fall was expanded, and there I hung, vibrating in the mid-deep. What wild sounds then rang in my ear! One was a soft moaning, as of low waves on the beach; the other wild and heartlessly jubilant, as of the sea in the height of a tempest. O soul, thou then heardest life and death, as he who stands upon the Corinthian shore hears both the Ionian and the Aegean waves. The life and death poise soon passed, and then I found myself slowly ascending, and caught a dim glimmering of light. Quicker and quicker I mounted, till at last I bounded up like a buoy, and my whole head was bathed in the blessed air. I had fallen in a line with the mainmast. I now found myself nearly abreast of the mizzenmast, the frigate slowly gliding by like a black world in the water. Her vast hull loomed out of the night, showing hundreds of seamen in the hammock nettings, some tossing over ropes, others madly flinging overboard the hammocks. But I was too far out from them immediately to reach what they threw. I essayed to swim toward the ship, but instantly I was conscious of a feeling like being pinioned in a feather-bed, and, moving my hands, felt my jacket puffed out above my tight girdle with water. I strove to tear it off, but it was looped together here and there, and the strings were not then to be sundered by hand. I whipped out my knife that was tucked at my belt, and ripped my jacket straight up and down, as if I were ripping open myself. With a violent struggle I then burst out of it, and was free. Heavily soaked, it slowly sank before my eyes. Sink, sink, O shroud, thought I, sink forever, accursed jacket that thou art. "See that white shark!" cried a horrified voice from the taffrail. "He'll have that man down his hatchway! Quick, the grains, the grains!" The next instant that barbed bunch of harpoons pierced through and through the unfortunate jacket, and swiftly sped down with it out of sight. Being now astern of the frigate, I struck out boldly toward the elevated pole of one of the life buoys which had been cut away. Soon after, one of the cutters picked me up. As they dragged me out of the water into the air, the sudden transition of elements made my every limb feel like lead, and I helplessly sunk into the bottom of the boat. 10 minutes after, I was safe on board, and, springing aloft, was ordered to reeve anew the stunsail halyards, which, slipping through the blocks when I had let go the end, had unrove and fallen to the deck. The sail was soon set, and, as if purposely to salute it, a gentle breeze soon came, and the Neversink once more glided over the water, a soft ripple at her bows, and leaving a tranquil wake behind. End of Chapter 92. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 93. Of White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 93. Cable and Anchor All Clear. And now that the White Jacket has sunk to the bottom of the sea, and the blessed capes of Virginia are believed to be broad on our bow, though still out of sight, our 500 souls are fondly dreaming of home, and the iron throats of the guns round the galley re-echo with their songs and hurrahs. What more remains? Shall I tell what conflicting and almost crazy surmisings prevailed concerning the precise harbor for which we were bound? For, according to rumor, our Commodore had received sealed orders touching that matter, which were not to be broken open till we gained a precise latitude of the coast. Shall I tell how at last all this uncertainty departed, and many a foolish prophecy was proved false, when our noble frigate, her longest pennant at her main, wound her stately way into the innermost harbor of Norfolk, like a plumed Spanish grandee threading the corridors of the Escurial toward the throne-room within? Shall I tell how we kneeled upon the holy soil, how I begged a blessing of old Ushant, and one precious hair of his beard for a keepsake? How Lemsford, the gun-deck bard, offered up a devout ode as a prayer of thanksgiving? How Saturnine Nord, the Magnifico in disguise, refusing all companionship, stalked off into the woods, like the ghost of an old Caliph of Baghdad? How I swayed and swung the hearty hand of Jack Chase, and nipped it to mine with a carrack bend, yea, and kissed that noble hand of my liege lord and captain of my top, my sea tutor and sire? Shall I tell how the Grand Commodore and captain drove off from the pier-head, how the lieutenants in undress sat down to their last dinner in the ward-room, and the champagne, packed in ice, spirited and sparkled like the hot springs out of a snowdrift in Iceland? How the chaplain went off in his cassock without bidding the people adieu? How Shrunken Cuticle, the surgeon, stalked over the side, the wired skeleton carried in his wake by his cot-boy? How the lieutenant of marines sheathed his sword on the poop, and, calling for wax and a taper, sealed the end of the scabbard with his family crest and motto, Denique Coelum. How the purser, in due time, mustered his money-bags and paid us all off on the quarter-deck, good and bad, sick and well, all receiving their wages, though, truth to tell, some reckless, improvident seamen, who had lived too fast during the cruise, had little or nothing now standing on the credit side of their purser's accounts. Shall I tell of the retreat of the 500 inland? Not, alas, in battle array, as at quarters, but scattered broadcast over the land? Shall I tell how the Neversink was at last stripped of spars, shrouds, and sails, had her guns hoisted out, her powder magazine, shot lockers, and armories discharged, till not one vestige of a fighting thing was left in her, from furthest stem to uttermost stern? No, let all this go by, for our anchor still hangs from our bows, though its eager flukes dip their points in the impatient waves. Let us leave the ship on the sea, still with the land out of sight, still with brooding darkness on the face of the deep. I love an indefinite, infinite background, a vast, heaving, rolling, mysterious rear. It is night. The meagre moon is in her last quarter. That betokens the end of a cruise that is passing. But the stars look forth in their everlasting brightness, and that is the everlasting glorious future forever beyond us. We maintopmen are all aloft in the top, and round our mast we circle, a brother band, hand in hand all spliced together. We have reefed the last topsail, trained the last gun, blown the last match, bowed to the last blast, been tranced in the last calm. We have mustered our last round the capstan, been rolled to grog the last time, for the last time swung in our hammocks, for the last time turned out at the seagull call of the watch. We have seen our last man scourged at the gangway, our last man gasp out the ghost in the stifling sick bay, our last man tossed to the sharks. Our last death-denouncing article of war has been read, and far inland, in that blessed clime whitherward our frigate now glides, the last wrong in our frigate will be remembered no more, when down from our mainmast comes our Commodore's pennant, when down sinks its shooting stars from the sky. "By the mark! 9!" sings the hoary old leadsman in the chains, and thus, the mid-world equator past, our frigate strikes soundings at last. Hand in hand we topmates stand, rocked in our Pisgah top, and over the starry waves, and broad out into the blandly blue and boundless night, spiced with strange sweets from the long-sought land, the whole long cruise predestinated ours, though often in tempest time we almost refuse to believe in that far distant shore. Straight out into that fragrant night, ever noble Jack Chase, matchless and unmatchable Jack Chase, stretches forth his bannered hand, and, pointing shoreward, cries, "For the last time, here Camoens, boys!" How calm the waves! How mild the balmy gale! The halcyons call, "Ye Lusians, spread the sail!" Appeased, old ocean now shall rage no more. Haste! Point our bowsprit for yon shadowy shore. Soon shall the transports of your natal soil o'erwhelm in bounding joy the thoughts of every toil. End of Chapter 93. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 91 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Section 91. The End. As a man of war that sails through the sea, so this earth that sails through the air. We mortals are all on board a fast-sailing, never-sinking world frigate, of which God was the shipwright, and she is but one craft in a Milky Way fleet, of which God is the Lord High Admiral. The port we sail from is forever astern, and though far out of sight of land, for ages and ages we continue to sail with sealed orders, and our last destination remains a secret to ourselves and our officers. yet our final haven was predestinated ere we slipped from the stocks at creation. Thus, sailing with sealed orders, we ourselves are the repositories of the secret packet, whose mysterious contents we long to learn. There are no mysteries out of ourselves, but let us not give ear to the superstitious gun-deck gossip about whither we may be gliding, for, as yet, not a soul on board of us knows, not even the Commodore himself, assuredly not the chaplain. Even our professor's scientific surmisings are vain. On that point, the smallest cabin boy is as wise as the captain, and believe not the hypochondriac dwellers below hatches, who will tell you, with a sneer, that our world frigate is bound to no final harbor whatever, that our voyage will prove an endless circumnavigation of space. Not so. For how can this world frigate prove our eventual abiding place, when upon our first embarkation, as infants in arms, her violent rolling, in afterlife unperceived, makes every soul of us seasick? Does not this show, too, that the very air we here inhale is uncongenial, and only becomes endurable at last through gradual habituation, and that some blessed placid haven, however remote at present, must be in store for us all? Glance fore and aft our flushed decks. What a swarming crew! All told, they muster hard upon 800 millions of souls. Over these we have authoritative lieutenants, a sword-belted officer of marines, a chaplain, a professor, a purser, a doctor, a cook, a master-at-arms. Oppressed by illiberal laws and partly oppressed by themselves, many of our people are wicked, unhappy, inefficient. We have skulkers and idlers all round, and brow-beaten wasters who, for a pittance, do our craft's shabby work. Nevertheless, among our people we have gallant fore, main, and mizzen-top men aloft, who, well treated or ill, still trim our craft to the blast. We have a brig for trespassers, a bar by our main mast at which they are arraigned, a cat-o'-nine-tails, and a gangway to degrade them in their own eyes and in ours. These are not always employed to convert sin to virtue, but to divide them and protect virtue and legalize sin from unlegalized vice. We have a sick bay for the smitten and helpless, whither we hurry them out of sight, and however they may groan beneath hatches, we hear little of their tribulations on deck. We still sport our gay streamer aloft. Outwardly regarded, our craft is a lie, for all that is outwardly seen of it is the clean-swept deck and oft-painted planks comprised above the waterline, whereas the vast mass of our fabric, with all its storerooms of secrets, forever slides along far under the surface. When a shipmate dies, straightway we sew him up, and overboard he goes. Our world frigate rushes by, and never more do we behold him again, though, sooner or later, the everlasting undertow sweeps him toward our own destination. We have both a quarter-deck to our craft and a gun-deck, subterranean shot-lockers and gunpowder magazines, and the articles of war form our domineering code. O shipmates and world-mates all round, we the people suffer many abuses. Our gun-deck is full of complaints. In vain from lieutenants do we appeal to the captain. In vain, while on board our world frigate, to the indefinite navy commissioners, so far out of sight aloft. Yet the worst of our evils we blindly inflict upon ourselves. Our officers cannot remove them, even if they would. From the last ills, no being can save another. Therein, each man must be his own savior. For the rest, whatever befall us, let us never train our murderous guns inboard. Let us not mutiny with bloody pikes in our hands. Our Lord High Admiral will yet interpose, and though long ages should elapse, and leave our wrongs unredressed, yet, shipmates and worldmates, let us never forget that, Whoever afflict us, whatever surround, life is a voyage that's homeward bound. The End. End of section. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. End of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville.